Daddy, Mommy, where are you? Snow, don't be afraid, hold my hand tight. Sister, are we going to die? Uchiha Izumi grabbed Uchiha Yuki's hand, leaning against the wall as she walked slowly. Yuki had cried so much she could barely move. Izumi wanted to cry too. Don't cry, Snow, we're almost home. Izumi's voice grew hoarse, choking on her words. The beast's roar continued in her ears as the red nine-tails demon shredded everything before it. Before Izumi's eyes flashed again, and again the blood and corpses not far away. She could hardly connect those grotesque, bloody remains with the people who had been playing with her and her sister not long ago. Coldness spread from her heart, pushed down forcefully by her, then slowly rose from the soles of her feet, threatening to drown her. Izumi felt she could barely breathe, each step a struggle. Come. Izumi felt her hand being pulled. Was it Yuki speaking? Sister, what's wrong with you? It's Itachi and I. Itachi, quick. Izumi forced out her first step, then grabbed her sister's hand and began to run. The wall behind them suddenly shattered. A tremendous force carrying fierce wind and debris of stone and broken wood surged toward Izumi and Yuki. Izumi instinctively pulled Yuki into her arms to shield her. At the same time, she felt another hand grab her, and she was pulled into someone else's embrace. The dust settled. Itachi helped Izumi and Yuki rise from the ground, holding baby Sasuke in one arm. We'll go to the shelter first. Izumi instinctively clutched Itachi's clothes, looked back to confirm Yuki's safety, then nodded numbly. There were many people on the road just like them. Bodies covered in dust, some wrapped in bandages, some unable to stop, crying, some enduring pain with great effort. Everyone wore expressions of confusion and pain. Izumi tightened her grip on Itachi's clothes. Itachi-kun. Sister, are Mommy and Daddy at the shelter too? Mommy and Daddy are so amazing, they'll definitely find us. Yuki shifted her gaze, looking toward baby Sasuke in Itachi's arms, and raised her hand to touch his face. Itachi shifted aside slightly, but Yuki's hand was grabbed by Sasuke. Perhaps Sasuke could only see his brother and Izumi, and thought it was his brother touching him. He seems to really like you. Yuki slowly withdrew her hand and hid behind her sister. Yuki is just shy like that. Actually, she really likes you. Izumi hurriedly grabbed Yuki's hand, trying to pull her out from behind her, but Yuki stubbornly refused. Sister, I'm so sleepy. Once the noise quieted, the overly frightened Yuki soon felt drowsy. Izumi crouched down, released her grip on Itachi's clothes, and carried her sister on her back. Night gradually covered everything, and Yuki's consciousness slowly faded. At the memorial service the next day, Yuki watched her grieving sister with confusion, not understanding why her sister was so sad, or why everyone had come to attend this event. Sister, where did Daddy go? Daddy went on a very important mission. He has to be gone for a very, very long time before he can come back. Where did Shang and Bayu go? Why don't they have to come early to this event? Yuki didn't understand what death was, didn't understand what parting meant. She only thought they suddenly disliked her and didn't want to play with her anymore. So Yuki sadly began to cry. The heartbroken Izumi hurriedly wiped away her own tears, then picked up her sister, pulled a tissue from her pocket, and carefully wiped Yuki's tears away. Don't cry, don't cry. They moved away. Yuki raised her tear-blurred face to look at her sister. Moved where? Can we still play together in the future? Izumi panicked. They moved to another country. I'm afraid they won't be able to play with you anymore. Izumi gratefully glanced at Itachi, then turned to coax her sister to go home. Let's go, Yuki, we're going home. Mommy is waiting for us at home. Izumi crouched down. Yuki leaned on her sister's back, and Izumi began to hum a song. Snowflakes fall from the sky. Spring water flows on the earth. Flowers bloom with colors. The scent of pastries drifts from home. Izumi's voice suddenly grew hoarse, and the song stopped abruptly. Izumi glanced back secretly at Yuki. Yuki was already fast asleep. Izumi tidied the hair that had fallen over Yuki's shoulders, carefully pulled out the strands trapped under her head, and resumed walking home. A few strands of hair fell to the ground, trampled into the dirt by Izumi's footsteps. Mom, we're back. It's Quan. Take Shue to her room first. There's still a while until lunch. Quan's mother poked her head out from the kitchen. Seeing Quan carry Shue through the doorway, she offered a gentle smile. Quan tucked Shue and drew the curtains, and then made his way to the kitchen. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. Quan rested his hand on the kitchen doorframe and tugged gently at his mother's sleeve. What is it, Quan? His mother turned, stroked his head, and crouched down to ask. Quan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his scarlet Sharingan flared with crimson light, a single tomo swirling within. Quan's mother gazed silently at the Sharingan, the pride of their clan. Her complicated expression did not escape his sight. The Sharingan. Congratulations, Quan. My child is so gifted. Almost instantaneously, his mother swept her sorrow back into the depths of her heart. Eyes brimming with joy, she smiled warmly, praised him, and opened her arms to pull him into a tight embrace. Mom. Quan instinctively felt a surge of happiness and hugged her back. The warmth radiating from his mother and the profound pride in her embrace were so overwhelming that he began to doubt his Sharingan's vision. After all, his own Sharingan held only a single tomo, a world apart from his father's 3 tomo eyes. It must have been a trick of the light. It had to be a mistake. How could his mother possibly feel sorrow over his awakening the Sharingan? What do you wish to be when you grow up, Quan? Will you become a teacher, or perhaps a healer? His mother did not loosen her embrace, so Quan heard her question from behind his right shoulder. Someday, I wish to join the Konoha police. I want to protect Mom and Shui, and become someone who safeguards this village. Quan paused, then answered with unwavering conviction. I see. I'm so pleased you think that way, Quan. His mother finally loosened her grip. Quan, you will always be my pride. She patted his head. If you're weary, go take a nap. I'll come fetch you when dinner is ready. With that, she gently guided him out of the kitchen. Standing at the threshold, Quan glanced downward. Turning away, he deactivated his Sharingan and walked toward his room. This time his vision had not deceived him. The two small puddles on the floor were his mother's tears. Back in his room, Quan retrieved a small box from his drawer and took out a white hairpin. So Mom cries too. The hairpin had been handcrafted by his mother from wood and painted. Morning sunlight streamed into the room bit by bit through the window. As Quan drifted in thought, the light quietly settled upon the hairpin in his hand, causing it to emit a soft, luminous glow. Quan recalled the day his mother had given it to him. His younger sister had been visibly upset, sitting on the sofa with her back turned to them in a sullen silence. Shui, don't be cross anymore. Your hair was just trimmed, wasn't it? This hairpin is meant as a birthday gift for your elder sister. But his sister remained sullen. Then you must make one for me too, Mom. Mother stroked Shui's head, her familiar smile returning. Of course, Shui. When your birthday arrives, I'll craft you one just as lovely. I wanted a white one. But sister already has a white one. Don't you wish to have something like your sister's, Shui? Quan remembered that it was only then, hearing those words, that he could bear to look away from the hairpin and turn his gaze toward his sister. Shui was already looking at him. Startled by her brother's sudden stare, Shui waved both hands frantically before her. No. Sometimes Dad mixes us up. But we're obviously different. Sister has a mole beneath her right eye, but mine is on the left. It's such an obvious distinction, yet so many people fail to see it. Mother studied their faces carefully. You're absolutely right. Shui has such an observant eye. Shui pouted angrily. Mom. What troubles you? Quan immediately understood the source of his sister's indignation. Mom, Shui fears you might confuse us as well. Mother laughed softly. How could that be? I would never mistake you two for one another. Quan tapped Shui on the head. Is that why you wanted to cut your hair too? Shui covered the spot where she was hit, looked up at her sister about to get angry, but then was forced to swallow her anger by her sister's terrifying glare. No, it's not. She looked down at her mother. Quan could see that her younger sister was lying. The elder sister laughed in exasperation. If you wanted a different hairstyle or look, you could have told me. But you'd rather cut your hair than tell me. You're really something. Shui then skillfully clung to her sister. Oh, sister, don't be angry. I won't fight you for the hair clips anymore. Hair will grow back, right, sister? Lying in bed, Quan recalled those words, and the image of Shui's clingy demeanor naturally surfaced in her mind, making her chuckle involuntarily. Quan thought, my sister's birthday. That's still 3 months away. The sunlight outside the window was blazing. In the end, Shui came to call Quan for dinner, pulling her up from the bed. Sister, honestly, still sleeping at noon. You slept even longer than I did. All right, sister. Since you've slept enough, come eat with me. Mom is waiting. Quan got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. The sunlight, wagging its tail, rushed into her embrace, and warmth spread from her heart throughout her body. Let's go. A few weeks passed. After Quan came home from school, Shui would often bring up their father with their mother and Quan. Quan could only give vague answers, and their mother was even more at a loss for how to respond. Shui was very displeased. Dad must have sneaked out to play by himself. Then she abruptly opened the door and ran out. Quan glanced at her mother, who was watching her younger sister's retreating figure with worry. Without hesitation, Quan followed Shui. The evening sunlight stretched Quan's shadow long, and also stretched her voice long, as if trying to grasp every trace Shui had left behind. Quan found Shui by the lake they often came to. Shui was hugging her knees, staring at the lake's surface. Quan tiptoed over and sat down beside Shui. By the lake, the two silhouettes, one large, one small, remained silent for a long time, until moonlight shone on the lake's surface and then on them. The lakeside thus gained two ghostly figures shimmering with cold white light. Sister. A childish, sobbing voice rose by the lake. I'm here. Dad. Is Dad dead? Quan was silent for a moment. Who told you that? You told me. She also said that Shang and the others. Quan was silent again for a moment. Am I a coward? I knew Dad was dead, but I didn't dare ask Mom. Sister. Actually, I didn't want to cry. Quan waited for her to vent the sorrow that had accumulated over many days, then gently pulled her into an embrace. How could Shui be a coward? Shui is the bravest. Shui didn't want to ask Mom directly and make her worry. She knew about Dad and was sad, but didn't show it. Shui is very strong. Quan gently patted Shui's back. Shui cried even louder. Sister, you're comforting me again. I've made you all worried. Shui, if you want to cry, just cry. It's okay. The sobbing by the lake didn't last long. Sister, what is it? Tomorrow can Can you bring me some 3-colored rice balls? Sure. Shall we go home now? Don't tell Mom. Alright. Shui won't cry. No, don't tell her that I know about Dad. I won't. Shui lifted her head from Quan's embrace. Sister. What is it? Sister won't die, will she? Of course not. I will always protect you and Mom. Sister must keep her promise. Shui suddenly became agitated. Quan smiled and patted Shui's head. When has your sister ever broken a promise? Shui pouted. Sister has broken promises many times. Last time sister said she would take me out to play, but then she went out for training by herself and left me at home. And the time before that sister said she would give me a painting of a cherry blossom tree, but she just broke off a branch and gave it to me. And the time before that. Sister, why are you staring at me? Nothing, just continue. Quan carried Shui on her back again and walked home under the moonlight. Sister must keep her promise, okay? After that day, Shui never mentioned her father again, but instead often brought up her birthday with her mother. Shui's birthday drifted into the Izumi family's life alongside the cherry blossoms. Mom, I'm home. Izumi slipped off her shoes and called out into the house, then set down her backpack behind her. Ah, Izumi's back. Her mother's voice came from the living room. Big sis. Big sis. Soon a figure dashed out from the living room and threw herself into Izumi's arms. Hey, hold on, let me put my shoes on properly. Izumi gently pulled Shui out of her arms and slipped on her slippers. Does your big sis think my hair clip looks nice? Izumi looked down and saw a brand new hair clip on Shui's head, clearly made by their mother. It's red like a blooming cherry blossom. It's very pretty, Shui. Izumi stroked Shui's head, feeling the cherry blossom pattern that their mother often carved into her creations. It's like a cherry blossom blooming right on Shui's head. Izumi said with a smile. What a strange comparison, big sis. Cherry blossoms are pink, aren't they? Ah, you didn't know, Shui. Cherry blossoms come in many colors. Pink ones are common in the land of fire, but red ones can be found on its borders. I hear the land of water even has white cherry blossoms. Wow, really? White cherry blossoms. The same color as your hair clip, big sis. Shui looked at her sister's hair clip. Did you prepare a gift for me? Of course I did. Your big sis never breaks her promise. Izumi pulled a box from her backpack. Shui, want to guess what it is? Izumi held the box close to her chest, turned sideways, and lowered her head to ask Shui with a mysterious air. Huh. Big sis is so sly, making me guess. Shui's eager anticipation was dashed, so she guessed randomly. Is it a hair clip? Mom already gave you one. Then, a cake. Nope. I can't guess. Just give it to me, big sis. Here you go. You can open it now. Shui took the box and eagerly opened it. It's a bracelet. Yes, but you can also. Izumi took the bracelet out of the box and fumbled for the clasp. Found it. Unfasten it here, and you can wear it as a necklace. She opened the small lock on the bracelet, and the double-loop bracelet extended into a necklace that could be worn around the neck. So do you like it, eh? Izumi handed the necklace to Shui. Shui took it. The pendant was a tiny cat's paw made with white fur and pink pads soft as a fluffy ball. Your big sis has good taste. Shui loves it. Shui snapped the lock shut and wore the bracelet on her wrist. The metal chain glittered under the light, casting many reflections into Shui's eyes. Shui will be going to the Ninja Academy next year. Your happy days are numbered. Mom came out of the living room and led the two sisters to the dining table. Big sis, is the Ninja Academy fun? Of course. You can learn so much there and make many friends. Mom brought out an exquisitely decorated birthday cake from the kitchen. Izumi helped me clear the table. Izumi stood up, moved the dishes aside, and left space in the middle for the cake. Does little sis want to go to school? Shui said, of course. Shui wants to go with the other friends. And I can see you at school, right, big sis? Izumi smiled. You can. Mom inserted the candles, lit them, then stood up and turned off the lights. The room filled with a cheerful birthday song. After the birthday song, Izumi urged Shui to make a wish quickly. I want. Don't say it out loud. It won't come true if you do. Mom quickly covered Shui's mouth. Shui nodded, and Mom lowered her hand. Shui looked at the two faces illuminated by the candlelight, both smiling at her with anticipation. Shui lowered her head, closed her eyes, and pressed her palms together. I wish to live happily with Mom and big sis forever together for 10,000 years. Then Shui opened her eyes and blew out the 5 candles on the cake. The room erupted in cheers from Mom and big sis. The candles went out, the lights came on, and Mom and big sis's figures became clear. Izumi was the first to smear cream on Shui's face. Maybe I don't want to live with big sis that long after all. It was another weekend. Shui pestered her mother for some 3-colored rice balls. Her mother gave Quan some money to buy some after school. Quan's ninjutsu and jinjutsu scores were outstanding among her peers. Quan thought it might be because she had acquired the Sharingan early. However, Quan's taijutsu scores were even higher than the other 2 subjects. Her teacher said that if her grades didn't decline, he would consider allowing her to become a genin ahead of schedule. Quan thought, become a genin. Yukuin must have already become a genin long ago. Yukuin became a genin so early without even awakening the Sharingan. He is truly powerful. I must not fall behind. The homeroom teacher on the podium glanced at Quan, who was daydreaming, and thought of her excellent grades, so he directly ignored her. Hey Woomaru. Stand up. No sleeping. The boy named Woomaru stood up slowly, looking at the teacher with a disdainful expression. What kind of expression is that? I know your taijutsu and ninjutsu scores are good, but this is a jinjutsu class. Have you forgotten that you failed your jinjutsu exam? You can't even do basic jinjutsu. You're really. Jinjutsu, huh? Woomaru crossed his arms and coldly scanned the teacher. As long as a ninja has powerful ninjutsu and a strong physique, mere jinjutsu cannot be a stumbling block for a ninja. Hey Woomaru, say less. The teacher will call your parents again soon, whispered another boy sitting next to him. Got it, Woomaru said impatiently. I'll study jinjutsu properly, teacher. Okay. Good. Jinjutsu is an extremely important part of ninja combat. It can sometimes determine the outcome of a battle and an information gathering. Teacher, next class is the combat mission. Since you think jinjutsu is so important, why not let me fight the best jinjutsu user in our class? How about that? Woomaru had just sat down when he received the teacher's long lecture, so he impatiently interrupted the teacher and looked at him provocatively. If you want to fight Quan, she's a girl. The teacher was momentarily choked, but quickly recovered. What's wrong with being a girl? I'll give her a handicap, Woomaru shrugged. You? Teacher, I have no problem, Quan's voice rang out from the audience. The teacher glared at Quan. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu are not as good as a boy's. How? Quan looked at the teacher calmly. The teacher had no choice but to agree to Woomaru. Since Quan has agreed, you two will be arranged in the first match of next class. Now sit down and listen to the lesson. Woomaru sat down, hearing Quan's voice. Give it your all. Is that so? All right. The small noises in the classroom disappeared, leaving only the homeroom teacher's lecturing voice. The classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. The bell rang. The homeroom teacher packed up the textbooks on the podium. Next class is combat training divided into group sparring. Everyone be prepared. Assemble on the playground after the bell rings. Then he walked out. Woomaru followed closely behind, leaving the classroom and heading to the playground. Quan, why did you agree to him? A girl ran up to Quan, seemingly very angry. It's fine, Hui. Quan waved her hand. Only by fighting someone stronger than yourself can you better train yourself, right? Quan is preaching again. Are you Uchiha clan members all like this? The girl called Hui dejectedly hugged Quan. Not at all, I'm just stating the facts. Quan skillfully pulled Hui out of her embrace. Let's go, we're heading to the playground. The bell rang again. On the playground, the students had already assembled. The homeroom teacher came over and was startled. Why are you all so active today? I've never seen you assemble so quickly. A commotion arose from the crowd, and soon a voice came. Teacher, hurry up and start. All right. Then I declare the group combat begins. First group, Uchiha, Quan, Yamaraka, Woomaru, please step forward. Quan and Woomaru walked out from the crowd. Form the seal of opposition. They both formed hand seals to show respect. Then I'm coming. No need to tell me beforehand, Quan. Quan activated the Sharingan, fixing her gaze upon her opponent. The Sharingan, huh? That's a bit troublesome. But your Sharingan's form should be the most basic level. In Quan's vision, Wuwan's chakra and the chakra of the surrounding teachers and classmates became visible. As she focused her attention, Wuwan's chakra grew clearer, while the rest of the irrelevant information was filtered out by the Sharingan. He has more chakra than me, and his stamina is better. I can't drag this into a prolonged battle. I need to finish it quickly, Quan thought to herself as she pulled a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Already drawing your weapon. Want a quick resolution? Clever Quan. Wuwan likewise produced a kunai. Quan charged forward, forming hand seals to use the clone technique. Two clones instantly appeared beside her. The clone on the left ran faster, quickly reaching Wuwan and swinging a fist at his face. Wuwan sidestepped the punch, casually stabbed the clone with his kunai, then blocked the right clone's attack with his right hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Quan's real body hurling a kunai from where she stood. Not enough strength. Wuwan kicked the clone away, dodged the kunai with a sidestep, and straightened up to evaluate Quan. Your speed is too slow, both you and your kunai. His strength and reaction speed are also impressive. A direct frontal assault won't work, Quan thought. I was right not to force it earlier. Then, Wuwan rushed toward her kunai in his right hand. My turn. Quan locked onto Wuwan's movement path, trying to predict his attack pattern. He closed the distance in an instant. Right side. Must block. Quan raised her right kunai to parry Wuwan's attack, then rolled backward. Wuwan's left hand, aimed at her abdomen, struck empty air. Cold sweat broke out on Quan's forehead. That was her body's instinctive reaction. That punch would have definitely rendered her incapable of fighting. No, it's not over yet. Quan raised her right kunai to deflect several shuriken, and the Sharingan's peripheral vision caught the traces of chakra on the shuriken. No, a shuriken made of chakra. Damn, can't dodge. One shuriken transformed into Wuwan, taking advantage of the moment. Quan's attention shifted after deflecting the shuriken, tackling her to the ground. Quan immediately used her kunai to stab the clone. Wuwan's kunai whistled past, embedding itself into the dirt beside her face. Before the kunai even hit the ground, a wooden log appeared where Quan had been. Quick reflexes Quan. Wuwan pulled out his kunai, kicked the log away, and looked at Quan, who was crouching behind him, breathing slightly heavily. Still holding back. What about your genjutsu? Quan straightened up. None of your business. Wuwan Sked charged at her again and formed hand seals to use the clone technique. After the smoke dissipated, 3 Wuwan appeared on the field, all attacking Quan simultaneously. The middle Wuwan has the most chakra, so that's the real body. The other 2 don't have kunai. He's trying to use my own tactics to force me into a weakness. Quan pulled out shuriken, thinking, I won't let you get close to me again. 3 shuriken flew toward the 3 Wuwan. 2 clone popping sounds followed immediately. As the smoke cleared, Quan looked at Wuwan behind it. Blocked again. Damn it, I can't drag this out any longer. Quan pulled out the remaining shuriken and ran around Wuwan, occasionally tossing 2 shuriken at him. Wuwan would also throw shuriken back at her while defending. But Quan had learned her lesson. After deflecting all the shuriken, she would only relax her guard after confirming with the Sharingan. I'm almost out of shuriken. Quan realized as she reached into her pouch for more. But with this intensity of dodging and blocking, his stamina should be nearly depleted. Quan looked at Wuwan surrounded by scattered shuriken and plotted the trajectory and purpose of her own projectiles. These 2 will lock down his left arm. He'll probably block them with his right kunai. These 2 target his right shin. His rolling speed has slowed considerably. A few more times, and when he loses his balance, I'll strike. As Quan threw 2 shuriken at Wuwan's chest, she keenly caught the moment when he stumbled after rolling, unable to steady himself due to the shuriken strewn around. She gripped her kunai and rushed forward, simultaneously forming hand seals to create a clone. Quan's clone attacked first, but Wuwan stabbed it with a thrown kunai. Weapon disarmed. Perfect opportunity. Quan surged forward, aiming to end the fight. She raised her right leg to kick at Wuwan's lower body, further destabilizing his already unsteady stance. Quan threw a left punch at Wuwan, who raised both arms to block it, then fell to the ground. Quan gripped her kunai tightly in her right hand and seized the moment to attack. As she lunged at Wuwan, Quan saw a look of unwillingness on his face. Finally, I won. But before the kunai could land, Wuwan dissolved into smoke. Quan stared in shock, landing on the ground with a thud. A kunai pressed against her neck, a chill racing from her throat to the top of her head. When did this happen? The closer you are to victory, the more you must not let your guard down. Wuwan withdrew the kunai. Your genjutsu. It was the kunai that had popped my clone. Using the smoke from my clone's disappearance to hide his chakra, he had already slipped away at that moment. This trick again. The match is decided. The noise of the playground suddenly flooded into Quan's mind, and the sunlight stung her eyes. Wuwan wins. Please both form the reconciliation seal. The homeroom teacher walked between Quan and Wuwan to announce the result, and pulled Quan up as he did. Quan stood up and formed the reconciliation seal toward Wuwan. Wuwan snorted, What, you admit defeat? I'm inferior in skill, so of course I admit defeat. Wuwan immediately became displeased. Holding back your illusion technique, what do you mean? Am I not worthy of you using your Sharingan illusion? You want me to acknowledge such a victory? Isn't that admitting I'm bullying the weak? Wuwan refused to form the reconciliation seal. No. Wuwan turned around and walked into the crowd of classmates. Immediately a few boys ran over to celebrate his victory, but they dared not say anything after being glared at by Wuwan. Quan lowered her hand and looked at the teacher. The teacher was also embarrassed. After all, Wuwan had challenged the one strongest in illusion techniques. Without illusions, with Wuwan's grades and stamina, facing Quan would indeed be a crushing defeat. Alright, Quan, go back first. I'll talk to Wuwan. Second group. Niliang Lui, Sanshang, you please step forward. Quan walked toward Hui, looking back at the teacher who was tidying up the field. Quan, what's wrong? It's just one loss, why do you look so glum? Hui quietly hugged her from behind and looked at her face, asking. It's nothing. I was just thinking, since I'm so weak, how can I ever catch up to you? You? You mean Uchiha you? Oh, Quan, you're overthinking it. You is way stronger than us. At our age, you had already learned the shadow clone technique. There's no need to set the bar so high. Quan is already very excellent. Hui exaggeratedly raised her hand and drew a large circle in the air. Thank you, Hui. I'll bring you some 3-colored dango tomorrow. Huh, really? Quan, you're the best. Hui suddenly hugged Quan and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hui. The sun's shadow shifted eastward. After bidding farewell to Hui, Quan headed toward the 3-colored dango shop. Boss, do you still have 3-colored dango? Is that Quan? Lucky you, there's still one last portion left. I want to buy it. Don't worry, no one's going to snatch it from you. Come pick it up in 5 minutes. The owner turned around first, put a sold out sign over the open sign, then went inside to prepare the dango for Quan. Quan walked to the bench on the right side of the shop and sat down to wait. What is Yukuin doing now? It must be tough being a genin, right? It can't be helped if it's sold out. Quan picked up the bag of dango, thanked the owner, and walked out of the shop. Hearing those words, she turned around and saw Yukuin. You turned to look and saw Quan standing at the shop entrance holding the dango in her arms. Quan, you know her? Then I'll be going now. Uchiha Fuyue glanced at his son's line of sight and noticed that he was staring at the girl, the dango in her arms. Huh, okay. Long time no see, Yukuen. I've been wanting to say something to you in person for a while. Do you have time now? He was pushed out by his father's slap on the back. Thus he was somewhat bewilderedly led by Quan to the lakeside. Quan sat on the wooden bridge extending into the lake, patted the spot beside her, and invited you to sit down. The lake's surface was like a mirror. I'm sorry, you were just with your father. Don't you need to stay with him? No need. Long time no see. I haven't seen you since you became a genin. How is your younger sister? You looked at the bag of dango beside Quan. Shue is fine, still a bit mischievous. She'll be starting school soon too. I'm sorry I couldn't celebrate with you when you became a genin. I didn't even say a word of congratulations. Quan lowered her head, showing a remorseful expression. I'm really sorry. You don't have to apologize so many times. You looked at Quan, who was opening the bag of dango. Well, although it can't be considered a congratulatory gift, if you don't mind, would you like one skewer? You looked at the 3-colored dango in her hand and fell silent. These are the 3-colored dango from the shop that my mom and sister like. Quan looked at the dango in her hand as if suddenly remembering something. But for someone like you who excels in academics, is versatile in ninjutsu, and taijutsu, skipped grades to graduate, and is a clan elite, probably wouldn't eat sweets. You saw Quan's expression suddenly turn dejected, and then she moved the 3-colored dango away in her hand. Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Slight ripples appeared on the lake's surface, wetting the soles of Yu's shoes. Itachi hesitated, words caught in his throat. But since you've already brought it out, I'll just have one skewer myself. Itachi instinctively reached out his hand, then suddenly realized what he was doing. He hastily pulled it back, yet couldn't tear his gaze away from Izumi, who was about to devour the dango. A rather audible gulp of saliva echoed through the air. Itachi's eyes remained locked onto the dumplings, unaware that Izumi was watching him. Izumi's gentle laughter drifted to his ears. Could it be? You want to eat some? Panic surged through Itachi. Words of explanation lodged in his throat, and he could only offer a weak murmur before turning his head away. Blood rushed to his face, and he felt utterly mortified. Itachi had never experienced such a feeling before. Izumi's feet gently stirred the ripples on the lake's surface, while soft bird songs drifted from the nearby woodland. At the same time, he heard the waters murmur, mingling with her light laughter. She made no attempt to conceal her laughter, whereas Itachi desperately wished to hide his embarrassment. Is it really that amusing? No, not at all. Though I've known you for quite some time, I never really knew what you liked. What you like has nothing to do with grades, or whether you're a boy or girl. Yeah, you're right, sorry about that. But Izumi couldn't suppress her laughter, and it splashed into Itachi's mind like rippling water drops. Sorry, but the way you looked just now, you were practically about to activate the Sharingan. Izumi's words dripped with amusement, and Itachi dared not meet her gaze for a moment. It's so funny. I'll stop laughing, I'm sorry, Itachi. Itachi didn't turn his head, but he could sense Izumi drawing nearer. Sorry. Let me make it up to you with a proper gift. Is there anything you'd like? Hearing these words, Itachi finally turned his head to look at Izumi. Something I want. Izumi nodded. Itachi met her eyes. So she already. Sensing his gaze, Izumi looked down at the lake. Yes, that's right. But I can't give you that. The sound of water suddenly grew louder. The Sharingan. Itachi thought. Hey. A sudden voice interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Izumi turned her head and saw a boy slightly older than him approaching. Another mission. Stop being so sweet with the girl. Izumi felt offended. Who's being sweet? She caught sight of Itachi rising to his feet in her peripheral vision and looked up at him. Itachi. He looked down at her. Well, even though I can't give you that, I know you wish to grow stronger. I'll pray for you, Itachi. You'll definitely become very, very strong. Wishing you activate the Sharingan soon. When that day comes, please let me congratulate you. Izumi watched Itachi's retreating figure. Though he was still a child's frame, he somehow seemed taller now. Itachi, I truly hope you never get hurt. Never activate the Sharingan, Izumi thought. A breeze rose over the lake, and the broken waves dampened the hem of her clothes. Itachi glanced back at Izumi, who was smiling at him and raising her hand in farewell. The wind swept across the lake, then passed through her, carrying the scent of tricolored dango straight into Itachi's mind. Itachi felt nothing in particular, yet he decided he would visit that dango shop tomorrow. I'm home. When you send your back. As soon as Izumi stepped through the door, she was greeted warmly by her younger sister. I brought tricolor dango for you and Mom, yay. Izumi opened the bag, took out the dumplings, and handed them to Yuki. Yuki cheered and ran off with them to find their mother. Izumi smiled affectionately and returned to her room. What kind of celebration gift should she prepare for Itachi-kun? He surely wouldn't like flowers. How about a short blade? Itachi-kun's father would probably buy him one anyway. If all else fails, maybe just get him some dango. Itachi-kun was so adorable today. Izumi, how could you think such things? Dango wouldn't do. It felt too perfunctory. What exactly should she prepare? Izumi wrote one idea after another in her notebook only to cross them out one by one. One-e-san. Yuki, what are you doing here? Your door was open. Yuki walked over to Izumi, produced 2 tricolor dango, and grinned at her. Tada, I saved 2 for you. Aw, thank you, Yuki, but One-e-san already ate her share. You actually snacked without me. Darn it. I won't save any for you. Yuki angrily shoved one dumpling into her mouth, then pressed the other into her sister's hand. This is compensation for you. Next time you snack, without sharing you won't get any. Yuki turned and dashed out of the room, her footsteps echoing all the way from Izumi's room to their mother's. Izumi called after her with a smile, watch your step, don't fall. I know. Izumi looked down, ate a dumpling, and then turned back to her notebook to write down a gift idea. Itachi-kun will definitely like this one. I'm heading out. Goodbye, sister. For Shui, her day truly began only after her sister left. Mom, I'm going out. Be careful, don't go too far from home, and remember to buy some cold medicine on your way back. Don't stay at the Yu family's place too long. Got it. Shui got dressed, opened the door, and was surprised to see you approaching from nearby. She excitedly waved at you. You. Why are you here so early? Shui skipped happily toward you. Did you forget we made plans to go to the river today? Shui took Yu's hand. I haven't forgotten. Otherwise, why would I have gotten ready so early to find you? Let's go. You held Shui's hand back, and they walked toward the river. Snow. We start school tomorrow, right? Shui looked at you beside her in confusion. Yes, doesn't you want to be my classmate? Of course not. I was just wondering what would happen if we don't perform well at school. Why would you think that? Well, most members of the Uchiha clan excel at school. If we go to school, could we bring shame to our clan? Hearing this, Shui turned around in anger and grabbed Yu's arm. What are you talking about? That's impossible. How could we bring shame to our clan? Take back what you just said. You looked so worried and defeated. Be more confident. Yu's anxious gaze pierced Shui's heart, so Shui retorted irritably. What exactly are you worried about? Are you doubting me or yourself? You looked away. If I can't graduate from school, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect mom and dad during the next disaster. You looked up at Shui's shining eyes. Aren't you worried, Shui? Shui tugged at Yu's clothes. I'm not worried at all. My sister is so strong. She's already been approved for grade skipping. She'll become a genin soon. I believe my sister will definitely become a very powerful ninja. I really envy that you have such a wonderful sister. You gazed longingly toward the school, then looked back at Shui. You will also become a powerful ninja someday. Alright, enough said. Let's skip the river and go practice at the small grove instead. Shui suddenly felt a pang of unease. She shook her head, trying to cast the negative thoughts out of her mind. Just the 2 of us. Of course. In a small grove near the clan grounds, Itachi and Shui were practicing. Shui took out 4 shurikens, signaled to Itachi nearby, locked his gaze on a distant target, then leaped high into the air and threw the shuriken. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the quiet forest, and the gentle sunlight was pierced by sparks from the spinning shuriken. Puffed. The sound of shuriken embedding into the target. 2 visible targets each had a shuriken lodged in their center, and even a target in a blind spot had one precisely at its core. Your turn, Itachi. Itachi nodded, drew a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and his scarlet Tutomo Sharingan meticulously recorded Shusui's movements. First, throw 2 shuriken diagonally upward with moderate force, then strike the lower part of the rear shuriken with greater force to deflect it off its original trajectory, while simultaneously hitting the front shuriken. Finally, use another shuriken to strike the lower right area near the center of the last shuriken, using its rebounding force to hit the blade of the middle shuriken, and ultimately strike the foremost shuriken. Itachi gripped his shuriken and jumped. Now, the wind through the trees recorded the boy's practice moment, and sunlight reflecting off his headband caught in Shusui's eyes. Itachi landed, and Shui stepped forward to inspect the targets. All hits, good work, Itachi. The shuriken on the 3rd target missed the bullseye, slightly lodged just outside the center. Shui didn't tell Itachi about it, and simply beckoned him over to rest. Itachi, come sit, and have some water. Itachi walked over and sat in the shade beside Shui. The 2 leaned against the tree, supporting each other as they rested. Dappled golden light filled the forest floor. Is something troubling you lately, Itachi? I'm sorry. The shadows of the forest provided a natural sanctuary for the dew where sunlight lost its usual power. Thus in the late morning, a few tiny droplets still shimmered comfortably on the blades of grass near the ground. Shui watched them. When a dewdrop fell, it would splash a tiny spray. As he counted to the 46th drop, Itachi, sitting beside him, finally spoke. Shui, why does life perish? Shui looked up at the sky. Well, I don't know. But if everyone could live with those they care about until they vanish when their descendants no longer remember them, that would surely be the best ending for life. If one cannot live with those they care about, is that a bad ending? Itachi also gazed at the sky. Not necessarily, Shui said softly. If there were a world where everyone could have a perfect ending, I would definitely strive to create it. Itachi, are you still thinking about your teammate? Shui propped himself up and asked. Yes. I keep thinking he tried so hard to let me live. What does it mean? The one who killed him could have killed me too. Why? Why didn't he end my life? Itachi lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. Sometimes I feel like he'll come back to assign me another mission, but my memories keep telling me the true meaning of death. He died right before my eyes, Shursui. He will never wake again. Yet everyone only cares about my Sharingan. Is a single life really worth less than a pair of Sharingan? The Sharingan. What lies behind the Sharingan? My little brother. Will he one day possess this power too? Itachi recalled his teammates passing over and over again. The bloodstained blade in the mysterious man's hand not only appeared hazily in his memories, but also visited his dreams vividly, making him keenly feel the fading of life. Itachi, Shursui's voice rang out. Your teammate died to protect you, didn't he? Yes. I suppose. He died with the intention of covering your retreat. For him, protecting you and completing the mission was the meaning of his life at that moment. You came back alive, so his goal was achieved. Do you think your teammate was unaware of the gap in strength between him and that killer? Itachi, it is not right to be so dispirited over this. The Sharingan is a reflection of the heart. Your Sharingan awakened because the emotions stirred by your teammate's death stimulated your eyes. It is not that a life is worth less than the Sharingan. Rather, for those who have died and disappeared, what matters more is the living and the present. Do not dwell in the shadows of the past, Itachi. Shursui stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and extended his hand to Itachi, who was sitting on the ground. Can you stand, Itachi? We've rested too long. Itachi looked up at Shursui, who was backlit by the sun, recalled his words, and reached out his hand. Yes, I can stand. Let's continue training. Shursui smiled. Thank you for still treating me as your elder brother. Last time because of, well, that incident, our heart-to-heart talk was interrupted. I was afraid you might not be able to move on. Don't think of me as so weak, Shursui. Sorry. Let's throw kunai again. The forest echoed once more with the clash of kunai. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Snow heard the sound of metal clashing and paused her shuriken throwing. Moon, do you hear something? Huh? What? Snow took Moon's hand. It sounds like someone is training. Should we go check? Isn't that inappropriate? Moon hesitated. It's fine. We'll just watch them from a distance and not disturb them. Snow quietly led Moon toward the source of the sound. Well done, Itachi. After inspecting 6 targets, Shursui sincerely praised. But Itachi's Sharingan was fixed intently on a certain bush. Come out. No need to hide. The forest remained silent. TCH. Itachi drew a kunai. The bush stirred, then a girl jumped out, pulling another girl behind her. Don't throw. We're coming out. Izumi. Itachi lowered his kunai, tilting his head in confusion. Itachi questioned, pondering why Izumi would appear here with another girl. Based on his experience, he presumed they were skipping class. You skipped class. No one answered him, so Itachi frowned. If the third Hokage finds out you're leading someone to skip class, come back with me. Still no response. You broke the silence, whispering, Yuki's sister wouldn't skip class. Huh. Itachi quickly realized. Oh, it's Yuki. Yuki didn't reply, staring into Itachi's eyes. An awkward atmosphere spread. Laughter from the side shattered the nearly frozen air. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Don't take this the wrong way, Itachi, but you've known Izumi for so long, even she can tell you and Sasuke apart, yet you can't distinguish Izumi from Yuki. Shursui laughed, patting Itachi's shoulder vigorously, nearly dislocating it. Sorry, you two really look too alike. Itachi caught Shursui's hint and promptly apologized. By the way, why are you here? Shursui changed the subject. It worked. You was immediately drawn to the new topic. She quickly explained. We were practicing shuriken nearby and heard a noise, so we came to check. Yuki nodded. Yeah. Then she opened her mouth to get angry and threatened to tell her sister. Is that so? Could you show us your shuriken skills? Maybe we can offer some guidance. Shursui interrupted Yuki's brewing anger again. Sure. Yuki, didn't you say we need to master shuriken? Yuki choked, then simmered down. Fine, please guide us, brother Shursui. Shursui pulled Itachi to set up 5 targets, then stepped back to clear the space. You stepped up first with a shuriken. Raised, aimed through. Again, aimed at the next through. After 5 throws, Shursui went to check the results. 1 bullseye, 3 near the center, 1 miss. Shursui walked beside you, praising. Your fundamentals are decent considering these targets are much farther than those at the Ninja Academy. You beamed with joy. Shursui shifted tone, but the flaws are obvious. You need to adjust your throwing stance. Lower your center of gravity, use wrist strength, not your waist. Using your waist wastes a lot of energy and easily causes the shuriken to veer off course mid-flight. Shursui took a shuriken and demonstrated on the farthest target. The shuriken hit the center precisely. You'll learn this at the Ninja Academy, but it's fine to teach you now. Shursui led you off the field and gestured for Yuki to take her place. Let's correct your stance. Yuki, your turn. Shursui winked at Itachi, mouthing, leave it to you. Itachi nodded. Yuki stepped up, squinted, and drew a shuriken. Raised, aimed through. The shuriken flew much faster than Yu's. Itachi checked the results. 3 bullseyes, 2 near the center. Yuki put her hands on her hips, expecting praise. This result was better than when her sister taught her. Itachi walked beside her, mimicking Shursui. Good, but not good enough. Huh? Has your sister taught you how to throw shuriken? Yuki grew serious. 4 times. Then you've done poorly. You are different. She hasn't undergone systematic training with your sister. Achieving this result shows her natural talent. I don't know what your first throw was like, but under your sister's training this result, I can only give you a very poor evaluation. Itachi added, you heard what Shursui said. Your fundamentals are solid and your stance has no major issues. But your weakness is obvious hesitation in your release. You take too long to aim. Although you're accurate with stationary targets against moving ones, this flaw will be magnified indefinitely. Try to release faster. I'll reposition the targets and you'll do it again. Okay. Itachi repositioned the target and gestured to Snow. Snow threw again. 3 misses, 2 outside the bullseye. Itachi reported the results mercilessly. I told you to shorten the aiming time, not to skip aiming entirely. Itachi sighed, resting his forehead. Your preparation before throwing a kunai barely lasts a single breath. Don't rush for success. Take it slowly. Let's do it again. Not far away, Shursui was guiding Moon on throwing posture. He turned back to see Itachi and Snow, one teaching earnestly, the other listening intently, and smiled softly. The morning passed quickly. Under the scorching sun, Shursui paused his instruction to Moon and called for Itachi and Snow to rest. The 4 of them each took out their packed lunches. Brother Itachi, do you usually teach Sasuke the same way? Snow asked while eating, suddenly looking up at Itachi. Well, yes, but not very often. Well then, Sasuke must be doing really well. Of course, Sasuke has great talent. Whenever Sasuke was mentioned, Itachi's smile never faded. Snow noticed this. Not far away, Shursui watched the 2 of them singing praises, almost elevating Sasuke to the heavens. Itachi was coaxed into agreeing to teach Snow and Sasuke together next time. Seeing that Itachi was about to promise for the time after next, as well, Shursui quickly jumped in to change the subject. Snow, how is your sister? Snow lifted her head proudly. My sister has awakened her Sharingan and will soon graduate to become a ninja. Then she looked at Itachi and emphasized, she'll be a ninja just like you. Itachi smiled and acknowledged. Snow was always happy when talking about her sister. Shursui noticed this, so he coaxed Snow into bringing her sister to the next training session, hoping to make their own job a little easier. To achieve this, Shursui praised Snow's sister lavishly. Snow's tail was practically pointed to the sky. Itachi interjected, Izumi's strength isn't yet suitable for the battlefield. She's not that strong. Shursui heard this and saw Snow's tail bristle, so he immediately started placating her. Snow didn't listen. Next time I'll bring my sister, and you can have a match with her. My sister is definitely not much worse than you. Itachi thought for a moment. Fine. Shursui sighed in resignation and decided to give up. After lunch, Shursui claimed they had a mission and parted ways with Snow and Moon. Moon and Snow returned to the clan compound, said goodbye to each other, and went their separate ways. Snow headed to the market to buy some medicine her mother needed. The ones at home had expired. Boss, I'd like some cold medicine. Oh, it's Snow. Is someone at home sick? No, just that the medicine expired, so Mom asked me to buy new ones. I see. Wait a moment, I'll get the latest batch. It keeps longer. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Snow watched the shopkeeper go into the back storeroom, then sat down on a chair to wait. What's he doing here? What a nuisance. Hurry, stay away from him. Snow heard the curses and insults coming from outside, and curiously poked her head out of the shop. The crowd was bustling, and Snow's short figure couldn't see the isolated person clearly. What's happening? Snow asked a passerby who was rushing away. Little girl, you'd better leave. The demon fox is in the market again. Don't get contaminated by its aura. It brings bad luck. The passerby saw Snow was a young girl, and kindly warned her before hurrying off. Demon fox. A fox. Snow didn't understand. The crowd dispersed quickly, and Snow saw the small, isolated figure in the middle. A little boy with blonde hair was arguing with a shopkeeper, his face full of grievance. The shopkeeper cursed a few times, and then slammed the door shut. The boy was both angry and upset. He lowered his head and ran off in the opposite direction. As he passed Snow, perhaps because he couldn't see clearly with his head down, he bumped into her. The boy muttered a soft apology and left. Snow looked at the water stain on her clothes. Hey, the medicine is ready, Snow. Come and get it. The pharmacy owner came out of the storeroom with 2 boxes of medicine and handed them to the dazed Snow. What's wrong, Snow? Boss, is that boy not human? Why do they call him a fox? Him. The shopkeeper glanced at the clan emblem on Snow's back and said, he is indeed a fox. Snow, you should stay away from him. He might hurt you. Snow thanked him, took the medicine, and left. Then she bought 2 skewers of dumplings and walked in the direction the boy had gone. Walking along the road out of the market, Shue soon spotted the golden-haired boy by the river. Driven by intense curiosity, she approached him. The boy heard her footsteps, but did not turn to look at her. Ahem. Hello. Shue walked up behind him deliberately, making her steps heavier. When she realized he seemed to be deliberately ignoring her, she had to clear her throat softly to initiate a conversation. Shue saw the boy turn around in surprise, his gaze sweeping over her face, and then her attire before dropping. I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? I didn't mean to bump into you. What? No. That's not why I came to find you. Alright. Do you want some dumplings? I can share one with you. Good, I caught it. Here, these are my favorite 3-colored dumplings. Shue was initially bewildered, then suddenly snapped back to reality. She hurriedly tried to explain, but in her fluster, she nearly dropped the dumplings while taking them out of the bag. The boy did not accept her gift. Thank you. But Grandpa said I shouldn't take things from strangers. Especially since I don't even know your name. Is that so? Then fine. Can I ask you? No, don't you trust me? Do you think I'm a bad person, eh? No, I don't think that. Shue took a bite from each of the dumplings in her hands, chewing as she spoke. See, chew. I'm proving it myself, chew, that I won't harm you. Then she held out a skewer to him. My name is Uchiha Shue, you can call me Shue. The boy took the skewer she offered. They're delicious, go ahead and eat. I have 2 more skewers, and if that's not enough, I have more. By the way, I heard everyone say you're a fox. Are you really a fox? Can you turn into a fox? The kind that hunts rabbits with a high-pitched cry. I've seen lots of foxes in the forest, but I've never seen one that can turn into a human. Well, I've read novels where foxes can turn into humans, and then back into foxes. Can you show me once? What does your fox form look like? Hey. Don't cry, I'm sorry. Just as Shue was excitedly sharing her thoughts and expectations about foxes turning into humans, and vice versa, she suddenly noticed the boy sitting beside her was already crying. Shue reflected on what she had done wrong. She recalled that in novels such things were usually the protagonist's secret, and asking about it so bluntly was a serious invasion of privacy. Realizing this, she felt she had been terribly unreasonable. To avoid losing a fox friend, Shue immediately decided to stand up and apologize. As she rose, the hem of her clothes was tugged by the boy's hand, then released. Shue halfway rose, then sat back down. Truth be told, she had never encountered such a situation. She first pushed all her remaining dumplings toward the boy, and when that didn't work, she simply stuffed them into his arms. His sobbing turned into wailing tears. Shue's head was about to explode. At a loss, she had no choice but to pull the boy, shorter than her, into her arms just like her mother used to comfort her, gently patting his back while soothing him. If one ignored her age and stiff posture, it might have looked exactly like a mother comforting her child. Shue felt like crying too. She had no idea what was happening, but if she cried now, no one would comfort her. Her sister wasn't around, and her mother was still at home. When the storm of tears turned into a drizzle and the shadows behind them lengthened, Shue released her embrace and hesitated, wanting to apologize again. But the boy apologized even faster than she did. Shue was confused, but she accepted his apology and didn't dare ask about the fox anymore. The boy explained his story about the fox. I don't know why everyone calls me the demon fox. If I really can turn into a fox, I'll work hard. And then I'll come find you first, okay? Sure. It's a deal. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Just call me Shue. Oh, you can call me Big Sister. Big Sister. Yes. Shue's tail perked up again. Are we friends? Do you need to confirm that to be friends? I see. Thank you. Goodbye. Naruto bid farewell to Shue and started heading back as the sun leaned westward. From a distance, Naruto turned back and shouted to Shue, the dumplings were delicious. I'll treat you to something good too. I, Uzumaki Naruto, always keep my word. Shue shouted back, I know. Thank you. Goodbye. The golden sunlight shone on the boy's golden hair, refracting a radiant joy. For Shue, Naruto was a good friend. In Shue's words, he was a stupid fox, smart but not too much, cunning but not enough. I'm not going. Sister Shue isn't going. Damn it. Think about it. Who would go climbing trees to catch birds with you at noon? Isn't catching birds fun? Not that I can say, but who would go with you at noon? Then in the afternoon? No. Tomorrow morning? No. I'm not a kid anymore. Suddenly reminded of something, Shue said to Naruto. I can't come tomorrow. On Sunday, I'm going to train with my sister. I see. Alright. Don't worry, once you're a bit older, won't we meet at school? Naruto pouted. Shue is much older than me. It's fine. Come on, I'll treat you to ramen. Really? Awesome. Easy to please. A silly fox who hasn't grown up. The next morning, Shue woke up even earlier than Quan, finished washing up, and waited for her sister. Quan helplessly patted her younger sister's head, saying she was just a flash in the pan, and hoping she could maintain such enthusiasm once she realized she had to train every day. Shue pulled Quan's hand, nearly dragging her sister down in excitement. When they arrived at the training ground outside the clan compound, the two sisters found that Itachi and his younger brother had come even earlier than them. Shue hadn't expected anyone to be more enthusiastic about training than her. Itachi, you came very early. You could have rested more on Sunday. I can help my sister train. Itachi patted his younger brother's head, saying that Sasuke was too excited and had woken up at dawn. It took a long time to soothe him back to sleep, but afterward his sleep was light. Sasuke woke up very early again, stirred by any noise. Unable to persuade him, Itachi had no choice but to bring him out early. Shue looked at the boy whom Itachi called his younger brother. He was gripping his brother's hand, clearly embarrassed, yet still wearing a cold expression, deliberately avoiding everyone's gaze. Quan smiled, praising Sasuke's pursuit and passion for becoming stronger, and encouraged him to keep up that spirit, saying he would surely become a ninja, even more outstanding than his brother. Shui immediately understood that Quan was not only encouraging Sasuke, but also subtly teasing her as an ungrateful little brat who exploited her own sister. Shui secretly pouted, glancing sideways at Sasuke, who was facing away from them. His cold expression was almost cracking under the pressure of happiness. Shui couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke immediately jumped up, his expression shattered, and angrily accused Shui of being very rude for staring at him. Not only did she stare, but she also laughed at him. Shui retorted that she hadn't. Sasuke grew angrier. Shui said that it wasn't even a secret laugh. If she had been laughing secretly, it wouldn't have been so loud. At most, she was just amused. Sasuke's expression completely collapsed. Itachi and Quan held back the two who were about to jump at each other. Just then Shui arrived. Sasuke challenged Shui to a duel. Shui looked at him in surprise and refused. You're younger than me. I don't compete with children. Are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Are you kidding me? Then why don't you dare to compete with me? Do you think I'm even worse than you? Fine, let's compete. I won't bully you. You decide the event. How about shuriken throwing? Fine, then you'd better work hard. Upon hearing that it was an event she was good at, and had recently trained, Shui immediately began to taunt him with confidence. Quan and Itachi had no objections. Shui had already set up the targets. Sasuke stepped up, held his breath, and focused, recalling the techniques his brother had taught him. Aim, throw. Repeated 3 times. Shui stepped forward to check. 15 meters bullseye, 20 meters bullseye, 25 meters hit the target. Shui clapped. Great performance, Sasuke. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be a little genius. Stop talking nonsense. Your turn. Watch closely. Shui wanted to pat Sasuke's head, but since she wasn't much taller than him, he dodged away. Shui lost her mood to tease him. She opened her ninja tool pouch, took out 3 shuriken at once, held her breath focused, and threw them all at once. 3 bullseyes. Shui happily pounced on her sister. Sister. Look, my performance is pretty good, right? Quan patted Shui's head. You've improved again, Shui. Shui turned to look at Sasuke, imitated his expression, snorted, and said in his tone, You're far behind your brother. Sasuke went off to practice, throwing in frustration, and Itachi went to comfort him. Quan flicked Shui's forehead. You went a bit too far, Shui. Go apologize to him. No. Quan activated her Sharingan and glared at her. Are you going or not? Fine. After school on Monday, Shui happily shared amusing stories from school with her older sister and mother. Quan and her mother listened attentively, occasionally bursting into laughter at Shui's accounts. Shui, after we finish eating, come take a walk with me by the lake. All right, sister. I'll bring some snacks. After bidding farewell to her mother with a small bag of biscuits in hand, Shui excitedly took her sister's hand and headed toward the lake. Sister, would you like some? They're really delicious. If they're good, eat more. I'm not hungry. Ah, such a pity. Quan hesitated, words rising but dying unspoken. Shui. About that. Shui tilted her head, regarding her sister with confusion. Have you been getting along well with a boy named Naruto lately? Huh. How did you know? He's such an enthusiastic person. He even promised me that if he could turn into a fox, he'd definitely let me see it. Would you like to see too, sister? No. Shui. Shui grew flustered. Her sister looked deeply pained. What's wrong? Is he a bad person? What's wrong, sister? There's a fox sealed inside him. Sealed? Isn't he already a fox? That fox killed father. Shui froze completely. Ads. Itachi found me today. He said the 3rd Hokage sent word through him. To be careful, lest you be harmed by him. Shui's mind swam in chaos. She didn't even notice her biscuits slipping from her fingers to the ground. Father. Dead. Because. Of him. No, not that. How could it be? The fox. How could this be? The confusion of that day surged back into Shui's mind. She remembered the sorrow and pain she had failed to understand at the time. Dead. So many people had died. It was that monster. The red monster. Red. Blood. Shui saw Naruto's face again in her mind. His warm smile, his sunlight gold hair, his boundless vitality. Shui remembered the moment Naruto had grabbed the hem of her clothes. No. Grief and terror, injustice and fury crashed over Shui all at once, while cherished memories of joy and happiness kept welling up from the depths of her heart. Shui felt as though she were riding a raging tide, being swept skyward by enormous waves, then hurled downward by fierce winds, until she imagined herself shattering into 1,000 fragments. Quan reached out to help Shui, who had collapsed to the ground, but Shui's hand slapped hers away. Pain flared across Quan's face as she looked at Shui, and saw twin crimson Tomo Sharingan eyes staring back at her, unfocused and glistening with tears. Shui, are you alright? Shui, Quan called out desperately. Shui struck out unconsciously at anyone who drew near. It was only when she came to her senses that she found her sister holding her in a tight embrace. Shui opened her mouth, but no sound came, only silent tears. The next day you watched Shui drifting through class with a vacant stare, puzzled. At noon, you couldn't find Shui for lunch either. Strange, what's wrong with Shui? Where has she gone? Several days passed before you could bear it no longer and hurried after Shui, grabbing her arm just as she was packing her bag to leave. What's wrong, Shui? What happened? You. I'm sorry. It's all right. What's the matter? You've seemed so distant these past few days. It felt like I couldn't breathe just standing behind you. Nothing. You don't want to talk about it. But if you ever run into any problems you can't handle, you must come to me, okay? I'll always help you. You decided to give Shui some space. See you tomorrow? You? Wait. Shui seized Yu's hand. What would you do if you discovered one day that you had to live with someone you absolutely detested, or even hated? Oh, does Shui have someone she likes? Or is it someone I don't like? No. I'm saying, if I had to live with that person you dislike, but there was nothing special between us, what would you do to me? I don't know. But if it's Shui, as long as you're still you would never abandon you. And what if I end up hurting you? How could Shui ever hurt me? The one who would hurt me wouldn't be you. I see. Thank you, Yu. You've been a great help. I'll treat you to dango on Friday. Huh. It's all right. I'm just glad to see Shui happy again. Days passed quietly one after another. At least that was how it seemed for Yuki. After awakening the Sharingan, even with merely a single tomo, Yuki's combat prowess had improved dramatically. This became her trump card, ensuring she could never be bested whenever she sparred with Sasuke. Sasuke would sometimes gaze enviously at the Sharingan eyes of his senior comrades who trained alongside him. He would secretly ask Yuki how she had awakened her Sharingan. Huh, why ask me? Your brother would know far better than I. They've already advanced to 3 tomo while yours remains at a single tomo. The gap is enormous. I figured I'd get the basics from you first. You only ever treat me kindly when you need something. Well, actually, I did ask my sister how she awakened her 3 tomo Sharingan, but she wouldn't tell me. What does that have to do with you sharing your experience of awakening? Yuki suddenly patted his head. I'm not telling you. Sasuke bristled. It's mostly a matter of luck and fate. You'll understand when the time comes, so don't rush. With those words, Yuki departed hastily. Sasuke, frustrated, went to train with his brother. Meanwhile, Yuki found her sister. Sister. Izumi paused mid-exercise. What's wrong, Yuki? Sister's eyes. Were they awakened because your teammates? Uchiha Yuki. I'm sorry, sister. Izumi lowered her eyes and beckoned her younger sister closer. When did you figure it out, Yuki? The day you came home with your 3 tomo Sharingan open. It wasn't until we reminded you that you realized you still had it active. And I remembered the red stains in the wash basin the next morning. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but just now it clicked. 3 days later, the news of your 2 teammates' deaths arrived. Were your eyes awakened then? You've grown quite perceptive, Yuki. Were you very sad back then? After that, you often seemed lost in thought. Izumi said nothing further. Yuki sat beside her sister in silence until the afternoon wind stilled and Itachi came looking for them. Hearing Itachi's voice, Izumi rose from beside Yuki. Don't worry, Yuki. I will grow strong enough to protect everyone I can. Sister won't leave you alone. She smiled gently. And you must keep growing stronger as well. I know. Don't feel lost about having the Sharingan. I know what you're thinking, Yuki. Come along, Yuki. It's time to rest. After finishing training with his brother, Sasuke recalled Yuki's words and approached Itachi with a question. Brother, how did you awaken your Sharingan? Do you really want the Sharingan that badly? Everyone else has it. And they've all become so strong. I want to be strong too. Aren't you already first in your class? Of course I am. Then if you truly wish to grow stronger, you must work harder. Train more diligently, and if you can graduate early, I'll be quite pleased. But brother never spends much time teaching me. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. That's because you have school to attend. You just don't want to teach me. Itachi chuckled and gently poked Sasuke's forehead. All right, I apologize, Sasuke. Next time I'll teach you properly. Sasuke pouted. Same old story. During the break, Sasuke noticed Yuki's distracted demeanor. From his experience, this was certainly abnormal. Hey Yuki, want to have a sparring match? Not now? I have a mission tomorrow. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. There was definitely something fishy going on. Just as he was about to press her, Itachi bid farewell to Yuki and Izumi, then led Sasuke away. Sasuke reluctantly allowed Itachi to lead him by the hand. Itachi dropped him off at home before hurrying away. Again came Sasuke's most boring time, sitting at home with his mother with nothing to do. Sasuke sat on the wooden steps by the garden idly playing with the kunai and shuriken his brother had given him, his thoughts drifting across various parts of Konoha. Fish in the pond swam toward him, breaking the surface with their mouths open, sending ripples spreading across the water. Sasuke's mind immediately went to Naruto. That infuriating deadlast. Why does he always come looking for trouble? Acting like an idiot every day, provoking me. Absolutely absurd. If he wants to win Sakura's affection, he should focus on improving himself first, you fool. He never trains. How does he expect to grow stronger? That idiot Naruto probably ran off to the Hokage Rock again. Where's Shisui today? Why hasn't he shown up? The fish in the pond finned and jostled over non-existent food, then slipped back beneath the surface. Shisui was dead. He died in the line of duty. Early in the morning, the Uchiha clan compound was rocked by the news. Yuki learned it from her sister. What? Brother Shursui is dead. The village says he was ambushed and killed by enemies during a mission. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Yuki. Not everyone gets a perfect ending. Brother Shursui was so strong. How powerful must his killer be? Izumi finished breakfast and left. Yuki, already a chunin, had no mood to take on missions today and could rest for the day. Normally Yuki would choose to go shopping at times like this, but she was growing increasingly disgusted with shopping. For some reason, when Yuki went shopping, she would always inexplicably be stared at with strange looks, and occasionally, she could hear abusive words directed at her. Yuki couldn't understand why. From her observation, this inexplicable malice was directed at the entire Uchiha clan. Yuki disliked this atmosphere, so she chose to stay at home. In the evening, Izumi returned home, looking very sad. Yuki threw herself into Izumi's arms, sensing her sister's sorrow, and secretly nuzzled against her. That tickles, Yuki. Big sister, don't be sad anymore. I went to see Itachi-kun today. Itachi-nii. Oh, he must be really sad, right? Did you comfort him, big sister? Itachi-kun. He has become different. Yuki tilted her head, indicating she didn't understand. When I arrived, Itachi got into a conflict with other clan members. He directly activated his Sharingan to warn them, and even used a kanai. Did they insult Itachi-nii? Yuki clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. They're not as strong as Itachi-nii, so they talk behind his back. How useless. No. If it were just that, I wouldn't be sad. Itachi-kun doesn't usually act like this. Itachi-kun seems to have changed ever since he learned of Shursui's death. Yuki stood on tiptoe and secretly patted Izumi's head, pretending she was the older sister. Oh, little Izumi, don't be sad. Itachi-nii is just too heartbroken. You need to give him some time. Yuki thought for a moment, then clapped her hands. Hey, how about this? Big sister allows you not to accompany me to see Itachi-nii these days. I'll give you a mission. Cheer up, Itachi-nii. Don't worry about weekend training. Izumi laughed and pinched Yuki's cheek. Is it your turn to lecture me now, eh? Stop pinching my face, big sister. It'll get bigger. It's ugly. Here, eat this. Every Thursday, I buy you dango, and the dango shop owner keeps a few skewers for me every week. I feel so embarrassed. Big sister didn't forget. Great. Meanwhile, Itachi and his father were confronting each other. That doesn't justify attempting to overthrow by force. Uchiha Itachi, don't forget your identity. Fugaku shouted angrily, his back to Itachi. Itachi saw his father's fists clench. The village's upper echelons fear us. Since they fear us, then we must take power ourselves. Itachi clenched his fists in frustration. Fugaku turned around, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Look. If we wish. The Jinchuriki was captured, the seal undone. The Nine Tails was released, its immense power destroying everything that dared to oppose it. As long as we obtain the Nine Tails, as long as we still possess the Sharingan. With the overwhelming advantage of the Nine Tails' power, the Uchiha clan easily achieved revolutionary victory. After that, no one will ostracize us, no one will slander us. Itachi saw Konoha devastated with casualties, his clothes and hair soaked with cold sweat. He felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. This was his father showing him the power of the Mangekyo. Itachi knew this well. He too possessed the Mangekyo. It was also his father using his power to coerce him into accepting the Uchiha's fate. More mature experience in using the Mangekyo, more seasoned combat skills. Father, he was forcing me to choose sides. Fugaku glanced back at Itachi, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued, but this way both sides will surely suffer heavy casualties. However, Itachi, as long as you are here. Itachi composed himself and looked up at his father's back. The room was dimly lit, his father's shadow covered his face, only the Sharingan on one side of his face faintly glowed. As long as you are here, you can take the upper echelons by surprise and control them. Although small-scale fighting cannot be avoided, as long as you, a member of the Umbu, lend your aid. Fugaku turned around, his sharp Mangekyo fixed on the space behind Itachi, as if seeing the success of the Uchiha revolution in the shadows behind Itachi. A bloodless revolution can succeed. Bloodless revolution. Itachi murmured. Itachi, you are my son. I implore you, help the clan. The light in the Hokage's office stung Itachi's eyes. So Itachi, as a member of Konoha, tell us about the Uchiha clan's intelligence. Beneath the light sat the third Hokage and the three Hokage advisors, their bodies reflecting a ghastly white glow. Itachi, who had long walked in darkness, could not look directly at them. Yes. The Uchiha clan has decided to stage a coup in Konoha. As soon as the words were spoken, an elder with a bandage over his right eye, seated at the far right of the Hokage, spoke. Then the situation is already critical. We must strike before they act. The third Hokage, seated on the left, immediately retorted. The Uchiha are former comrades. I wish to resolve this through dialogue, not resort to force. I will think of a countermeasure. Itachi, you may leave. Yes. Itachi left the Hokage's office and headed to the meeting point arranged with Elder Danzo. Dark clouds shrouded the moonlight, making the world below even darker. By the time Itachi arrived, Elder Danzo had already been waiting for some time, leaning on his cane. "You've come, Itachi. I am pleased to see you. It seems you are still Konoha's Uchiha, Itachi." Itachi lowered his gaze and did not reply. Danzo snorted, "Don't be fooled by the third Hokage's fine words. When it comes down to it, he will still choose to protect Konoha. As a member of Konoha, I hope you will make a choice. Stand with the Uchiha in the rebellion and perish with your family." Danzo paused, observing Itachi's expression, then continued slowly. "Or stand with Konoha, and before the revolt spare only your younger brother, and assist in wiping out the Uchiha clan." Itachi suddenly lifted his head. Danzo noticed the change. "To protect the village, we must suppress this matter before chaos erupts no matter what." The sound of the cane tapping the ground echoed in the empty space. Neither heavy nor light, yet it struck heavily against Itachi's heart, making it hard to breathe. The only shinobi capable of bearing this heavy responsibility is the double agent of both the Uchiha and Konoha, Itachi. Danzo's tone shifted, filled with expectation and solemnity. "No one else can do it. Then, are you willing to accept this mission?" Lightning flickered restlessly within the dark clouds, suddenly bursting forth. Its radiance illuminated Itachi and Danzo for an instant, along with the two ferocious giant Buddha statues behind them. "Please allow me some time to think, Elder Danzo. I hope you will consider the greater good. We wish to minimize the village's losses. This is our only recourse." Danzo turned and left. The sounds of his wooden clogs and cane gradually faded. "Itachi, you must understand, facing the village's assault, the Uchiha have no means of self-defense. Think of your clansmen. You know their strength." Danzo did not stop. His words, carried by the receding footsteps, seeped into Itachi's mind. Itachi stood for a long time beneath the two Buddha statues. Many days later, Izumi still had not seen Itachi. He had even missed their weekend training. When Izumi went to find him, Itachi's mother told her that he refused to see anyone. Izumi could see that Mikoto was deeply worried. She could tell Itachi's state from his mother's haggard face. Mikoto grasped Izumi's hand, asking her to persuade Itachi. The meals she left outside his door were often untouched, and he had been working for days without rest. "I understand. If possible, I will try to talk to him." When Yuki came home and asked Izumi about Itachi, Izumi told her that she had spent the entire day at Itachi's house. Sasuke's glare had practically bored 2 holes into her, but Itachi had not returned home all day. Izumi said dejectedly that she had not expected Shirsue's death to affect Itachi so profoundly, as she did not know when he would recover. Izumi could not even find Itachi to talk to him face to face. Yuki felt sad. The Itachi-nii who always smiled at her was gone. Now Itachi-nii had been robbed of his reason by grief and swallowed into a vortex of numbness. Yuki thought that perhaps Itachi-nii needed more time until he was willing to communicate with others. Yuki noticed that her older sister had been distracted lately, often lost in thought while doing things, and sometimes sitting alone in her room for long periods of time. It was only when their mother or Yuki called out that Izumi would suddenly snap back to reality. "Sis. Oh, what is it? Mom wants you to come eat. Why are you sitting in your room again?" "Sorry. Let's go. Let's go eat." Yuki knew the reason behind her sister's transformation. After much deliberation, she decided to personally confront Itachi to resolve the issue. If she didn't act soon, her sister might succumb to excessive sorrow before Itachi could emerge from his own pain. On the way to the clan head's residence, Yuki kept pumping herself up. She had rarely visited the clan head's home aside from a few important events, and Sasuke had never once invited her over. The greatest challenge for Yuki was the possibility of encountering the clan head. Fugaku. He was the clan head, the most powerful member of the Uchiha clan. After walking down one street and turning twice more, Yuki finally dawdled her way to the entrance of the clan head's residence. She raised her hand to knock, then lowered it, raised it again, and lowered it once more. Thus a half-grown girl appeared suspiciously at the clan head's doorstep, repeatedly greeting the door. As the sun climbed overhead and noon arrived, Mikoto prepared to venture out to deliver lunch to Fugaku. The moment she opened the door, she spotted Yuki standing at the entrance, hesitantly about to knock, only to be startled and leap entirely onto the wall across the alley. When Yuki steadied herself and jumped down from the wall, she felt that the ninja world would make no difference whether she existed in it or not. Perhaps she should simply vanish from it altogether. "Are you Izumi?" No, I'm not. I'm her younger sister. My name is Uchiha Yuki." So awkward. She wanted to die. Yuki's fingers were nearly twisted off behind her back. "Yuki, I'm sorry to have startled you. Is there something you need?" Actually nothing much." "Really? Then who was it just trying to knock?" Mikoto watched her with a smile, and Yuki felt her meticulously practiced polite expression was about to crack. "Actually, I wanted to ask if Itachi is home." Yuki dashed off those words at an astonishing speed. "Itachi? He's been in better spirits lately, but he's not here right now. I'm sorry, you might want to look for him elsewhere." "Sasuke, it's your Yuki One-chan. I've told you a million times she's not my Yuki One-chan." Sasuke's resentful voice drifted from inside the house, followed by a thumping sound as he ran out, only to slow down just before reaching them. Oh, what are you doing here? My brother's gone out. Do you need something from him? Sasuke leaned against the doorway, arms crossed regarding her. Mikoto tapped him on the head and Sasuke clutched his scalp. That hurts. Mom, show some manners, Sasuke. I'm sorry about this, Mikoto said, nodding apologetically toward Yuki. My Sasuke has been rather undisciplined lately. He doesn't usually behave like this. It's fine. I'm used to it by now. Yuki relaxed. The clan head wasn't home, and the mother before her seemed kind and approachable, which made communication much easier. Mom, she's only slightly stronger than me. And she's impolite too. Mikoto pinched his cheek. She's hardly impolite. She waited quite a while at our doorstep without knocking, afraid of disturbing us. Isn't that more polite than what you just did him? Mom. Just as Yuki had let her guard down, it was yanked up and whipped all over again. Yuki bid farewell to both of them and set off toward places she thought Itachi might be. Mikoto still wanted to inquire about the condition of Yuki's sister, but she could read the embarrassment and restless shifting of Yuki's feet and immediately understood what she was thinking. Itachi, perhaps you could try the dango shop. He sometimes stops by on his way home and brings some for Sasuke. Oh, thank you so much. Goodbye. Yuki abandoned her plan to search for Itachi at the training grounds outside the clan compound. Gratefully thanking Itachi's mother, she headed toward the dango shop in the village. She had traveled this route countless times. Yuki was certain that among those who knew the path, well, she ranked third, second only to her sister, and no one dared claim first place. After rounding the corner at the end of the street, Yuki glanced back to confirm Mikoto couldn't see her, then bounded onto the rooftop to speed up her journey. Soon the fluttering banner of the dango shop came into view before her eyes. For the owner of the dumpling shop, today was a rare moment of relaxation. As a beloved snack in the village, the shop was usually in a constant state of busyness, often selling out everything before closing time. Only on Thursdays and Fridays would a girl and a boy come to pick up their dumplings separately, delaying the closing time slightly. And now the dumpling shop owner sat comfortably behind the counter with just one main lamp on, reading today's newspaper, occasionally lifting the steaming cup of tea before him for a small sip. Oh, what a pleasant day. It's strange. Business has been a bit slow lately, yet I don't see any new snack shops opening up in the newspaper. But it didn't matter. Boss. Oh, someone's here. The boss poked his head out from behind the newspaper and looked down to see Shui. Oh, is that you, Shui? Here to buy dumplings? No. I wanted to ask if you've seen a handsome boy today, a bit older than me, also from the Uchiha clan. Do you mean Uchiha Itachi? Oh, you know him, boss. He often comes here to buy dumplings. If you know him, how could you not know this? Shui was taken aback, then remembered Itachi's hobbies and what Mikoto had just told her. Anyway, have you seen him today? The boss lifted the newspaper again and hid behind it. No, he hasn't been here for a long time. How can that be? Boss, do you know where he went? I don't know. Shui felt something shift in the boss's attitude, something inexplicable. She had lost her appetite for dumplings anyway. All right, thank you, goodbye. Shui waved at the newspaper, then turned and leaped onto the rooftop. A long sigh came from behind the newspaper. Standing on the roof, Shui surveyed Konoha, pondering where brother Itachi might have gone. After searching without finding him, she decided to return home and continue the search the next day. Moonlight in the forest was filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of brightness across Itachi's body. Not far away, space distorted, forming a vortex. From it emerged a long-haired man wearing a mask and carrying a long sword. Hey! The man turned, and a faint red glow flickered from his right eye beneath the mask. I need to ask you for a favor. The next day, Shui set out again to find Mikoto, but today everyone except her had gone out. Sitting gloomily at home, Shui found even her mother's cooking unappetizing. Her elder sister was working at the police force, leaving only Shui and her mother at home. There are your favorite dishes today? No appetite. Yes, mother, something's been on my mind lately. Take care of yourself. Don't let emotions disrupt the rhythm and quality of your life. I understand, thank you, mother. Though she said this after finishing her meal, Shui slumped dejectedly over her desk, idly playing with her red hairpin. No. Shui suddenly stood up. I'm going out of the village to find him at the forest training ground. I refuse to believe he's just gone on a mission and won't come back. Shui made her decision, grabbed her forehead protector, and put on the necklace her sister had given her. Mother, I'll be back late tonight. Understood. Be careful, remember to buy something to eat so you don't go hungry and don't get hurt. Yes, I know. Shui prepared her village exit permit and left the village in the afternoon. At dusk, Itachi stood before the entrance of the Uchiha district, holding a mask in one hand and a short blade in the other. As the sky gradually darkened, Itachi lowered his gaze and put on the mask. Crimson points of light appeared at the mask's eye slits. Without hesitation, Itachi's Sharingan flashed with merciless intent. The wind blew through the tree branches, carrying down 2 leaves one before the other. The wind swept past Itachi. The first leaf landed on his body, while the second, accompanied by the dispersing breeze, passed through his afterimage and settled on the ground. The nearby security force headquarters remained brightly lit. A vortex abruptly appeared at the entrance, and from within it emerged a masked man carrying a long sword. He possessed the same Sharingan as Itachi, his gaze cold and indifferent. In the forest outside the village, Shui searched for traces of you. Yet her mind often wandered. Whenever she spotted a beautiful cherry blossom, she would stealthily pick a petal and tuck it into her ninja tool pouch. Before long she arrived at the training ground they often frequented. Shui's voice echoed through the woods. You. Are you here? You. Is anyone there? Soon she had scoured every corner of the training ground, and her throat grew hoarse. Damn it. If I ever find that guy, I'll make him pay. I've wasted so much time looking for him, yet he dashes out every dawn. Does the Umbu really require him to leave so early? Every day I can't find him, even when there's something important. Honestly, I think my sister doesn't need to worry about him at all. Just thinking about it makes me so annoyed. Shui shouted one last time in frustration. You bastard. Where the hell have you gone? Birds scattered from the forest, their wings catching the glint of the evening sun. Shui found a dead log to rest on in the training ground, gazing at the targets piled nearby, reminiscing about their training sessions. Those two stumps over there were burned through when Jishui demonstrated his fire release. They nearly started a forest fire that day, and it took them quite a while to extinguish the blazing flames. She remembered Jishui apologetically treating them to a meal. Her sister's shuriken often left scars on the trees, and few trees in this area were free of shuriken marks. Zuoju's kunai was still stuck in the target, on the outermost ring no less. He was too embarrassed to retrieve it. As for Yu's, never mind, she didn't want to think about him. Shui smiled faintly at these memories, then felt a pang of sorrow thinking that Jishui would never share a meal with them again. Brushing the dust off her clothes, she glanced at the moon rising in the east and set off on the path back to the village. Under the same moon, a vastly different scene unfolded. The night guard station was being slaughtered. Screams and cries for help pierced the darkness, and crimson blood dripped from the masked man's blade. Who are you, Shill? Night has fallen. Disappear quietly. After clearing the guard station, the masked man avoided the writhing blood snakes and several eyeless corpses, then descended the stairs preparing to leave. A shuriken shot from the shadows near the guard station's entrance, passing through the masked man's body and embedding itself in the wall. He looked up and saw Quan's Sharingan filled with fear. Oh, 3 Tomo. Fine eyes. What? How is this possible? Quan instantly realized that the masked man before her was not someone she could kill. She turned to flee. A crisp clatter of chains rang out, wrapping around her body and binding her tightly. Quan struggled in terror, the thick stench of blood and the lifeless corpses reminding her of the Nine-Tails rampage years ago. The fear and grief of that night flooded her mind, almost paralyzing her thoughts. With Shui not by her side, Quan wept softly. She also remembered who had saved her that night. Then let him decide your fate. A swirl appeared, and Quan vanished with the masked man from the guard station's entrance. The night sky closed again, darkness shrouding the guard station, leaving only blood to run rampant. Shui could hardly believe her eyes. The once peaceful streets were engulfed in raging flames, corpses and blood strewn across the entire clan compound. Shui felt her limbs turn cold and her vision darken. Forcing herself to stay conscious, she trembled as she hurried home. Please, no, it can't be. Mother, wait for me. I'm almost there. Just give me a little more time. Shui's home door was open. The moment she realized this, she nearly collapsed. No, it's just a coincidence, mother, it's just. Shui stepped inside and was hit by a strong metallic smell. A wave of nausea surged from her stomach. She leaned against the doorframe and vomited. She lacked the courage to take another step forward. She didn't know how she managed to enter the living room, saw her mother's lifeless form, and couldn't bear to look again. On the table lay a meal specially prepared for her, stained with red. She lost her footing, fell to her knees, and vomited once more, the memory of that night flooding back. Grief nearly crushed her consciousness, leaving no outlet for her anger. Her Sharingan had already activated unconsciously, with 3 Tomos swirling within. Shui knelt on the ground, crying, utterly unable to lift her head. Suddenly she remembered that her sister wasn't home tonight. She snapped her head up, instinctively avoiding her mother's direction. She rushed to her room, grabbed her short blade, and dashed out to find her sister. She didn't dare to look at her mother even once. I'm going out. Taking a deep breath, she stood at the door and said loudly, I won't get hurt, so don't worry. Fugaka stood on the street, calmly, watching the figures approach from the distance. Itachi halted his sprint a short distance away, his gaze sharp and wary as he watched his father. Bloodstains pooled around Itachi. He had deliberately avoided the direction of his home, for he knew from the very beginning that his greatest enemy was his own father. If he had chosen to confront his father from the start, he could not have been certain of victory. So beforehand, he chose to whittle down the Uchiha's fighting strength. Even if he failed in a direct confrontation with his father, he could at least delay, or completely dismantle, the Uchiha's revolutionary plan. Itachi tightened his grip on his blade. Perhaps it was not self-delusion after all. He was simply more afraid of facing his father, more terrified of his father's questioning of his mother's tears. Itachi, tell me, what lies at the end of this slaughter? I once showed you the clan's future. Do you wish for me to see a different outcome? The street beneath Fugaka's feet bore no bloodstains. From Itachi's perspective, that same stretch of road appeared peaceful and undisturbed, as though completely disconnected from the catastrophe of this night. Itachi's Sharingan evolved into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Behold, this is the future I saw for the village for our clan. Fugaku's Sharingan deactivated, and his eyes fell. I see. Sasuke then. Fugaku dissolved into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Itachi wiped the blood from his face and made one final check of his weapons and armor. A shadow clone. He vaulted onto the wall and hurried toward his home, where he would bring this massacre to its end. Perched upon the rooftop of his own house, Itachi employed every infiltration technique he had ever mastered. Itachi crept silently toward his father's bedroom. The vast house was dark save for the dim yellow glow emanating from that single room. As he drew near, Fugaku's voice rang out from the chamber just beyond the bedroom. Here. The voice was steady, laced with a sense of resignation. No traps. Come in. Itachi approached warily and gently pushed the door open. The aged wooden door creaked softly. Moonlight through the window illuminated the room. His father and mother knelt side by side in the center, their backs turned to him. I will not murder my own son. Fugaku kept his head bowed, his expression unreadable. Mikoto lifted her gaze, battling back the tears in her eyes. So you've chosen their side. Itachi opened his mouth to explain, but the words caught in his throat. Father Madara. Mikoto cut him off. We know, Itachi. Fugaku spoke. Itachi, grant me one final request. Yes. Sasuke, I entrust him to your care. I understand. Itachi could no longer hold back his tears. His blade clutched tightly in his hand, trembled faintly. Do not fear. This is the path you chose yourself. Compared to what you must endure, our suffering lasts only a moment. Even though our convictions differed, we are proud of you. Fugaku's voice, never before soft, grew gentle. You are truly a kind and good child. Sasuke ran toward home in sheer terror. He had never experienced anything like this. In that moment, the only thought that sustained him was finding his father, his mother, and his brother, and seeking their protection. He held on to that thought until he reached the only door in the house showing any sign of life. He could not believe it was his own brother who had killed their parents. So he roared in fury. Why? Why? Sasuke drew shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and his hands, shaking, hurled them at Itachi. Itachi glanced up at Sasuke, casually deflected the projectiles aside, and then vanished in a flash of speed. Sasuke chased after him without hesitation. The masked man had waited at the rendezvous point for what felt like an eternity, long enough for him to close his eyes and rest. He sensed Itachi's chakra approaching and rose to his feet. Is it done? Yes. Thank you. Humph. Just remember your agreement with me. By the way, there's one more here. You decide what to do with her. A spatial vortex swirled open and the bound Kiwa collapsed to the ground. She opened her eyes and saw Itachi immediately. Run. Itachi, he's dangerous. Run, she cried out urgently. The masked man swung his chain and tossed Kiwa down before Itachi. Itachi silently raised his head, locking eyes with the masked man. Hurry up and do it. Someone's coming. She is not part of what I was sent to handle. That is your task. Itachi untied the chains binding Izumi, who stared at him in bewilderment. Itachi, you. I'm sorry. Itachi activated his Sharingan and wove a Jinjutsu, revealing the truth to her. Izumi suddenly lost all strength and collapsed into Itachi's arms, resting her head against his shoulder. I'm sorry. Itachi's hands trembled as he drove the sword into Izumi's heart, the blade piercing deeper into her body and into his own soul. Izumi coughed up a stream of blood, staining Itachi's shoulder crimson. His right hand was drenched in the warm blood, its heat nearly burning him. His vision blurred as tears soaked through her shoulder. It's all right, Itachi. Izumi forced out a single sentence. From the corner of her fading eye, she caught sight of Snow nearby. Uchiha Yuki. Snow cried out in fury. Faster. Give me a little more time. I'm almost there, sister. Don't die, please don't die. Itachi, please spare my sister. Izumi rasped, feeling her limbs turn ice cold. Time was running out. Itachi remained silent, his Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Tsukuyami. After casting the illusion, Itachi's strength failed him completely, and Izumi's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, her hair stained dark with blood. Sister. Uchiha Yuki moved with unnatural speed, reaching them faster than she ever had before. The masked man, watching from the sidelines, glanced up, sensing the restless chakra in the air and the swelling ocular power erupting from the terrified girl. Interesting. I can eliminate her for you, but those Sharingan eyes are mine. Before his words had even finished, the masked man had already appeared before Yuki, and he had seen the pattern of her Mangekyo. 5 interlocking circles, each intersection stained crimson, with only the central convergence forming a dark pupil, a shattered sakura blossom. Blood streamed from Yuki's eyes as her rage poured out without restraint. If only she'd had a little more time. Her sister wouldn't have died. If only she'd been faster, she surely could have saved her. Absolutely. Get away. Yuki lunged at the masked man in a frenzy, but her entire body passed straight through his. Fine eyes. I'll take them. The masked man drew his blade to end the fight, but suddenly found himself completely paralyzed. What's happening? This can't be. Yuki tore open her ninja tool pouch, and pink sakura petals drifted from within. Gripping a kunai, she struck toward the masked man's neck, her Mangekyo power radiating across the entire area. Is this her Mangekyo ability? Damn it, I was careless. To his shock, Yuki's attack once again passed straight through the masked man's body. Yuki attacked wildly in a rage, but she could not scratch him even once. The masked man's initial alarm gradually eased. He realized he could not deactivate his intangibility, but he also didn't need to expend any chakra to maintain it. He couldn't move within the range of Yuki's ocular power, yet she could not harm him in his intangible state either. Yuki quickly recognized the situation and turned her attack toward Itachi instead. As Yuki moved away, the masked man's body returned to normal, and he immediately sensed a large group of ninjas approaching. The weakened Itachi watched Yuki charging toward him, a short sword in hand, her face streaked with blood, and offered a faint resigned smile. The masked man appeared beside him and vanished with him. Uchiha Itachi. Yuki watched Itachi disappear before her eyes, utterly powerless to stop them from leaving. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Trembling, Yuki approached her sister and saw the pallor of severe blood loss on her face, the wound from the short sword piercing her chest. Her sister's once pure white hair ornament had been dyed crimson by the blood behind her. Yuki embraced her sister, remembering how she had always comforted her when she cried. Tears overwhelmed her reason. Yuki held her sister and wept silently, her mouth opening, but no sound escaping. Sakura petals from the ninja tool pouch drifted into the pool of blood. Through her blurred, tear-filled eyes, she saw the blood-soaked sakura floating in the crimson pool and remembered her sister's words. Yuki probably doesn't know, but there are many colors of sakura. Pink ones are common in the fire country, but red ones grow near its borders too. And they say there are white sakura even in the water country. Wow, really? White sakura? That's the same color as sister's hair ornament. Yuki looked at her sister's ornament, now stained red. Like a single sakura blossom blooming upon her sister's head. The small white cat paw charm on her necklace had been dyed red by the blood, tangled into a messy red clump, no longer recognizable as anything at all. Danzo-sama, the number of corpses is off. What? 2 root members followed behind Danzo, and one of them reported to him. Several have inexplicably disappeared, and many corpses have lost their eyes. Danzo was startled, keenly sensing something amiss with the other root member. Beneath the mask of the other root member lay the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. Our pact is fulfilled. If you dare lay a hand on Sasuke, I will immediately leak all of the village's secrets to enemy nations. Are you ignoring the presence of the root's sensory ninja? Why wasn't Uchiha Yuki eliminated? My chakra is running low. This operation consumed an enormous amount. If you mean to leave her to me to dispose of? After this incident, if another Uchiha dies, do you think the village's reputation won't be threatened? Her will of fire is extremely strong. If properly utilized, she could become a great asset to the village. Leaving those words behind, Itachi dissolved into countless crows and vanished. You bastard. Are the assigned ninja ready? Yes, they have already departed and are now lying in ambush on the road out of the village. You already know the intel. This is your only chance. Yes, Danzo-sama. The other root beside Danzo dissolved into smoke and disappeared. Sunlight streamed into Sasuke's hospital room through the window. Stirred by the light, Sasuke opened his eyes. A fierce headache assailed him, and scenes that Itachi had forced him to see flickered before his eyes. A scream erupted from the ward, drawing several nurses inside. After the examination and an injection of sedative, the third Hokage asked the doctor who stepped out of the room, "How is his condition?" "He needs rest. His mind has been ravaged by Jinjutsu and will require time to recover." "I see, thank you." "You're welcome, Lord Third." The doctor left, and the third Hokage turned to the Umbu who had just arrived. "Any news on Uchiha Yuki and Uchiha Izumi?" "Not yet, but based on the scene, all blood traces belong to Uchiha Izumi. The amount of blood loss meets the criteria for death. No traces of Uchiha Yuki's blood were found." "Is that so? Uchiha Yuki the sole survivor of this catastrophe besides him. Why didn't Itachi mention you to me? Where are you now?" Meanwhile, a loud crash echoed from the root's office. The sound of Danzo smashing his cup. "You're telling me that Uchiha Itachi with no chakra left still killed 2 root members, and then escaped right under the noses of you 6 incompetent fools?" "Yes, Danzo-sama. It was our failure. Hot trash. All of you are trash. Go report for punishment." In a rage, Danzo swept the documents off the table with a slap. "Yes, Danzo-sama. Team leader, stay. Report the battle details." "Yes." The root team leader reported the battle to a calm Danzo, producing a charred branch from the scene to prove that Uchiha Itachi's chakra was not completely depleted. "My lord, based on the battle situation, we unanimously believe that Uchiha Itachi still had reserves. You may leave now." "Yes." The office door opened and closed. Candlelight faintly illuminated Danzo's profile. "No chakra. You just didn't want to kill." Naruto came to school early this morning and was surprised to see that Sasuke was absent. Ha, finally it's my turn to mock him. Naruto thought cheerfully. The classroom buzzed with noise until Iruka-sensei entered. Naruto tried to catch what they were saying, repeatedly overhearing words like Uchiha, death, and survivor. But whenever he approached, the chatter instantly ceased. Iruka-sensei tapped the podium, announced the disaster that had befallen the Uchiha clan, informed everyone that Sasuke would not be attending school today, and warned them not to bring up the matter in front of Sasuke. Naruto hadn't expected such an outcome. Sasuke lay in the hospital ward until afternoon before waking up. A nurse urged him not to grieve, mentioning that another survivor was still being searched for. Sasuke grabbed the nurse's sleeve in agitation. Who else is still alive? It's me. A girl's voice came from beside the window. Yuki had changed into another outfit and styled her hair like her sister's. The hairpin atop her head, like a snow-white butterfly, gently alighted upon the ruins of sorrow. The nurse quietly left the room. Zuizhu pushed aside the quilt, leaped off the bed in a rush, and threw himself into Shue's arms. Shue held Zuizhu in her arms and gently patted his back. I'm sorry, Zuizhu, I must apologize to you. Why, Shue? I must admit, when I learned you were still alive, I had thoughts of killing you. I thought for a long time. After I laid my sister to rest, I prepared for a long time to kill you. I thought your brother still loved you, and I was furious that he had taken away the person I loved, so I wanted to take away the person he loved to retaliate. He is not my brother anymore. I know. He is not my brother anymore either. I went to your house and saw your parents' state, and I also read the doctor's report on your injuries. I discovered that you suffered no less than I did. And besides, in the fact that he didn't kill you, he didn't kill me, either did he yet. I'm sorry, Zuizhu, for taking so long to come to you. Zuizhu was already sobbing uncontrollably in Shue's arms. Shue gently lifted Zuizhu and softly placed him on the hospital bed. Shue, I'm here. Can I call you sister? Shue smiled, and Zuizhu seemed to see Sister Quan's smile, soft, warm, like flowers blooming in spring. Of course, Zuizhu. This is the best birthday gift I've received today. The scent of cherry blossoms on Shue enveloped Zuizhu, different from the faint fragrance of Sister Quan. This was also the reason Zuizhu recognized her the moment he threw himself into her arms. Shue had no scent, but her scent was very pleasant. Zuizhu fell into a deep sleep. Shue sat beside Zuizhu's bed for a while, coaxing him to sleep. A voice came from outside the ward. Uchiha Shue, Lord, 3rd Hokage requests your presence. Shue lowered her gaze. I'll go to the Hokage's office to see him shortly. Yuenfei Risen stared at the person before him, who was completely different from the intelligence reports, and fell into thought. Are you Uchiha Shue? Yes, Lord Hokage. I'm sorry for what happened to your clan. I hope you can keep a steady mind. If you have any troubles you can't resolve, you are welcome to come to me. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Then what about your sister's body? Annoyance rose in Shue's heart, but her face showed no expression. I buried her myself, Lord Hokage. I gave her a proper burial. Shue's tone was stiff, and Risen could tell she didn't want to discuss the topic further. Is that so? That's good. I was just hoping she could be buried with the Uchiha clan in. Shue interrupted him. No, that won't be necessary. This was my sister's personal request. I have already buried her. Yuenfei Risen fell silent and decided to change the subject. Then have you made any progress in your strength? Shue activated her 3-tomo Sharingan. 3-tomo. I'll process your special Jonin paperwork. As for becoming a full Jonin, you'll need to work hard on missions to achieve that. Risen pulled out a special Jonin appointment letter from his drawer and wrote down the name Uchiha Shue. Of course, I believe you have the strength of a Jonin, but you need to complete a few missions to gain recognition. You can rest at home for a few days and take care of your personal affairs. The village will provide you with a subsidy. Yes, thank you, Lord Hokage. Risen put down his pen and looked at Shue's Sharingan. The village is still on the path of development. The safety of Konoha cannot afford to lose you. I will carry on the will of fire and walk forward steadfastly. Risen nodded with satisfaction and pulled out a check. One more thing. Zuizhu, I entrust him to you. Zuizhu opened his eyes. It was already evening. The slanting rays of the setting sun fell on the hospital curtain, shattering into golden streams that gilded the ward. Shue was still in the ward taking care of him. Awake. How do you feel? Much better. Is that so? Shue sat down by Zuizhu's bed. Zuizhu, what is it? Do you want to live alone or live with me? Are you going to abandon me, sister? Of course not. I just thought you might not want to be with me. Zuizhu interrupted her, throwing himself into Shue's arms. Don't leave me alone. Okay, still just a child after all. Yuki reorganized her home, once more packing belongings from her own room and her parents' room into storage. She then took Sasuke back to his former home to gather and pack what he needed before moving everything into her room. Yuki moved into her sister's room, filling it entirely with her own necessities, while leaving every one of her sister's possessions untouched. By the time Yuki finished all the preparations, 2 days had passed. The day Sasuke was officially discharged from the hospital and moved into her home. Yuki stepped outside to order a huge cake. Right, welcome Sasuke, and cream on top, and load it with fruit. Certainly. Anything else? No, that's all. How much? I'm sorry for what happened to your family. Consider this cake my gift to you. I hope you can rebuild your life, Quan. Thank you. As Yuki was about to leave, she placed the money on the counter and gazed absent-mindedly down the path home. It was time to pick up Sasuke. A wave of dizziness overcame Yuki, and after steadying herself, she set off toward the hospital. Her sister must have walked this same path, spoken with these same people, shopped at these very stores. Uchiha Quan. Yuki looked up, straining to focus, and recognized the person calling her. It was the owner of the dango shop. I saved a portion for you today. Would you still like it? Yuki paused and nodded. She recalled her sister's words. She bought dango every Thursday. The shop owner always saved a few skewers for me, and I always felt so embarrassed. Was it already Thursday? She accepted the dango from the owner, paid, and thought to herself, I should share some with Sasuke. Sasuke had been too impatient to wait for his discharge. He had been lingering at the hospital reception since the afternoon, eagerly awaiting Yuki's arrival. When he saw her walk through the front doors, he rushed straight into her arms. Yuki was startled, and only then gently pulled him away from her embrace. Be careful, Sasuke. Don't run so fast. Why are you so late, sister? I've been waiting forever. Sasuke puffed his cheeks in annoyance. Yuki pinched his face, but he swatted her hand away angrily. She then took out the tricolor dango from her bag and offered it to him. Don't pinch my face, it'll get bigger. Sorry. Do you like tricolor dango, Sasuke? It's alright. Sasuke took the dango and bit into it gently, only to realize his anger had been smoothly sidetracked. By the time he remembered to be upset, Yuki had already gone to the front desk to complete his discharge paperwork. By the time Yuki held the discharge certificate and led Sasuke home, he had already forgotten he was angry. Does sister always coax me like this? So in sister's eyes I'm such a handful. Yuki's grip on Sasuke's hand gradually tightened. Sasuke, chewing his dango, glanced up at Yuki's distant expression and said nothing. I've put your slippers by the shoe rack. Your room is on the second floor, the one at the very end. Sasuke seemed slightly nervous, and Yuki patted his head. Don't worry. From now on, this is your home too. Yuki switched on the living room light, and the cake on the table radiated a warm, sweet glow. This welcome ceremony is specially prepared for you. Do you like it? Yuki led Sasuke by the hand toward the table, a faint smile on her lips as she lowered her gaze tenderly. So, welcome home, Sasuke. In a single night, they had become alone. Death had torn their family in two, one half bathed in sunlight, the other half buried in dust. Vivid lives had departed, leaving behind only two bleeding souls. Yuki bound those two souls together so they could tend each other's wounds and comfort each other's weeping hearts. Make a wish, Sasuke. Yuki lit the candles, dimmed the lights, and covered Sasuke's mouth in advance. Don't say it out loud, or it won't come true. Yuki left the sentence unfinished. Sasuke laughed. I know. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Yuki and Sasuke each made their silent wishes. Sasuke blew out the candles first. Yuki playfully smacked his head. You blew them out. Now how am I supposed to turn on the lights? Huh. Oh. After fumbling in the dark to switch on the light, Yuki picked up the cake knife, paused for a moment, and slyly dabbed a touch of cream onto Sasuke's face. Yuki smiled at Sasuke's flustered reaction, thinking of a child named Uchiha Yuki. Yes, this was indeed quite entertaining. Aside from the property inherited by Yuki and Sasuke, all other estates were devoted to their funeral and burial. From what Yuki had witnessed, she did not believe a collective ceremony could consume so much. Yet even considering solely the assets belonging to Sasuke that the third Hokage had entrusted to them, Yuki felt it could never have amounted to so meager a sum. On the ninja scrolls, there was 1 A-rank water release, 2 B-rank fire release, 1 B-rank earth release, and 1 B-rank water release. C-rank and D-rank techniques were not recorded. All kunai and shuriken were converted into currency and handed over to Sasuke along with the remainder of the estate. Gone. He only gave you this little. That's it. Gone. Alright then. Is there a problem? Damn it. The ninja tools and weapons used by the Uchiha were all purchased from the Ninko clan. In the entire ninja world, there are hardly a handful whose quality surpasses theirs, yet you were given so little. Did they pocket the rest? Sasuke tugged at Yuki's sleeve and asked cautiously, shall I go speak to the Hokage about this? Yuki struggled to steady herself and sighed. No. Never mind. You'd best avoid seeking him out. Yuki placed all the money into a locked small box beneath her bed, then took out a key and handed it to Sasuke. Hold on to this. When you need money, just go in and take what you need. What about your sister? I have one too. Yuki held up another key. I can just go straight into your sister's room. What? Are you ashamed of me? You've been living in my old room after all. What would you like to eat for lunch? Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Yuki in surprise. You can cook. Yuki walked into the kitchen. Even if I can, I'll have to learn. I think as long as it's edible, it should suffice. Ouch, that hurts. Sasuke clutched his head while Yuki scolded him indignantly. Don't paint me as so inadequate. Your sister graduated early as a genius, you know. Her learning ability was remarkably sharp. Yuki took out a cookbook and began poring over it earnestly. Decided. Let's make this tomato sauce baked fish. While Yuki bustled about in the kitchen, Sasuke quietly slipped back to his room with several ninja technique scrolls in hand. When he had first moved in, he could never quite relax, always feeling that this was not truly his home, that he was merely a guest passing through. Each night, he slept fitfully. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan haunted his dreams, rousing him abruptly into the dark. He grew listless and dazed, and in his tears caught the faint scent of cherry blossoms before sinking into a heavy sleep. The next day, he felt a quiet shame at the dark circles beneath Yuki's eyes. Come find me when you possess eyes like mine. He must grow strong. He must kill Itachi. His obsession took root in the depths of his heart, and hatred swelled with each passing day. The ninja scrolls presented by the third Hokage became in Sasuke's eyes his path to rapid growth and power. But he could not fathom this A-rank technique. Or rather, even if he understood it, he would not know how to wield it. Sasuke, come down for dinner. I'm coming. Sasuke abandoned his efforts, leapt from his bed, and descended to taste Yuki's creation. What's with that expression? Let me tell you, I've tried it myself. Indeed, it looked presentable enough, though he had no idea how it tasted. After sampling a bite, Sasuke, who had harbored doubts about Yuki's cooking, strangely found that she had actually done rather well. He admitted his judgment might be clouded by sentiment, but from a beginner's standpoint, Yuki's work was quite commendable. How is it? Not bad. Sasuke nodded. Having obtained the answer she desired, Yuki smiled and produced her cookbook, inscribing the words, "Trial successful." Sasuke cast a glance. The cookbook was handwritten, not in Yuki's own hand, though she had filled its pages with notes. Did you steal this recipe from some restaurant? Hey, this belongs to my sister. I'm sorry. A brief silence fell over the table. Yuki coughed a few times and deliberately shifted the topic. Cough, cough. What? Do you wish to learn as well? No. Did your sister also cook for you? Her hair concealed Yuki's expression, and Sasuke could not read the look in her eyes. No. Yuki's voice was so low that Sasuke could barely hear it. Never. A gust of wind swept in from outside, rustling through Izumi's notes. Yuki rose to close the window. Sasuke's gaze froze upon the final page, torn away. Shui, if you wish to become a Jonin, you must undertake some higher-rank missions, understood? I know, Hokage-sama. Then why are you still accepting B-rank missions? You haven't even taken the A-rank tasks I specially assigned to you. If I were to die as well, Sasuke would fall apart. Sarutobi fell silent, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the desk. How about this? I have an A-rank reconnaissance mission here. The danger level is relatively low, but it demands a high standard of investigative skill. Perhaps you'll need to spend some time learning the relevant knowledge. Complete it, and I'll promote you to Jonin. What do you say? Shui observed Sarutobi's expression with a smile, fully aware that he had no reasonable excuse to decline this assignment. Nor could she refuse it. She hoped this mission would not force her to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shui did not want any trace of her true abilities to be discovered. Very well, Hokage-sama. Haha, that's more like it. Go to the mission hall and speak with the coordinator. He'll inform you of the details. Sarutobi waved his hand with a smile, signaling that she was free to leave. By the time Shui obtained the mission scroll, it was already the hour Sasuke returned from school. Sasuke, over here. Shui, today's task is so simple. Shui tapped Sasuke on the head, feigning annoyance. What? Is it not acceptable that I came to pick you up? Sasuke rubbed his head, then noticed the bag Shui held out. What's this? Shui smiled and pulled out 2 Muyu rice balls from the bag, displaying them proudly before Sasuke and twirling them in the air. Well, these were bought especially for you. Sasuke looked up and caught sight of Shui's sparkling eyes shimmering brilliantly in the evening sunset. That won't work on me. Come straight out. What do you want? Sasuke planted his hands on his hips and regarded Shui warily. The triumphant expression vanished from Shui's face, replaced by an embarrassed smile. Nothing gets past me, does it? Sasuke stared into her eyes. Shui sighed. All right, fine. I'm going to leave the village for a while, roughly half a month. Can you take care of yourself? What are you going to do? Shui withdrew the mission scroll from her ninja tool pouch and flashed it briefly before tucking it away. A reconnaissance mission. Where? Near the border of the Mist Village. It's not particularly far. Why there? To investigate the cause of numerous missing ninjas and gather intelligence on the general situation at Kiri. Why are you asking so many questions? That's all I can tell you. Sasuke clenched his fist. Be careful. Oh my, Sasuke actually showing concern for his big sister. Looks like all that kindness wasn't wasted. The clenching hand relaxed. Sasuke took the rice balls from Shui and strode quickly toward home. Annoying. Coming to me over such a trivial matter. I'm not a fool. Of course I can take care of myself. Shui laughed and trotted after him. Yes, Sasuke is the greatest. Early the next morning, Shui rose and freshened up, intending to wake Sasuke. To her surprise, he was already dressed and ready to get up. Huh. Why are you up so early? I told you I can take care of myself. That puts my mind at ease. Then Sasuke, could you make breakfast? Just say you don't want to cook, I can make breakfast myself. If you'd like, I could prepare one for you too. Shui chuckled and patted Sasuke's head. No need. Let me make you a portion instead. After all, for the remaining half month you'll either be making your own meals or buying them. Don't come crying to me later when you miss big sister's cooking. TCH, your cooking isn't as good as the restaurants. Oh, what was that? Big sister didn't catch it. Shui glared at Sasuke with a murderous smile. He immediately backpedaled. Nothing. After breakfast, Shui walked Sasuke to the school gate. Before parting, she patted his head. Goodbye, Sasuke. When I return, I'll teach you how to use the Sharingan. How did you know? Sasuke whirled around, but Shui had already closed the distance in an instant. She turned and waved to him before disappearing from his sight. One-chan, came the voice of that fool from behind. You know her? Naruto finally discovered a topic that could make Sasuke show interest in him, and he wouldn't have to worry about running out of things to say. Just answering Sasuke's questions alone would take him a good while. Does it have to be an exact date? I can't recall clearly, but I remember it was one afternoon. Dead last. What's the difference between that and saying nothing? Hey, damn Sasuke, what's with that attitude? Naruto immediately lunged at him, flailing wildly, intending to teach him a lesson. Sasuke sidestepped with ease, reached out to grab Naruto's wrist, and stared intently into his eyes. How did you two meet? Naruto averted his gaze guiltily, and Sasuke instantly caught the change in his expression. What's going on? What did you do? Naruto winced in pain and angrily pulled his wrist free. What are you doing? That hurts. Sasuke took a deep breath and calmed down. Unless the Nine Tails went out of control, he could never defeat Shui. But if the Nine Tails had gone berserk, there would have been some sign. Sasuke released Naruto's wrist. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Naruto immediately grinned mischievously and taunted him. Oh my, who would have thought the stuck-up Sasuke would apologize? So your face can actually make other expressions. Sasuke's fist nearly landed on Naruto's face again. So how exactly did you two meet? After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke sighed. That Shui, she used to be so foolish too. How did Sister Shui take you to school? She hasn't come to play with me for ages. None of your business. Shui was fast as she reached the border of the land of fire before dark. Another day's travel, and I'll be at the Hidden Mist Village. So annoying, I have to take a boat. Shui sat on the ground, unsealed her scroll, took out daily necessities, lit a fire, and began to cook her dinner. Her sister had said, when grilling fish, you should turn it over frequently and cook it thoroughly before eating. The simplest method was, she couldn't remember. Shui took out the notebook her sister had left her and flipped to the page about grilling fish. You had to split the fish open along the spine and spread it flat to ensure the inside was also roasted by the fire. The campfire nearly ignited her dangling hair. Shui snapped back to reality, regretfully staring at the burnt fish. She had been daydreaming again. In the Uchiha compound, at dusk, a small figure was practicing fire release by the lake. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Sasuke, panting, spat out a fiery dragon, attempting to control it to attack the huge boulder in the distance. The dragon dissipated shortly after being expelled. Damn it, why doesn't it work? With his single Tomo activated, Sasuke could still control the dragon for a short time, but after long hours of practice after school, he had little chakra left to sustain the Sharingan. This won't kill him. How can this kill him? Sasuke slumped to the ground, yelling in fury. No, I can't give up. Again. The lake lit up again and again, but the stone on the far shore remained unscathed. One boat ticket, please. Young lady, are you traveling? The fish in the land of water are especially delicious. Shui, already in disguise, boarded the boat and was approached by a warm-hearted boatman. To avoid revealing her identity, she had to engage in conversation with him. Thank you, uncle. I'm from the land of sea. I went to the land of fire for sightseeing, and since there's no boat back to the land of sea, I have to take a boat to the land of water first. I see. Well, although you can't enter the Hidden Mist Village, many products from the border of the land of water are not available in the land of sea. You can buy some to try. Oh, why can't we go to the Hidden Mist Village? Shui keenly picked up on the intelligence. Who knows? The Hidden Mist Village suddenly closed its borders. Now, apart from a few small border villages in the land of water, outsiders are killed on sight. Don't go too deep. Is that so? Thank you, uncle. Shui pondered whether the disappearance of many ninjas was related to the Hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pipa Shirzong was discussing with you the specific plan to assassinate a member of the daimyo's family. I forgot to mention Plan C. If I get caught, you make sure to kill me quickly, got it? You looked at the straightforward Pipa Shirzong before him and nodded slightly. If I can manage it, I will. Night fell. Perhaps due to the land of water's frequent rains, the cloudless night after a storm always seemed as bright as day. The cold moonlight first illuminated the forest, igniting a white glow on the tiny droplets clinging to the leaves. The infiltration went surprisingly smoothly. She had already ventured deep into the land of water for some time without detecting any abnormality. She encountered no patrols, no defensive positions, and sensed not a single trace of a living soul. Was it because the route she had chosen was too remote? All she needed was to find evidence that the missing ninja had been killed by Kirigakure, and then she could leave. Shui's camouflage gear had been soaked through by the forest's moisture, growing heavier and heavier, slowing her down. No, she couldn't stay in such a secluded place any longer. I must go deeper. Shui shed the camouflage gear, discarded it among the branches, and tied her hair back with a cord. The location of the disappearance was not far ahead. She had to get there quickly, find any left-behind evidence, and leave as soon as possible. The night deepened. Itachi and Shirzan's assassination was a resounding success. After eliminating all enemies in their path, Shirzan used the decapitating blade to slay the target in a single strike. On their way out, Itachi sensed chakra behind them and signaled to peep Shirzan. With a grimace of displeasure, Shirzan clicked his tongue and began forming hand seals for a jutsu. Hidden mist technique. Dense fog began to spread through the forest. Wind released tempest passing. A young boy's voice rang out in the empty woods. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the mist before it could fully form. Sensing the enemy closing in, Shirzan and Itachi knew it was pointless to flee further. They leaped down from the trees into a clearing ready to fight. The fourth Mizukage, surrounded by a large contingent of Umbu, encircled them. The two sides sized each other up warily. Shirzan's expression turned grave. That's the fourth Mizukage. He can expertly wield the power of the tailed beast. So much for catching him off guard with your genjutsu. That won't work now. Shirzan drew the decapitating blade from his back. Itachi turned his head to look at Shirzan. What now? Remember tactical C. Itachi noticed Shirzan's chakra abruptly diminish and immediately understood his intent. Itachi turned to face Shirzan, kunai in hand. Tactical C understood. The surrounding Umbu braced for battle, but Itachi suddenly slashed Shirzan's throat with the kunai. Shirzan clutched his throat, collapsing to his knees in agony. The shocking turn of events stunned the Umbu, who stared dumbfounded at the traitor who had killed his comrade. Yagura was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly sensed a rapidly approaching chakra. He instantly realized it was a diversion, a ploy to draw all the Umbu's attention to the Genjutsu user. Don't look. Yagura raised his weapon to block Shirzan's strike even as the other Shirzan dissolved into water. The Umbu members who hadn't been watching Itachi sensed something amiss, but Itachi's kunai had already pierced their hearts. Itachi, locked in a struggle with the Mizukage Shirzan, called for his help. Itachi turned and unleashed the fire-release Great Fireball technique at the Mizukage. Shirzan immediately used the momentum to leap back, clearing the way for the fireball, then dispatched the remaining Umbu as they emerged from Itachi's genjutsu. The fireball dissipated, revealing the fourth Mizukage enveloped in crimson, tailed beast chakra. Although the tailed beast form still retained his consciousness, the beastly cloak had already manifested animalistic features. He was on all fours with three tails extending behind him. Yagura, in his tailed beast form, let out a low growl, like a predator before an attack. Shirzan charged forward with the decapitating blade, but the tailed beast Yagura knocked him back with a single punch. Itachi seized the moment to throw two kunai, only for Yagura's tails to swat them away. Infuriated, Yagura immediately lunged at Itachi. Hey, Itachi! Shirzan yelled. Itachi was too slow to dodge and got hit in the arm, leaping back to use the momentum. Crystal-like coral began to spread across his arm, rapidly engulfing his entire body, trapping him in place. What's going on? Shui, still heading toward her target, sensed the massive eruption of chakra not far away. Is that a Jinchuriki? Could the tailed beast have gone berserk and killed those ninja? Who is it fighting? Shui pondered briefly, then decided to head toward the source of the tailed beast chakra. Shirzan furiously drove Yagura back with a single strike, then tried to cut the coral, imprisoning Itachi. Damn it, this is the fourth coral palm technique. Shirzan felt Yagura gathering chakra behind him, preparing a devastating attack. The repelled Yagura began forming a tailed beast ball, aiming it at Itachi and firing. Without a moment's hesitation, Shirzan roared and raised his blade to block the tailed beast ball. A violent explosion rang out. Shirzan. The powerful blast shattered the coral that bound Itachi and also broke the decapitating blade. Itachi was hurled by the explosion's shockwave into a tree trunk. He scrambled to his feet to check on Shirzan. The broken half of the decapitating blade was embedded in the ground, the other half was lodged in Shirzan's body, nearly cutting him in two. Juzo coughed up a mouthful of blood, shouting at the approaching Itachi, "What are you doing here? Get out." A new tailed beast ball was gathering in Yagura's mouth. If it hit Juzo, this one would surely kill him. Blood trickled from Itachi's right eye as the pattern of the Mangekyo emerged. Amaterasu. Black flames immediately ignited on the tailed beast form Yagura. What? Oh. The tailed beast cloak was burned away by the black flames. With his remaining sanity, Yagura let out a pained scream, and the tailed beast ball he was forming was also consumed by Amaterasu. So this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi was awed by his own Mangekyo-esque strength, but Amaterasu was rapidly draining his chakra, and soon he felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Itachi covered his eye and deactivated the Sharingan. The black flames dissipated, revealing Yagura severely burned, his tailed beast chakra cloak completely gone. Damn it! Yagura gasped heavily and collapsed unconscious. Juzo leaned against a tree, breathing weakly. Blood dripped from the blade embedded in his body, pooling on the ground into a small crimson puddle. You idiot. I'm beyond saving. Even you who's not a medic can see that. Itachi lowered his head. Juzo was dying to protect him. I'm sorry. Stop talking and get the hell out of here. If there's anything you want me to tell someone, you can tell me. Hey Itachi, you're a hopeless idiot. There's no one like that. Juzo's voice faded, then he suddenly chuckled. Huh, I get it. So there is someone like that for you. Juzo reached out to grab the executioner's blade. Damn it, all the bloody mist village. Never thought I'd die at the hands of my old partner. Juzo's expression abruptly changed. He let go of the blade and shouted with his last strength, Get out of here, Itachi. A kunai sliced through the thick, bloody air, flying straight toward Itachi's vital spot at incredible speed. Itachi instantly channeled chakra to his feet, leaped onto a branch, and dodged the kunai. Not a transformation technique. You are Uchiha Itachi. Shue's voice rang out from a slightly higher branch, not far from Itachi. After his eyes adjusted to the canopy's light, Itachi saw her clearly. Quan. No. Quan is dead. It's Shue. I still can't tell you apart. I never expected to meet you here, Uchiha Shue. Itachi narrowed his eyes, studying the completely transformed Shue. Shue's three tomo converged into a Mangekyo pattern as she drew a short blade. That's exactly what I was thinking. But today you'll meet the clan members you killed. Shue formed hand signs and spat a fireball at Itachi, who instantly body flickered to another tree nearby. Atone for my sister, you bastard. Shue immediately followed Itachi, reaching his landing point almost simultaneously, and drove her blade through him. The blade reflected Shue's ferocious expression. But Itachi's body burst into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions, leaving Shue frozen in her striking pose, stunned. Useless fool. Itachi's voice sounded from a short distance away. Jinjutsu. When did he? Itachi had already activated his Mangekyo, his eyes filled with contempt. Even with those eyes, you're still an incompetent waste, unable to use them. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shue screamed in fury, but Itachi remained unmoved. Angry because you couldn't save your sister? What can a worthless piece of trash ever save? Right now you're no better than an ant. The Mangekyo in Shue's right eye spun. Itachi keenly sensed her ocular powers spreading, and the fallen leaves around her stopped midair, suspended in place. Is that her Mangekyo ability? It seems only one has awakened. Maintaining such a wide range, and using that much ocular power. Are you trying to kill yourself? Shue threw a kunai at Itachi, but the moment it left her hand, it halted completely in the air around her. She stared blankly at the suspended kunai for a moment, then suddenly remembered her Mangekyo's ability. Itachi silently watched her, first sneakily pulling a kunai from her pouch, then pretending to form hand signs for a ninjutsu to distract him, while her body showed no chakra fluctuation except for the Mangekyo's use, then suddenly throwing the kunai, staring at it frozen in midair for a few seconds, and finally releasing her Mangekyo's control range. Itachi sidestepped to dodge the kunai, somewhat speechless. Truly, no experience using the Mangekyo at all. Itachi pulled the kunai from the tree, casting a mocking glance at Shue. Are you performing acrobatics for me? Shue felt a sharp sting on her cheek. She reached up and touched at her palm, stained with blood. Too weak. Uchiha. Shue, you are not worthy to be my opponent. The kunai in Itachi's hand had somehow embedded itself in the ground beside Shue, cutting her face. How should I appraise you, Uchiha Shue? The Mangekyo pattern in Itachi's eyes faded, transforming into three tomo. Itachi thought, my chakra is running low, I have enough for only one more use of Tsukuyami. Blind confidence born of arrogance, so you challenged me without any fear. Itachi looked down at Shue, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Or have you already gone mad, simply unable to find a proper reason to die? Shue trembled and took a step back. The fear of death spread through her entire body, yet humiliation and hatred demanded she move forward. Sometimes alone in the empty house, Shue wondered why she didn't just die as well. But she could never forget the agony of that night, nor could she let go of the happiness of the past. I heard you live with Uchiha Sasuke. In a daze, Shue heard Itachi's words again and tightened her grip on the short blade. You? What do you want? Tell him for me if he still needs you to bear the burden of his hatred, then my decision to spare him was indeed a mistake. Itachi turned around and cast one final glance at her, activating the ability of his left eye's Mangekyo. Tsukuyami. Next time let Sasuke come. You. Just take good care of him. Shue shunshined to Itachi's side, and the power of her right eye enveloped the surroundings. Mansho. The short blade stabbed into Itachi's body again, the pain shooting through her right eye, nearly making her faint. Mansho was cancelled, and Shue knelt on the tree, clutching her right eye in agony. After Mansho was dispelled, the pierced Itachi vanished like an illusion. His voice sounded behind Shue. Resent your own incompetence, Uchiha Shue. This is the gap between our Sharingan. Itachi walked up to the curled-up Shue, grabbed her neck with his right hand, and lifted her into the air. Do you know why the Uchiha eyes are coveted by so many? Itachi extended his left hand from his sleeve, gazing greedily at her eyes. Once a Sharingan is successfully transplanted, the user can almost perfectly wield its power. The same goes for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Struggling to breathe, Shue grasped Itachi's hand tightly, writhing to break free. Originally, I intended to let you go, but now I think. Your eyes are quite remarkable, yet you don't know how to use them. Let me guess your Mangekyo ability. Is it time manipulation? Itachi mused to himself as Shue's consciousness gradually faded. To use it over such a wide area. Truly foolish. The Mangekyo Sharingan's consumption is immense, yet you waste such a powerful ability on pointless vast surroundings. Let me go. Tears streamed down Shue's face, her voice growing fainter. Such a formidable Mangekyo. You are not worthy to wield it. Itachi's left hand reached toward Shue's eyes as he silently counted down in his mind. Almost there, just endure a little longer. Just as his fingers were about to enter her eye sockets, the sounds of many shinobi came from the earlier battlefield. Itachi released his grip on Shue's neck and muttered, "The Mizuki's guards." Damn it. With that, he instantly shunshined away. Shue fell from the tree to the ground, gasping heavily. There's movement. On alert. The sound of her landing reached the approaching Umbu, and shinobi immediately rushed toward her. No, I have to get out of here. Enduring the pain, Shue stood up and shunshined away. Forcing her hazy consciousness, she used the last of her chakra. Exhausted, she failed to stay awake and collapsed unconscious under a tree. Before the Mizuki Zambu could find her, Itachi appeared from a tree not far from Shue, picked up her unconscious body, and shunshined away. Itachi's chakra was also nearly depleted. After leaving the danger zone, Itachi found a safe area and gently set Shue down. A cool evening breeze brushed over her. Itachi noticed her shiver slightly. In the land of water, the night air was thick with humidity, making it easy to fall ill without protection. Itachi took off his Akatsuki robe and draped it over Shue, then hesitated to leave, fearing it might arouse her suspicion. So Itachi rested lightly beside her through the night. She had exhausted her chakra. Itachi knew this well. By dawn, Shue was still unconscious. Itachi sighed, removed the Akatsuki robe, gave her one last look, then turned and left. The piercing sunlight awakened Shue. She rose from the ground and rubbed her eyes, which still stung faintly. Where am I? Perhaps overcome with exhaustion, she sat motionless for a moment before the events of the previous night finally came flooding back. Shue swiftly drew a kunai from her waist and cautiously scanned her surroundings. Only after confirming she was safe did she allow herself to relax slightly. Sitting where she was, she organized her belongings while turning over the intelligence she had gathered. Mission scroll. Here. The reason the ninja went missing. Killed by Kiri's Yenbyu. General condition of Kirigakure. Locked village. Extremely xenophobic. Kills all trespassers. After sealing the evidence within the scroll, Shue closed it and prepared to return to the land of fire. After much effort, she retrieved her disguised garments and used fire release to light a bonfire and dry them. With that done, Shue prepared to wade into the river to catch a few fish for sustenance. The river's surface mirrored the azure sky. Shue cupped water in her hands and splashed her face. In the water's reflection, she saw the exhaustion etched in her own gaze. As long as the Sharingan is successfully transplanted, the user can almost perfectly harness its power, even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's words echoed in her ears, and Shue seemed to see once more that greedy gleam in his eyes. Such a powerful Mangekyo. You are not worthy of wielding them. Shue knelt by the water's edge, gazing at her reflection. She felt as though she herself had become the image in the water, drowned by helplessness, suffocated by pain. The boat back was the same one she had taken to arrive, except the boatman had been replaced by a taciturn man. Both parties seemed in ill spirits, and the entire journey passed in silence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 7 days until graduation, and that Shue still hasn't returned. Sasuke tore another page from the calendar and flipped ahead to count the remaining days. The time until his graduation as a genin was drawing near, yet Shue had been gone for 17 days and still had not come back. Sasuke was so furious he wanted nothing more than to give her a sound beating the moment she returned. This was an important day. He was about to become a genin. How could Shue possibly forget? Naruto had been in an unusually cheerful mood lately, frequently coming over to provoke him and taking more than his share of beatings. Hey, cocky bastard. I'm talking to you. With the teacher not yet arrived, Naruto leapt onto Sasuke's desk and faced him with blatant provocation. What's there to listen to from a worthless last-place student? Sasuke turned away disdainfully, refusing to dignify the fool with a response. Naruto instantly exploded. What did you say? You hear me, cocky bastard. I, Uzumaki Naruto, challenge you. Challenge me. Are you out of your mind? With those terrible grades. Naruto shifted nervously, rubbing his hands together. What do you mean by that? How about this? Once we're assigned to our teams, let's have a fight. Assigned to teams. Whoever ends up in the same squad as you would have rotten luck. Sasuke tapped his desk. Very well. How do you want to settle this? He was looking for someone to vent his frustration on, and here was the perfect target. A fair and honorable fight. You pick the location. How about that training ground near my house? Naruto waved his hand dismissively and agreed. No problem. Suddenly Sasuke changed his mind. Hey, last place student. What? Scared now? Sasuke let out a scoff. Scared? How about this? Tomorrow is Saturday. Why don't we settle it then? What do you still dare? I don't dare. I can hardly wait to beat you senseless. Just wait for me tomorrow. Sensei Irika had barely entered the classroom when he spotted the two of them at it again. Naruto had even climbed onto a desk to taunt Sasuke. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Get down from that desk at once. The once restless classroom fell silent in an instant. A student in the front row, startled by Irika's voice, accidentally bumped into Naruto, who was perched on the desk. Losing his balance, Naruto toppled forward straight toward Sasuke. Before Sasuke could react to what was about to happen, he found himself kissing Naruto head-on. Both boys sat frozen for a moment before hastily pulling apart and gagging repeatedly. The classroom erupted. Girls shrieked while boys heckled and jeered. Enough. Settle down. Have you all studied for the graduation exam? Irika tapped the podium, silencing the discordant noise in the room. Sasuke and Naruto did not speak a single word to each other until dismissal, though the motivation to pummel the other the following day had only grown stronger. After hurrying all the way, they finally returned to my village. Third Hokage, the mission is complete. You were quite swift, Yuki. Hiruzen took the mission scroll from Yuki and examined it carefully. The Mizukage of Kirigakure is also a Jinchuriki, and has mastered the power of the tailed beasts. How did you gather this information? Yuki hesitated over whether to reveal her encounter with Itachi. As an S-class missing nin of Konoha, any intelligence regarding him would prove invaluable to capture operations. I happened upon a convoy led by the Mizukage and Kirigakure's ANBU members hunting down foreign ninjas and missing nin, and I witnessed their battle. She kept silent about Itachi. Perhaps this vengeance should be settled by Sasuke's own hand rather than by Konoha on his behalf. Yuki's gaze darkened. I cannot do it, older sister. Forgive me. I will help Sasuke even if it costs me everything. Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he tapped the desk. This intelligence is exceedingly valuable. Later proceed to the intelligence division and detail everything you witnessed, particularly regarding the Jinchuriki matter. I shall consider upgrading the mission rank given the exceptional worth of your intelligence. You were not discovered, were you? No, Kirigakure remains unaware of my existence. Well done. Then I will raise this mission's classification to A+. Should your intelligence prove sufficiently detailed, I may elevate it to S rank. I trust you will continue to cooperate with the ANBU. I will. Third Hokage. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, withdrew a Jonin appointment document, and inscribed the name Uchiha Yuki upon it. By the way, Yuki Sasuke is about to graduate and become a genin. This child has been longing for it for quite some time. Has graduation been advanced? Indeed. The village still suffers a shortage of capable personnel. We hope the younger generation can inherit the will of fire early and become the foundation upon which my village is built. Hiruzen set down his pen, briefly inspected the appointment document, and handed it to Yuki. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin, Uchiha Yuki. Yuki accepted the document and offered a solemn bow. Thank you, Third Hokage. After reporting the mission intelligence to the ANBU Intelligence Division, she deliberately concealed information regarding Itachi, recording only the battle intelligence concerning the other missing nin, whose name she did not know, clashing with the Mizukage. Leaving the Hokage's office, Yuki urgently longed to return home and rest. She was in desperate need of a bath. Sasuke, are you home? Open the door for me. Yuki knocked on the door and called into the house. Sasuke, not up yet. She glanced at the sun, and noon was approaching soon. That hardly seemed early. He should not still be asleep. Yuki knocked again and extended her perception into the residence. Not home. Where could he have gone on a Saturday? Yuki retrieved the key from beneath the flower pot beside the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Setting down some snacks she had purchased along the way, she assumed Sasuke might have gone out to play. I'll take a bath first, then go searching for Sasuke later. At the Uchiha training grounds not far from home, Sasuke spotted Naruto's figure in the distance and rose from where he had been leaning against a tree trunk. I didn't expect you to actually dare show up dead last. Sasuke had been waiting at the grounds well in advance for Naruto's arrival. Overconfident as he was, he hadn't even brought any ninja tools. I came fully prepared this time. You save your breath, dead last. Sasuke cut Naruto off and assumed a fighting stance. I've been wanting to thrash you for ages. Naruto grunted. I've found you insufferable just as long, you arrogant jerk. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Finally able to properly cleanse herself, Yuki reached out a hand to test the water temperature. Just a bit cool. Steam began to rise within the bathroom. Yuki tested the water temperature once more. Warm and perfect. The journey had been long, involving both boat travel and arduous marching. The humid air of the land of water made days stifling and oppressive nights cold and damp. Yuki had sweated beyond counting, and unable to openly visit local bathhouses in the land of water or bathe in wild rivers. Her body had grown so filthy that she could no longer bear it. Having thoroughly cleaned herself, Yuki lay back in the bathwater, stretching her body in pure comfort. The warm water enveloped both her body and mind, stirring drowsiness. I'm so sleepy. Since I've already finished washing, I might as well top up the water and soak a while longer. Fresh water filled the tub as Yuki reclined comfortably within it, her eyelids growing heavy and her consciousness beginning to blur, until jolted awake by the sound of an explosion from the nearby training grounds. Up. Shue was startled, nearly jumping out of the bathtub. What's going on? She rose from the bath, wanting to figure out what had occurred. It sounds like it's coming from the training ground. Oh no, Sasuke wouldn't be there, would he? Shue hastily dried herself, wiped her hair, briefly threw on a bathrobe, and rushed out the door. Explosion tags. Do you want to kill me? Sasuke shouted at Naruto in fury, watching the explosion not far away. Naruto was equally startled. He remembered that none of his ninja tools included explosion tags. In fact, he couldn't afford them himself. That's not my explosion tag. If it's not yours, then whose is it? Sasuke demanded angrily, and Naruto's temper was also provoked by the accusation. How would I know? You're the one breathing fire everywhere, yet you come at me accusing me of trying to kill you. How could I possibly want you dead? The fire jutsu I used was no bigger than your fist. What do you mean I wanted to kill you? With that, the two actually started fighting, abandoning all tactics, weapons, and ninja tools, deciding to settle it with fist first. Fist connected with flesh. Sasuke clearly held the advantage, though he needed time to recover after each blow. Naruto, however, was knocked down and immediately got back up to keep fighting as if he had never been hit at all. You too. What do you think you're doing? Shue's voice rang out across the training ground, each word deliberate and dripping with wrath and anguish. The two grappling figures were forced apart, each receiving a punch on the head. Shue's strike was measured, hard enough to make them regret their behavior, but not enough to cause real harm. It hurts. It hurts. Shue bent down to inspect their bodies for injuries, discovering bruises on both of them. She lifted them up to check for any bleeding wounds, and after finishing her examination, she unceremoniously tossed both of them in front of a tree stump, regarding them with killing intent. Tell me, what were you two doing? Shue's peripheral vision caught the training ground littered with scorch marks from flames. Though not extensive, the area was in complete disarray. She also spotted a large crater nearby, clearly marked by an explosion. Her killing intent condensed into something tangible, nearly spilling from her eyes. The training ground fell silent. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances. Naruto was the first to break the tension, throwing himself into Shue's embrace. Shue glanced at Sasuke, hesitated for a moment, and then caught him as well. Wah, sister, Shue, Sasuke is bullying me. He's bullying you again. Tell me about it. Naruto completely ignored the death glare Sasuke was shooting at his back, pouring out his grievances to Shue. His pitiful act made Shue believe him somewhat. Wah, sister, Shue, Sasuke challenged me to a spar, but kept breathing fire at me. He's bullying me because I don't know any jutsu, and even though he knows he can defeat me, he keeps hitting me hard. Look, these bruises are all from him. Wah. While speaking, Naruto lifted his clothes to show Shue his injuries, pointing to every mark regardless of whether it was caused by Sasuke or from his own falls, claiming they were all Sasuke's doing. Shue glanced at the bruises on Naruto's body, then grabbed his hand as he attempted to pull his shirt off, completely stopping him. Alright, I understand. Don't just take your clothes off in front of girls. It's impolite. Shue cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby. Sasuke, get over here. Sasuke ambled forward slowly and came to stand before Shue. Well, do you have anything to say for yourself? Sasuke turned his head and retorted sullenly. I didn't bully him. He nearly blew me up. What? Shue looked down at Naruto, still hiding in her embrace, her anger intensifying. Look at these two. One using fire jutsu, the other wielding explosion tags. Neither seemed to value their own lives. I didn't place any explosion tags. That wasn't me. Shue tugged Naruto out from her embrace and went to inspect the explosion site. The crater left behind indicated that the explosion tag's energy had been released into the ground. The tag must have detonated on the soil. The potency is considerably weaker compared to a standard explosion tag. Shue thought for a moment and recalled that members of the Uchiha clan had often trained here in the past, potentially leaving behind one or two explosion tags. It was not surprising that their power had diminished over time. Alright, Sasuke, you wrongly blame Naruto. This explosion tag was likely abandoned here. Exactly, it wasn't me. It was probably your fire jutsu that accidentally ignited it. Yeah, stupid Sasuke always blames others unfairly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Shue delivered a sharp smack to the top of Naruto's head. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking, and don't think you're off the hook. Look at this mess. You've scattered kunai and shuriken all over the training ground. We'll have to spend a long time cleaning this up, and someone could get hurt. Sasuke's mood, which had been soured just moments ago, suddenly improved. After reprimanding Naruto and Sasuke, Shue sternly warned them never to engage in behavior that could endanger their comrades' lives again. Sister Shue, Sasuke and I were only sparring. That can wait until after you graduate. Right now you two know little more than basic jutsu, and you haven't undergone the crucible of combat to hone your taijutsu. What you're doing now is nothing more than a brawl. Especially you. Sasuke, never unleash fire style against a classmate without restraint. Sasuke turned his head away. The power of my fire style was entirely under control. That's still unacceptable. You know Naruto can only counter your fire style by dodging. What if he fails to dodge? Naruto stood aside gloating until Shue punched him. And you? Never recklessly brandish sharp weapons against classmates. If you hadn't fought him with ninja tools, would he have resorted to fire style? Shue's nagging lingered in the training ground for quite some time, until both boys grew drowsy. Only then did she stop. Alright, apologize to each other, then hurry home to rest and prepare. Are you ready for the graduation exam? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then looked away, both muttering dismissively. Then they looked up and saw Shue's three-tomo Sharingan activated her damp hair, cascading over her shoulders, her aura so thick, with killing intent, she resembled a vengeful spirit dragging souls from the underworld. In the end they capitulated. They simply couldn't win. After seeing the two boys off to lunch, Shue reverted to her gentle older sister demeanor. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, Naruto. Shue gently squeezed Sasuke's hand and whispered a reminder. Sasuke, say goodbye to Naruto. Yeah. Hey, see ya. Naruto, already far ahead, waved at them before turning and sprinting toward his home. Shue held Sasuke's hand and watched Naruto disappear around the corner before leading Sasuke home. Sister. Sasuke tugged at the hand holding his. What is it? You promised you'd teach me how to use the Sharingan. Shue sighed. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm exhausted. I was startled out of the bath by you two without even drying my hair, and I'm still wearing a bathrobe. Thank goodness I brought you home for lunch, or I'd be in real trouble. Sasuke had grown nearly to Shue's shoulder. He reached up and gently brushed aside a damp strand of hair behind her ear. The wind stirred Shue's long flowing hair, carrying wafts of cherry blossom fragrance. Sorry, sister. The next morning Sasuke rose early, prepared breakfast, and walked to Shue's room to wake her. He raised his hand to knock, hesitated, and ultimately decided to let her sleep a little longer. Before Sasuke could lower his hand, Shue's door opened. Sleep disheveled and yawning, she rubbed her eyes and shuffled toward the kitchen, entirely oblivious to Sasuke's presence. Before Sasuke could react, Shue tripped and fell, taking him down with her. With a thud, Sasuke cried out in pain, but before he could make a sound, Shue's body muffled it completely. How did it become you? Shue quickly scrambled off Sasuke and pulled him to his feet. Sasuke rubbed the back of his head, ready to protest, until he took in the sight of Shue, her bedhead messy and her clothes disheveled, and was stunned into silence. Why you? Worried, Shue gently pinched his cheek, fearing she might have damaged his brain. What's wrong? Sasuke, are you alright? Sasuke swatted her hand away, stormed downstairs in a huff, and tossed over his shoulder, put your clothes on properly, leaving Shue alone, thoroughly bewildered alongside her half-awake mind. After finishing her wash, Shue descended the stairs to find breakfast already laid out on the table, with Sasuke sitting on a nearby chair, arms crossed and sullen. Shue raised an eyebrow and checked the clock, confirming she hadn't overslept. Why are you up so early today, Sasuke? Don't change the subject. Shue sighed, somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected Sasuke to wake up early and make breakfast for her. Alright, Sasuke's such a big boy now. I'll always wear proper clothes at home from now on, okay? Sasuke quickly added, same outside. Shue sat at the table and tasted the breakfast Sasuke had made himself, a soft smile gracing her lips. Very well. Of course I will. Then are you ready, Sasuke? Yes. The morning sunlight poured into the training ground as Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on Shue's movements. Shue activated her Tomo Sharingan, instantly flinging several shuriken that struck the distant target with breathtaking speed. Wow, so fast. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even track her movement, the shuriken had already embedded itself in the bullseye. Open your Sharingan and see if you can still catch my actions. Shue lowered her hand, addressing Sasuke. He nodded and a single Tomo began to rotate within his eye. Whoosh! The shuriken struck the center once more. I can barely make it out, but I still can't keep up. It's alright, Sasuke. Can you feel how much the Sharingan aids you now? Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan. My perception has improved greatly. I can now discern movements that were previously completely blurred. Shue touched his head in delight, beaming with joy. Sasuke is so clever. You figured out the Sharingan's advantage almost instantly. I took an entire afternoon to grasp it myself. You made that observation rather obvious. Shue rubbed her hands together awkwardly. Haha, did I? How about this, Sasuke? Try opening your Sharingan and attacking me. What do you say? But you just said. Oh, come on, this is just training. It's fine. You can't hit me anyway. Sasuke's voice darkened with irritation. Then I'll be going. Shue. Three Tomo spun in Shue's eyes, and she nodded with a smile. Every strike from Sasuke was lightly dodged, while she continuously pointed out the errors he made in combat. Shue sidestepped his punch, then hopped lightly backward with her hands behind her back to evade his sweep kick, her correcting tone laced with amusement. Don't exhaust your full strength with every strike, Sasuke. There's no need to commit everything unless you're certain you can land the hit. Sasuke's attacks grew faster and increasingly methodical. Shue jumped to dodge his kick only to realize it had been a feint. His fist was already within reach. Sasuke abruptly withdrew his force, causing Shue to nearly lose her balance as her grasping hands pushed him away instead. Hey Sasuke, why did you hold back? Ignoring her question, Sasuke insisted stubbornly, I hit you. Shui paused, noticing the single tomo spinning in his eye. Oh, Sasuke has basically mastered the Sharingan already. This time it was Sasuke's turn to be stunned. Huh, didn't you realize you'd been fighting with your Sharingan active all along? Was I? He looked up and saw his clear reflection in Shui's smiling eyes. The single tomo Sharingan had been active unconsciously throughout their battle. Suddenly he felt his hand grabbed by Shui, who pulled him toward the shade of a tree on the training ground. Let's rest for a bit. Aren't you tired, Sasuke? His pupils returned to black and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Yeah. Shui took out 2 lunchboxes and began explaining the precautions for using the Sharingan. The Sharingan consumes a significant amount of chakra. After activating it, Sasuke, you must end the battle swiftly and avoid being drained by your opponent. You felt it yourself just now. The Sharingan greatly enhances physical prowess, observation, and reflexes. When you grow older and your chakra reserves increase, you too can become a formidable ninja. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shui paused the lunchbox in her hands and looked toward him. Sasuke lowered his head, remembering Itachi's words. I must also obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. I will definitely find him and take my revenge. Shui silently opened the 2 lunchboxes and placed them near Sasuke. The sun nearing its zenith blazed like a consuming fire over the earth. Beneath the tree, the shade offered a cool refuge for the 2 resting against its trunk. Sasuke stared down at the bento before him, his appetite gone. Shui ate the vegetables from her box in absent-minded little bites. Does Sasuke also wish to possess the Mangekyo? Yes. What do you mean also? Shui turned her head to look at him. 3 tomo rotated in her eyes, merging into the fragmented pattern of a cherry blossom. Wow, what? How can you? Sasuke sprang to his feet, his lunchbox clattering to the ground in shock, scattering its contents everywhere. What a waste, Sasuke. I spent so long making it. Shui puffed her cheeks in anger, quickly pulling Sasuke to her side and making him sit to the right away from the spilled lunch. I'm sorry, but... Sasuke still stared in shock, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Shui's eyes. Shui lowered her head, dropped her gaze, closed the lunchbox, and let out a soft sigh. The ability of my right eye is Wanxiang. It can slow down the motion of all things within a certain range. In MMPH. Sasuke rushed toward Shui in a panic, covering her mouth with a worried expression. What are you doing? How can you casually tell someone about a Mangekyo ability? Even my father knows that, don't you? Shui freed herself from Sasuke's hand and said sternly, let me finish, Sasuke. Sasuke had never seen Shui look so serious, and for a moment he was at a loss. At maximum chakra consumption, Wanxiang can achieve something akin to stopping time like this. Shui casually tossed a leaf into the air. The shattered cherry blossom pattern in her eyes spun, and Sasuke sensed a small area around her being controlled by a peculiar chakra. The floating leaf suddenly slowed down, eventually coming to a complete halt in midair. Shui deactivated her Mangekyo ability, steadied herself, and continued. This isn't stopping time. It's just maintaining the state of everything under Wanxiang's control. Shui saw the shock and confusion in Sasuke's eyes and knew he didn't understand. Simply put, if you're caught in it, you're still alive. Your chakra flow doesn't stop your blood, doesn't stop trees and grass don't die, and you can still think. But your thinking and reaction speed will be affected depending on how close you are to me. For example, if you cast a ninjutsu to enhance your defense within my Wanxiang, you won't need to consume chakra to maintain it, but you also can't dispel it. I'd have to break through your defense to hurt you. The weakness is that if you're far from me, I can't control you. Also, using Wanxiang to control an extremely large area consumes a tremendous amount of chakra. Moreover, I need to convert chakra into pupil power first before using Wanxiang, and these 2 processes are independent. They can't happen simultaneously. You can wear me down from a distance, forcing me to struggle and deplete my pupil power. Once it's exhausted, you can hurt me. Shui paused her explanation and glanced at the astonished Sasuke. At my current maximum consumption, I can maintain Wanxiang within about 5 meters around me for 3 minutes. After that, I have to wait until my pupil power fully recovers before I can use it again. Every time I use it, I feel like my eyes are about to shatter and my vision deteriorates badly. As for the ability of my left eye, I still don't know yet. Shui poured out an exhaustive explanation of her eyes, covering their function, precautions, scope, weaknesses, and countermeasures. Everything. Honestly, I feel like the right eye's ability isn't fully developed yet, but this is all I can do for now. Shui added, finally looking at Sasuke, who was listening intently. Sasuke stared silently at Shui's Mangekyo, his expression complex. Your Mangekyo is beautiful, sister. Shui smiled with delight. Really? Does Sasuke like it? Why did you tell me all this? Shui's smile faded, and she sat back down under the tree. Letting out a soft sigh, Shui spoke slowly. I met Itachi, Sasuke. Sasuke immediately stood up, suppressing his anger as he said. Why did he hurt you? Shoo, let me finish. Shui raised a finger to her lips and pulled Sasuke to sit beside her. I didn't beat him, Sasuke. On the contrary, I was defeated with overwhelming advantage. Shui drew her short sword and continued in a low voice. He told me that the reason the Uchiha eyes are coveted is that once they're successfully transplanted, you can use almost all of that eye's abilities perfectly. He said my eyes were impressive and that I didn't deserve to wield them. Sasuke clenched his fists. I could barely resist. I almost lost my eyes. Shui gently pulled Sasuke into her arms, looking down at him. I think he's right. If I'm killed one day and my eyes are taken, I hope Sasuke won't find my power troublesome. I really am useless. Shui touched her own eyes, smiled, and lowered her gaze toward him. When Sasuke grows up, I'll give you my eyes. I believe. Sasuke will surely become stronger than me. Shui's voice choked and tears fell onto Sasuke's face, only to be gently wiped away by her. I'm sorry. Does Sasuke like this graduation gift? Tears brimmed in Shui's eyes, distorting the pattern of her Mangekyo. Shui was still smiling. What are you talking about? Sasuke angrily broke free from Yuki's arms, encircling him, stood up, and snapped at her with a mixture of shock and fury. What do you take me for? Someone who would stoop to any means for power? Yuki looked up at him in bewilderment, at a loss for words. You? How dare you? I admit it. I desperately need strength to kill that man. But I would never ever gain power by hurting those close to me to take revenge. Give you my eyes. You. Sasuke grabbed Yuki by the collar in anger, trying to shake her awake. Do you even realize what you're saying? As he shook her, the tears brimming in Yuki's eyes streamed down her cheeks. I just wanted you to be stronger, Sasuke. Shut up. You're insulting the Sharingan. You're insulting me. You. Do you even consider yourself a human being? Give you my eyes. What do you think you are? A vessel for power? Or something to be used and discarded? Seeing Yuki's tears, Sasuke loosened his grip on her collar, though he still didn't let go. Then what am I? A parasite? Or a useless burden who can only rely on others? Yuki looked away, aggrieved, unable to meet Sasuke's eyes. I didn't say that. If you did that, it means that's what you think. What do you think I am? Say it. Sasuke is already my family. That's why I wanted to make. Sasuke cut her off harshly. You think of me as family. Is this what you think I would do to family? He was almost frantic. It's because your own strength isn't enough, so you take and use your family's power. Is that it? You consider me family, but have you ever asked if I consider you family? Huh. I'm sorry. Sasuke took a deep breath and looked down at Yuki, who was curled up on the ground, burying her face between her knees, too afraid to meet his gaze. Listen, if you were ever killed and your eyes taken, I would never resent you just because I had to face your power. Do you hear me? Sasuke thought for a moment, then amended. I will never let that happen. And as for that man Itachi, I will definitely kill him. Yuki, are you afraid of him? Yuki glanced up at Sasuke, then quickly averted her eyes, whispering, No, I'm not. Sasuke grabbed her shoulders and looked into her eyes, but she tried desperately to turn her head away, not letting him see her crying. I know you've never beaten him. If it were me, failing to kill him would also make me feel dejected, even sorrowful. But, listen Yuki, your power is greater than mine. You still have a long time ahead, and you will only grow stronger. Please don't be afraid, okay? Yuki-ne? Yuki's voice was thick with tears. Sasuke sat back down beside her. If he kills you, I swear I'll avenge you. If your eyes are taken, I'll get them back for you. Sasuke's tone grew heavier, solemnly declaring. I promise. The shadows crept eastward, and the silence beneath the tree stretched on for a long time. Sasuke felt restless, casting frequent glances at the silent Yuki beside him. Yuki had been imitating Izumi all along. Even when the shopkeeper called her Izumi while they were out shopping, she would smile and respond. She deliberately dressed like Izumi, kept the items in Izumi's room unchanged, and imitated Izumi's daily habits. She had lived as Izumi, as if only Uchiha Yuki had died that night. Naruto, that blockhead, naturally noticed nothing, but Sasuke knew that Yuki was hypnotizing herself. She saw the shadow of Uchiha Yuki in Sasuke, and she re-stitched together Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yuki, then fell asleep in the happiness she had fabricated, praying that the pain would be shut out of the door of the home she had built with her own hands. But pain doesn't disappear, it only deepens. Sasuke didn't want her to become Uchiha Izumi, he wanted her to be Uchiha Yuki. He admitted he was selfish too. He couldn't bear this immense trauma alone. He wanted someone to love him, and he wanted those who loved him to be unharmed. He wanted those who loved him not to struggle in pain, not to be devoured by the happiness they had fabricated for themselves. So he tore off the bandages she used to cover her wounds, ripped open the still bleeding, twistedly healing gashes, and then with a sharp needle and long thread stitched the bleeding wounds back together, stitch by stitch, hoping for them to heal. Shui recalled that when Zhuju first moved into this house, he had been expressionless and silent all day long. His grief and confusion intertwined, eventually numbing him into a state of apathy. During those days, Zhuju always refused to speak with anyone but her, and he would weep quietly in the night. She did not know if he was asleep, but in those weeks, whenever a sound came from his room, no matter how faint, Shui, who suffered from insomnia, would hear it. Shui could not sleep either. The scent of her sister, which she had never noticed before, lingered in Quan's room. Shui carefully separated it from every strand of air, greedily savoring it. It was as if there were not two people living in that house, but weeping souls in a desolate graveyard. Shui knew this could not go on, as she understood that it would only deepen their mutual suffering day by day. When she heard crying from Zhuizhu's room at night, she would quietly slip in. Zhuizhu was in a very abnormal state. His Sharingan had unconsciously activated, and he sat on the bed seemingly unable to tell whether he was awake or not. It was then that Shui discovered Zhuizhu had also awakened his Sharingan. His mind was dazed, and he would instinctively attack anyone who approached him, including Shui. Shui tried to rouse him by whispering his name in his ear. Zhuizhu, Zhuizhu. She recalled the night she had awakened her own Sharingan and remembered how her sister had handled it. Zhuizhu must be in so much pain. Ignoring his attacks, she pulled him into her embrace. To her surprise, this method worked remarkably well. Shortly after being held, Zhuizhu gradually calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Shui dared not leave. She fetched a chair, leaned over, and rested beside Zhuizhu, afraid he might have another episode. Drowsiness overcame her, and she fell asleep by his bedside. She slept uncomfortably, so she would wake before dawn every day. Shui knew she could never escape her pain, as she was already trapped in a quagmire of suffering, and every struggle only pulled her deeper. She understood this, so she hoped to push Zhuizhu out of that quagmire, at least to let one fewer person bear the agony. Shui could see that Mingren was perfectly suited to be Zhuizhu's friend. His personality and his actions were healing the wounds in Zhuizhu's heart. How wonderful! Mingren also needed a friend to help him overcome the loneliness of his childhood. Fortunately, she was also friends with Mingren and could help them become friends with each other. So she changed herself. She let her own pain fester and turned herself into Yujibo Quan. She faced Yujibo Yu with terror, and from the moment she saw him, she was afraid. The only remaining anger took over when Yu showed weakness, and she appeared hoping to end him. But the moment her blade cut through only a crow clone, she knew she had no chance of defeating him. What right did she have to defeat him? A person who couldn't even beat her sister before awakening the Mangekyo, now daring to claim she would kill the genius of the Uchiha clan. What a joke. Was she seeking death? Perhaps, at least until she heard you ask about Zhuizhu. Shui had long forgotten how she managed to survive until dawn on the night her sister died. From Yu, Shui learned the value of her eyes, and the first thought that came to her was Zhuizhu. She would leave her power to him, ensuring no one else could obtain it. Even if someone else took it, she would still tell Zhuizhu how to counter her power. These eyes, this power, let it be given to Zhuizhu. With this thought, Shui taught Zhuizhu how to use the Sharingan. Unexpectedly, he was extremely talented and quickly mastered the techniques. This delighted Shui, and it strengthened her resolve to give him her eyes. But after being severely reprimanded by Zhuizhu, she realized that what she was doing might be wrong. Shui sat silently beside Zhuizhu, curling up. Well, what should I do? Become stronger. How? How can I ever defeat Yujibo Yu? How is that possible? How can someone as useless as I defeat the legendary genius? Sasuke. Shui's voice came muffled from beneath the tree, her head buried between her knees. What's wrong? Sasuke responded quickly. Tell me, how can we ever defeat him? As long as we keep growing stronger, we definitely can, Sasuke said with relief. At least Shui was speaking on her own now. Shui lowered her head and let out a faint sigh. You're so optimistic, Sasuke. Obviously, we can't possibly win against him. It was like this before, and it will be like this after. Sasuke immediately grasped her hand. What do you mean by that? How can you give up before it's even over? I want you to live well, Sasuke. Don't let this take your life away from me. On what grounds? Sasuke seized her hand passionately. Why should we just let it go? He hasn't paid the price he deserves. Why should we be able to live in peace? He killed so many people, and now he lives in comfort. Why? Think about Uchiha Izumi. Think about our parents. Think about our clan members. When he mentioned Uchiha Izumi, Sasuke felt her hand tremble slightly in his grasp. Shui remained silent, and Sasuke knew she had been swayed. He softened his tone. Don't think of me as fragile, One-san. I won't be brought down. Shui lifted her head and gazed at him through tear-filled eyes. The afternoon sun reflected once more into her eyes, shimmering brilliantly through her tears, and in them Sasuke saw the sun itself. Shui smiled again, and two suns slid down her cheeks, merging into one as they disappeared onto the ground. All right, I believe in you, Sasuke. Still somewhat dazed, Sasuke walked home hand in hand with her, having expected that convincing Shui would be far more difficult. Shui's steps lightened considerably, carrying 2 bento boxes in one hand, while holding Sasuke's with the other. Sasuke was no longer short, yet she still maintained this habit. One-san. Shui turned her head toward him inquisitively. What is it? Sasuke averted his gaze. Nothing. Oh, don't worry. I'll prepare another graduation gift for you. I wouldn't possibly forget. Shui shook the hand that was holding his, and replied with a smile, One-san knows what you're thinking. I'm not thinking about that. Sasuke retorted with mild annoyance, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shui couldn't hold back her laughter, and burst out joyfully. Sasuke had never seen her smile so happily since that day. Shui's laughter gradually subsided, and he felt his hand squeezed gently. Hey Sasuke. Sasuke replied irritably, what? Do you remember what I told you at the hospital? Sasuke was somewhat puzzled. What? Shue smiled faintly. You asked me back then if you could call me One-E-san. Do you remember what I said? Sasuke recalled that day, but he only remembered how sad and distressed Shue had been. I don't remember. Sigh. Sasuke is rather forgetful, isn't he? Shue lowered her head to look at him. I said of course you can, Sasuke. That was the best birthday gift I received today. Sasuke bowed his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He remembered everything now. Thinking about it now, I was pretty amazing back then. Sasuke looked up at Shue in confusion and happened to meet her gaze as she looked down at him. You've always been the best gift to me, Sasuke. Backlit by the sun, Shue's features were blurred with only her sparkling eyes shining through. I've just realized it. Sasuke has always been, no matter which day, my greatest gift. Sasuke's eyes squinted against the direct sunlight, unable to discern Shue's expression, but he could still sense the joy radiating from her. She must have been smiling blissfully. Sasuke exhaled in relief, yet couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness rising from deep within his heart, completely uncontainable. Shue pinched his cheek. I didn't expect that. Sasuke looks quite cute when he smiles. You should smile more from now on. Sasuke paused for a moment, then felt his blood suddenly begin to burn throughout his body, heating him up completely. Shue's gentle voice, filled with joy and delight, echoed in his ears. Thank you, Sasuke. Yeah. Sasuke wanted to respond to her, but he was too embarrassed to utter another word. Then let us begin the graduation examination. Those whose names are called, please proceed to the adjacent classroom. Teacher Irika stood at the podium, clipboard in hand, and tapped it twice before formally announcing the start of the graduation exam. For this examination, the required technique is the clone jutsu. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face contorted into a grimace. Why must they test me on the very jutsu I'm worst at? Sasuke rested his chin on his hands and cast a sidelong glance toward Naruto. Surely he wouldn't fail such a basic technique. As students were called one by one, Sasuke's turn arrived all too quickly. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Please prepare yourself, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke rose to his feet and observed Naruto's expression, noticing it had grown even more miserable. Inside the adjacent classroom, only two proctors sat, Teacher Irika and Teacher Mizuki. Beside Irika rested rows of forehead protectors engraved with the Leaf Village symbol, clearly intended for the passing students. The two proctors nodded to Sasuke, signaling him to begin. The clone jutsu. Through diligent practice, Sasuke performed the technique with ease. A puff of white smoke dissipated and 5 Sasukes stood in the room. Impressive work, Sasuke. Teacher Irika offered his praise with a smile. Most students manage only 3 clones, yet you've produced 5 with impeccable attention to detail. Your grade is excellent, Teacher Mizuki added with a grin, handing Sasuke his forehead protector. Congratulations on your graduation, Uchiha Sasuke. After speaking, Irika led Sasuke out of the examination room and called out toward the main classroom. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Please prepare yourself, Inuzuka Kiba. Once Irika returned to the examination room, Sasuke leaned against the doorway waiting for Naruto to arrive. True to expectation, Naruto stepped out of the waiting room with a resigned, almost death-defying expression. Upon seeing Sasuke and the forehead protector in his hand, however, his face transformed from despondent to smug in an instant. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and said, Hey, dead last. What? You're blocking my way into the exam. Our fight isn't over. Come find me once you're done, understood? Naruto immediately bristled with false bravado, as if looking down on him from atop a pedestal. What, afraid of me, great Naruto? Sasuke ignored him and stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Go on in. I still have plenty of beating left to do to you. Naruto strode into the classroom with exaggerated arrogance, but the moment the door closed behind him, his confidence crumbled completely. Irika and Mizuki, seeing his state, immediately understood the outcome. Don't be nervous, Naruto. Just perform as usual. Teacher Irika offered words of encouragement and gestured for him to begin. Naruto recalled the hand seals for the clone jutsu from his textbook, cried out, and began channeling his chakra throughout his body. The clone jutsu. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and when it cleared, only a single half-formed clone of Naruto staggered into existence within the room. The onlookers were rendered speechless, and even Sasuke, peering through the door, fell silent. Fail. The verdict struck like thunder, nearly reducing Naruto to ash. Teacher Mizuki picked up a forehead protector and said to Irika, his footwork and stamina are decent. He's barely managing the technique. Perhaps he should still pass. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes ignited with hope as he gazed longingly at the forehead protector in Mizuki's hand. Irika sighed deeply and pointed to the roster beside Mizuki. Teacher Mizuki, every other student has produced at least 3 clones. Naruto produced only 1, and a pathetic one at that. He would only hold the team back. I will not let him pass. Naruto clenched his fists, unwilling to accept Irika's judgment. Outside, Sasuke slipped away quietly. Meanwhile, Shue, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, heard Sasuke's report after school and opened her eyes in shock. What do you mean? Naruto couldn't even perform the clone jutsu and failed his graduation exam. Shui pressed a hand to her forehead, exasperated. I was too careless. I assumed he would know such a basic technique. Sasuke sat on the sofa and snorted coldly. Otherwise, why do you think I called him dead last? Shui was growing frantic. She grabbed Sasuke's hand and tried to drag him out to find Naruto. Sasuke immediately pulled his hand away. What are you doing? Come with me to find Naruto. He failed the graduation exam. What's wrong with going to see him? Sasuke bristled. You want me to go find him? Then he'd know I told you. Shui looked at him strangely. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Sasuke folded his arms, refusing to go with Shui to find Naruto. Go yourself if you want. I'm not going to look for him. Shui raised an eyebrow. Then I'll bring him back for dinner. Sasuke said nothing. Silence means consent. Naruto will be staying with us for a few days anyway, so you'll have to teach him the clone technique for his retake. Teach him the clone technique. Dream on. Shui ignored his resentful outburst, tossed him a eat first, put the leftovers in the fridge, and walked out. By the time Shui reached Naruto's place, the sunset had faded, and the sky was slowly darkening. Catching her breath, Shui straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on Naruto's door. Naruto, are you there? Naruto. She called for a long time, but no sound came from inside. Growing anxious, she leaped onto the roof of the next building and saw that Naruto's lights were off. Not home. Shui wondered. Why would he be gone at a time like this? Maybe he went somewhere else to sulk. Let me think. Could he be at the ramen shop? Making up her mind, Shui rushed toward Ichiraku Ramen. She arrived just as the shop was closing up for the day. Excuse me, have you seen a little boy about this tall with blonde hair and goggles? Shui panted, describing Naruto to the owner while gesturing his height. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the girl who was so urgently searching for someone. He thought he had heard Naruto mention her. You mean Naruto? He hasn't been here all day. What's wrong? Shui saw the concern in Uncle Ichiraku's eyes. She hesitated, then said, he said he was coming to my place for dinner, but he hasn't shown up yet. I came to ask if he ate here. Uncle Ichiraku chuckled. Definitely not. He might still be at home. I heard today was his graduation exam. I'll have to treat him to a good meal tomorrow. Shui smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding Uncle Tuchi farewell and setting off to find Naruto. The faint unease she had felt earlier was now growing stronger. Not long ago, Shui had sensed a massive surge of chakra converging at the Hokage building, then dispersing. Could Naruto have gotten into trouble? Hiding her presence, she followed the chakra traces left by the scattered ninja. Iruka could hardly believe his ears when he learned from Mizuki that Naruto had stolen the Scroll of Seals. What? The Scroll of Seals? Now Iruka was frantically searching for Naruto in every possible location. Naruto, where have you gone? While scanning the heights for Naruto, Iruka suddenly sensed the chakra approaching. He spun around warily. Hello, are you Iruka-sensei? Shui waved amiably. I am. And you are? I'm Shui. Uchiha Shui Sasuke, Uchiha's older sister. Do you know where Naruto Uzumaki is? Hearing that Shui was Sasuke's sister, Iruka sighed. I don't know. Naruto stole the Scroll of Seals. I have no idea where he is now. The Scroll of Seals, eh? You must be a Jonin. It's extremely important to the village. If it's lost, we're in serious trouble. Shui smiled back at Iruka while inwardly cursing. What couldn't you do, but you had to steal the Scroll of Seals. And you actually succeeded. Is that so? I can help too. Do you know where he might be now? Iruka rattled off a dozen locations. Shui memorized them, immediately used shadow clone technique, and sent clones racing to each spot. I have to find Naruto before they do. There's still a chance to fix this. After using the shadow clone technique, Shui felt somewhat weakened as she had never used so many clones at once before. Thank you. I'll send a clone to help you search, and we'll find him as soon as possible. Iruka watched as Shui's shadow clones scattered, heading off in various directions across my village, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank you. With this, our burden is much lighter. Shui nodded, then her main body departed in another direction. Well then, let's go, said Shui's shadow clone to Iruka. Iruka led Shui's clone toward the woods above the Hoying Rock. In the forest, Ming Ren was attempting the multiple shadow clone technique from the sealed scroll under the moonlight. Using the multiple shadow clone technique, a puff of white smoke dispersed, and several clones identical to Ming Ren appeared beside him. Before Ming Ren could cheer, the clones suddenly dissipated for various reasons. Some expanded continuously after being summoned, then burst and vanished under the pressure. Others began to shrink and diminish, eventually turning into white smoke. Still others failed to produce any clone at all, only a puff of smoke. Damn it. Again. Ming Ren gritted his teeth and used the multiple shadow clone technique once more. Iruka, who was anxiously searching for Ming Ren, suddenly heard Shui's voice beside him. Over there. What's wrong? Shui's clone pointed in a direction and said to Iruka, I sense Ming Ren's chakra fluctuations over there. He seems to be practicing a jutsu. What? Is he out of his mind? Iruka exclaimed. That's a jutsu from the sealed scroll. It's extremely dangerous. How can he practice it so carelessly? Shui's clone made the hand seal to dismiss her own shadow clone, but instead immediately rushed toward Ming Ren's direction. Iruka followed closely behind. Sorry, I don't have time to dismiss this clone and let the main body come, Shui said, without slowing down, tossing an apology to Irika behind her. It's fine. Go stop him first, I'll be right there. Irika shouted to Shui, who was gradually pulling away from him. Hearing this, Shui urged the remaining chakra in her clone to increase her speed once more. Using the multiple shadow clone technique, white smoke dispersed, and 3 clones appeared beside Mingren. Both the shadow clones and the original wore tense expressions, hoping for the outcome of this technique. After a moment, the clones still did not burst. Mingren's original shouted joyfully, I did it. The shadow clones also let out a heavy sigh of relief, then happily celebrated together with the original. Mingren happily high-fived each clone, then joyfully punched the air. Haha, I Xuanhua Mingren have finally succeeded. Zuizhu, you just wait. From now on I will also become a ninja. I will become Hokage. Huh. A wave of dizziness hit Mingren, and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the clones around him automatically turned into white smoke and vanished. It's okay, I can do it again. Mingren sat on the ground and recovered for a moment, then reluctantly stood up and once again formed the hand seal for the multiple shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow CLO. Mingren's right hand was grabbed by another hand, interrupting his hand seal and the technique. Mingren looked at the owner of the hand with a dazed expression, then was instantly startled awake. Shui. Sister Shui, what are you doing here? Shui didn't speak, just stared at him with her eyes. Mingren dared not look into Shui's eyes, which seemed about to blaze with fire. He felt as if he would be burned to death by her anger. He. Mingren scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, and tried to subtly pull his hand out of her grasp, but it remained immobile. Sister Shui, actually. Mingren's eyes reflected Shui's right hand raised high. Ow. Just as Mingren was about to start explaining, he received a punch on the top of his head. The intense pain made him feel as if his skull had been split open. He cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. Irika arrived, belatedly panting heavily, and looked at Mingren, who was on the ground, clutching his head and howling. Mingren, Irika-sensei. Hearing Irika-sensei's voice, Mingren immediately jumped up from the ground and boasted to Irika-sensei, How did you get here so fast? I just learned a jutsu. A look of astonishment appeared on Irika's face. Shui, who had already confirmed Mingren's safety after punching him, also showed a stunned expression upon hearing this. You already learned it. Mingren happily spread his arms, jumping and cheering to show off to Irika, showing no signs of having just been ruthlessly punched. I'll show you an incredibly awesome jutsu. After I succeed, you have to let me graduate, sensei. Has he actually reached this level? Thought Irika. Mingren untied the scroll strapped on his back, his whole body radiating an aura of joy. As long as I learn the jutsu on this scroll, I'll definitely be able to graduate, right? Who told you that? Hearing this, Irika asked in surprise. Of course it was Mizuki-sensei, he told me. He said that if I could learn the jutsu on this scroll, I would definitely graduate. Yuki, who was frowning and racking her brain for a way to solve Naruto's big trouble, flickered with murderous intent in her eyes upon hearing this. What? Irika felt a chill of dread. Could it be Mizuki? Was he? Before Irika could recover his wits, the sound of kunai whistling through the air came from the forest. Before Irika could react, Yuki threw a shuriken, knocking down all the kunai. Didn't expect you to beat me to it, Irika. The kunai scattered on the ground. Yuki picked one up, watching the figure on the tree warily. Mizuki, carrying 2 giant windmill shurikens on his back, looked down at the group from above. 2 of them. A bit troublesome. Naruto, hand over the scroll. What's going on? Naruto, looking at the kunai on the ground, took a step back. This shadow clone had very little chakra. The chakra allocated to this clone was almost depleted from the earlier travel and reconnaissance. Yuki decided to reveal her identity to warn Mizuki. Mizuki, is it? I am Uchiha Yuki Jonin. Do you know what you're doing? Mizuki didn't recognize Yuki's identity. She had only recently been promoted to Jonin and had rarely undertaken any high-level missions, which meant most villagers still knew her only as the surviving member of the Uchiha clan. Mizuki sneered, Jonin. If you were really a Jonin, you would have subdued me the moment I appeared. Why wait until now? Yuki stretched out her hand to shield Naruto behind her, her expression growing grim. It's not working. If only my real body were here. Yuki glanced at Irika, who had also picked up a kunai from the ground, ready to strike. She looked at Mizuki. His ninja tool pouch was full, well prepared, nothing that Irika, who was completely unprepared, could handle. Yuki took a deep breath. It seemed she couldn't dispel the shadow clone. Naruto, run with the sealed scroll. Irika shouted to Naruto. That scroll contains forbidden jutsu sealed away because they're dangerous. Mizuki wants it, so he used you. Yuki felt Naruto grip her clothes tighter behind her. Uchiha. Yuki, is it? Mizuki let out a cruel laugh. Ha. Naruto, haven't you figured it out yet? They're afraid of you getting that. Mizuki's laughter gradually faded, a sly grin spreading across his face. Let me tell you the truth, Naruto. Yuki narrowed her eyes, ready to strike with a body flicker. Irika immediately panicked, shouting at Mizuki, bastard. Shut up. What are you going to say? After the incident 12 years ago. Before Mizuki could finish, a kunai flew toward his throat. Mizuki quickly leaped to another tree, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, Naruto, see. They don't want you to know the truth. They're all afraid of you. You still believe them. Ha ha. Yuki tensed, ready to pursue, but suddenly felt Naruto pull at her. Naruto's voice was low and pleading, "Can I listen, big sister?" Yuki hesitated for a moment, then put away her kunai, turning to Naruto solemnly. All right. Yuki, with her back to Naruto, kept a vigilant watch on Mizuki's every move. Naruto, no matter what, I'm your friend. Naruto's voice was filled with confusion and fear. After the disaster 12 years ago, a rule was established in the village. Shut up, Mizu, Irika. Irika turned in surprise toward the source of the voice, and Yuki shook her head at him. Let him finish. You. Mizuki, satisfied with the conflict unfolding below, spoke again. What is that rule? A rule that absolutely forbids telling Naruto Uzumaki one fact. Mizuki glanced smugly at Irika and Yuki. Naruto remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Mizuki clicked his tongue impatiently. You're quite composed, kid. Uchiha Yuki. The truth is, you are the demon fox that destroyed the village 12 years ago. Yuki felt Naruto's grip on the hem of her clothes tighten. Have you never suspected anything? Why does everyone in the village despise you, hate you, and speak to you with such venom? Do you think you know who killed Irika's parents? Uchiha Yuki, if I recall correctly, didn't your father perish in that same catastrophe as well? Think about it, Naruto. Two people who should hate you the most, yet they drew close to you. Why do you suppose that is? Naruto, think about it yourself. Hand over the scroll. I'll take you away from here, far from this village that despises you. Yuki felt Naruto's chakra beginning to overflow, and he released his grip on her clothes. Yuki turned and reached for Naruto's hand, but he dodged away. A pair of vertical pupils appeared in Naruto's eyes. You? All of you. Yuki sensed that the overflowing chakra surrounding Naruto had been tainted by something else entirely. A hostile energy that stirred the deepest fears and hatred within her soul. Her clone's mental fortitude couldn't match the original's, and she lost control for a moment, stepping backward. Have you been deceiving me all along? Sister Yuki. Naruto noticed her movement, and the chakra around him grew more turbulent, affecting the surrounding environment. Yuki managed to steady herself and met Naruto's gaze. Naruto. She feared she might say something she'd regret, her emotions slipping further out of control. Her bloodshot vertical pupils were filled with disappointment and rage, yet Yuki saw the grievance buried beneath those emotions. Why? Sister Yuki. Yuki fought to keep her emotions in check, and took a step toward Naruto. With each step closer, her clone felt as though it might shatter, overwhelmed by uncontrollable fury and rage. Mizuki drew the Fuma Shuriken from behind his back and hurled it at Naruto, who was on the verge of losing control. Irika tried to intercept the projectile, but Mizuki had already leapt to a distance where he could no longer reach him. Yuki lunged at Naruto, throwing him clear to safety. The Fuma Shuriken pierced through her clone, dissipating into white smoke. The crimson hue in Naruto's eyes deepened, and the chakra swirling around him began to turn red. He turned and fled toward the depths of the forest. Yuki had sensed the disturbance from the moment Naruto's chakra erupted, and she had already begun making her way there. The clone hasn't dispersed yet. He must be in danger, Yuki thought with worry. Suddenly, a surge of hateful chakra flooded her mind, nearly knocking her from the tree. Has the clone finally dispersed? Yuki pressed her hand to her temple, feeling the chakra and memories flowing back from her clone. After a moment to steady her emotions and process what she'd received, she quickened her pace toward the forest. Damn it, I need to go faster. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was observing Naruto's situation through his telescoping jutsu. The Ninetales chakra is leaking. How could this happen? Surprise flashed across Hiruzen's eyes. He hadn't expected it to escalate so severely. Could Naruto have formed such a profound bond with the village? Send out the sealing squad. They'll stand by in the forest above the Hokage rock. If anything goes wrong, reinforce the seal immediately. The Umbu outside the window received the order and swiftly moved to prepare. Hiruzen pondered deeply, pulling out Uchiha Yuki's file and recalling how Naruto had reacted to her. To you, how important is Naruto really? The inheritor of the will of fire. Uchiha Yuki, prove yourself to me. In the vision, a rampaging Naruto deployed multiple shadow clones, indiscriminately knocking out Irika and Mizuki as they tried to pursue him while he ravaged the wild forest around him. The chakra enveloping Naruto grew increasingly dark, beginning to take the form of the Ninetales chakra cloak. Hiruzen caught sight of Yuki's figure and quickly deactivated the telescoping jutsu, fearing she might discover him watching. Naruto, calm down. Roar. Naruto crouched on all fours, his eyes burning red as bestial traits emerged. His nails elongated, his whisker marks grew more pronounced, and a palpable aggression radiated from him. Sister Yuki. Fortunately, he hadn't completely lost his reason, and upon seeing her, he called out her name. It's me, it's me. Yuki seized the opportunity to approach him, but Naruto immediately leapt backward, putting distance between them. Stay away from me. I don't want to see you again. I'll kill you. Yuki activated her Sharingan intending to use it to help Naruto regain control, but then remembered the look in his eyes before he had gone berserk. That gaze had been filled with hurt, but anger had burned away, all his tears masking the deep sorrow beneath. Naruto must be in tremendous pain. When Naruto saw Yuki activate her Sharingan, rage and fear surged through him, and he turned to flee deeper into the forest. Naruto. Yuki pursued him anxiously, filled with regret for having activated her Sharingan. How could I have even thought of using the Sharingan to control him? No. I'm sorry. Shui was far faster than Naruto. It did not take long before she caught up with him. Wait, Naruto, I need to talk to you. If you keep going further, you'll leave the village. Naruto did not slow his pace. The appearance of the Sharingan had triggered a violent surge in the Nine-Tails chakra, amplifying all of Naruto's negative emotions. Why do you stay away from me? Aren't we supposed to be friends? Actually, you hate me too, don't you, sister? I'm sorry. You said you wanted to see me turn into a fox. The nine-tailed demon fox from 12 years ago. Was me. I killed so many people. If I turn into a fox, you'll kill me, won't you? You've never gone more than a month without coming to see me, sister. Even when your clan was destroyed, you never forgot me. I'm sorry. I killed so many people, I destroyed your home. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Naruto did not hear Shue's words, nor did he notice her approach. Shue seized the opportunity and pounced on Naruto, who was leaping through the forest, pulling him to the ground and shielding him with her body as she skidded far away on her left arm. Hiss! Shue bit back a cry of pain, gasping sharply. Naruto struggled to break free from Shue's grasp, but in doing so he pressed against her wound, causing her entire body to tremble with pain. This time Naruto dared not move, and the chakra swirling around him gradually calmed. Hiss! Not running anymore. Shue wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked him, panting heavily. Naruto lay in Shue's arms without saying a word. Shue held Naruto close and lay down on the ground. The only sound in the air was Shue's faint breathing. Lying against her chest, Naruto could feel her heart pounding fiercely from the long journey. Strong and steady. After a long while, Shue felt her chest grow damp. With tears and panic-stricken, she hastily tried to pull Naruto out of her embrace. Naruto clung to her clothes, refusing to let go, his sobs muffled against her chest. Sister, why did you come find me? Didn't I tell you? No matter what, I'll always be your friend. But, I killed so many good people. I killed teacher Irika's parents, and I killed your father. You must hate me to death now. Shue said nothing, drawing Naruto closer in her arms. Naruto cried even louder. In the forest, moonlight glistened upon the sweat on Shue's forehead, refracting into Naruto's tears and piercing his heart. Only when Naruto's sobs began to fade did Shue gently ask, "How could you think like this, Naruto?" Shue sighed, rose to her feet, and took Naruto's hand with her uninjured arm, leading him back toward the village. Sister, what is it? I'm sorry. This time it was Shue who fell silent. The night sky above was exceptionally clear that evening, and the luminous moonlight outlined Shue's silhouette, radiating a gentle, cool glow. Naruto. I have a friend. She once told me something, and I've never forgotten it. Would you like to know? What was it? Her name is Uchiha Suki. She died during our clan's calamity, but she once told me, as long as Shue remains, Suki will never abandon you. Do you know why she said that? I don't know. Shue smiled and pinched Naruto's cheek, trying to coax a smile from his tear-stained face. But she had forgotten her other hand was injured, smearing blood all over his face and making her wince in pain. Hiss! Sorry, Naruto. Shue hastily took out a handkerchief with her free hand and gently wiped his face. The first time I learned that the nine-tailed demon fox was sealed inside you, I thought of that night's catastrophe. I remembered the people weeping on the streets, the panic as my sister and I fled, and my father, who forever left me. Naruto lowered his head, stopping Shue from wiping his face. A hand cupped his chin and gently lifted it. Shue squatted down, looking straight into Naruto's eyes, and continued, "The night I learned the truth, I cried for a very long time. And that was also when my Sharingan awakened. I asked Suki, what would you do if you found out I was living with someone you deeply detested, or even hated?" A full moon reflected in Shue's eyes, shining directly into his heart and dispelling the darkness that surrounded him. Suki told me that if I ever harmed her, then I wouldn't truly be Shue at all, and I would never ever hurt her. The round moon curved into a crescent as Shue's brows and eyes formed gentle arcs. She smiled at Naruto and said, "Naruto, is the same okay? Although I pushed you away for a while, it was because I was tangled in my own thoughts. Will you forgive me for not always treating you as a friend, please?" Shue's expectant gaze reflected in Mingren's eyes left him unable to refuse. Very well. Upon hearing Mingren's reply, Shue smiled and took his hand again, leading him toward the village. She could sense that Mingren was still deeply distressed. Mingren. Yeah, you, and the demon fox is the demon fox. The demon fox is a monster that destroyed the village, an existence that should be despised by everyone, but you are not Mingren. Shue looked up at the night sky. Tonight is a wonderful night for stargazing, isn't it, Mingren? Mingren also raised his gaze to the night sky. With the clouds dispersing, moonlight and starlight poured down upon the ground unreservedly. The twinkling stars formed a spectacle invisible during the day. My older sister told me that people become stars after they die. Shui took Mingren's hand and pointed to a bright star in the night sky. That one is my older sister. That one is my mother. Hey, I've seen that one since I was a child, and it's still there. It must be my father. Shui enthusiastically pointed out to Mingren the stars she recognized, explaining why each one represented her family members. As they emerged from the forest, the night sky seemed to draw closer, and more stars rushed out to visit them. Which two stars do you like the most, Mingren? Perhaps your parents have already come to see you. The starry sky was vast, and Mingren felt almost lost within it. I don't know. Couldn't find them. It's okay. Maybe they were too busy today to visit you, but whenever you stargaze in the future, you'll surely find them. Shui chuckled softly. If I die, I'll definitely come find you and Zuzu every night. During the day, I need to find my sister, and you wouldn't be able to see me anyway, so it's better at night. No. The sudden shout startled Shui. Then I'll squeeze in some time during the day. No. Mingren stopped in his tracks, lifting his head to look at her. What's wrong? Shui tugged at his hand, and Mingren stood still, gazing at her with determined eyes. Why you? Take that statement back. Not coming during the day. Not that one. Not coming at night either. That's not what I meant either. Mingren anxiously grasped the hand that was holding his. You can't die. Shui paused for a moment, a smile playing across her face. Alright, I won't die, okay? Yeah. Mingren's blue eyes gleamed faintly in the moonlight like two stars on earth. Being watched with such expectation by those two earthly stars, Shui felt waves of joy surge within her heart. She took his hand again, and this time Mingren didn't resist, obediently walking along with her. Hey Mingren. Moi. In my eyes, Mingren is a good boy. He listens well, shares his joys and sorrows with me, sometimes treats me to ramen, trains hard with his shuriken, and cares for others. Though he can be mischievous at times, and often plays pranks in class. But overall, he's a likable boy. Shui booped Mingren's nose. You're definitely not a demon fox. Mingren is just Mingren, my friend. Uzumaki Mingren. Shui's words struck Mingren's heart like a sharp arrow, and the grievances he had harbored for years erupted into sorrow, surging forth from the wound. Following slightly behind Shui, Mingren bit his lip, tightly trembling, to keep from crying out. Before long, Shui could feel Mingren's increasingly violent trembling. Only when she turned around did she realize that Mingren had been crying all the way. As soon as Shui turned back, Mingren's sobs could no longer be concealed, leaking out intermittently through his clenched teeth. When Shui hastily comforted him, Mingren burst into loud cries. Since he could remember, he had never felt so sorrowful that he cried for a long time, nearly exhausting his tears. When he grew tired from crying, Shui struggled to lift him onto her back. Mingren, let's go to my house first. His grievances flowed out as tears, and the sharp arrow that had pierced his heart transformed into a healing balm, mending his broken heart. His empty heart and exhausted body stirred Mingren's drowsiness. He leaned against Shui's back, growing heavy-lidded, yet worried about tiring her. He struggled to get down. Shui held back the restless Mingren, stopping his movements. Sleep now, little fox. When Shui finally returned home, the moon had already passed its zenith and dawn was but a few hours away. She softly pushed open the door and fumbled for the light switch by memory. Click! The sudden burst of light stung Shui's eyes, forcing her to squint. She hadn't flipped the switch herself. After her eyes adjusted to the brightness, she saw Sasuke standing by the switch, his expression dark and sullen. Sasuke, you're not asleep yet. It's almost. What happened to your arm? The words Shui had been preparing to scold him with lodged in her throat. I accidentally fell. Sasuke said nothing, merely gazing at her in silence. Shui placed Naruto on the sofa and laid down beside him to rest. I'm so tired. That guy Naruto. How could he possibly run so far? No sooner had she lain down than she nearly drifted off. She had carried Naruto all the way and was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Through a haze of drowsiness, Shui felt someone gently wiping her arm with a damp cloth. The sharp sting brought her back to consciousness. Opening her eyes, she saw Sasuke with a basin of warm water cleaning her wound. He frowned as he looked at her injury, and Shui felt he was disgusted by her filthy state. Sasuke, you don't have to do this. I am MPH. I'll get up in a bit. Sasuke pressed harder, and Shui gasped through the pain. Ish, it hurts. Stop moving. Lie still, and let me finish dressing the wound. Sleep as long as you want after. But remember to take a shower first. Shui was far too exhausted to quarrel over Sasuke's deliberate roughness. She obediently lay on the sofa while he treated her injury. Sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she drifted into a half-asleep state, engaging in disjointed conversation with Sasuke. Hey Sasuke. Sasuke applied medicine while waiting for her response, but Shui fell silent for a long while. TCH. Has she fallen asleep already? Sleeping on the sofa will give her a cold. Just as Sasuke was considering whether to wake her and send her to the bedroom after a bath, Shui's voice began to murmur again. Naruto is asleep. Can you Help him take a bath. Sasuke, who was wrapping her wound with bandages, heard this, glanced up at the two figures half dead asleep on the sofa, then looked at the clock, and felt his temper flare, veins throbbing on his forehead. No. There was no response from the sofa, only the gentle rhythm of alternating breaths. Shue had fallen asleep. Having stayed up all night, Sasuke's mood was exceedingly foul. He slapped Naruto awake, who stirred groggily, and opened his eyes to find Sasuke glaring at him with such darkness in his expression that it seemed a punch was seconds away. Sasuke, the bathroom is that way. I've got your clothes. Go take a shower yourself. Huh. Before Naruto could process what was happening, Sasuke had already hauled him off the sofa and kicked him straight into the bathroom. The sound of splashing water filled the room. Sasuke looked at the deeply sleeping Shue on the sofa and rubbed his forehead, pondering how to handle her. Should he just carry her into the bedroom? No, she was too filthy. She'd be uncomfortable, and she'd likely lose her mind when she woke up in such a state. Should he give her a bath? Shue, asleep on the sofa, breathed evenly. Having entered puberty, she was growing taller and developing more feminine features. Sasuke rejected that idea immediately. Sasuke, keep it down. Hearing Naruto's shout, Sasuke quickly strode to the bathroom door, only to find Naruto walking out completely naked. With a thud, Naruto was kicked back into the bathroom a second time, along with a bundle of clothes that landed squarely on his face. Outside the bathroom, Sasuke's furious voice pierced through the door. Put your clothes on. This isn't your house. After settling Naruto into his own room, Sasuke deliberated for a moment before deciding to wake Shue. Shue, wake up. Sasuke shook her shoulder, but Shue irritably shoved him away, rolled over, and pressed against her wounded arm, jolting awake from the pain. Ish, it hurts. Shue sat up abruptly, clutching her arm and wailing. MMPH, did I fall asleep? Sorry about that, thanks for your trouble, Sasuke. Go get some sleep. Shue offered an apologetic smile and pushed Sasuke toward his room. Good night, Sasuke. Don't fight Naruto over the blanket. I wouldn't do such a thing. Early the next morning, Sasuke pushed away Naruto, who was almost clinging to him, with a look of disdain. Naruto, still half-conscious, rubbed the spot where he had been kicked and chose to continue sleeping. Sasuke sighed, got up, and habitually made breakfast for two. After a moment of thought, he prepared an extra portion following his own breakfast style. Naruto, get up. Sasuke, let me sleep a little longer, I'm so sleepy. Don't drool all over my bed, you idiot. Get up. Voila. After forcibly waking Naruto, Sasuke walked to Yuki's door, hesitated, then knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Yuki, time to get up. I'll be down in a bit. Sasuke relented. Hurry up, breakfast is getting cold. From the room came a few symbolic sounds of someone turning over. By the time Sasuke was almost finished with his own breakfast, Naruto had just finished washing up in the bathroom. What were you doing in there? Brushing my teeth. Washing my face. What's wrong? Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion, toothpaste foam still at the corners of his mouth, and his hair a complete mess. Are you even awake? A little. Sasuke had reached his limit. Go back and do it all over again. How did you manage to make yourself look so sloppy? Naruto rubbed his hair sleepily, licked his lips, tasted the toothpaste, and turned toward the bathroom. Wait a second. What's wrong? Whose toothbrush are you using? I've been a guest here before. There's a toothbrush of mine in the cabinet. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head and continued eating his breakfast, gesturing for Naruto to go to the bathroom. Footsteps sounded on the stairs as Yuki came down, yawning. Yuki, what's wrong? That idiot Naruto has been to your house and even stayed overnight. What about it? Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Yuki walked over to the table and lowered her voice to speak with Sasuke. It was compensation for a time when I didn't visit him for a whole month and deliberately ignored him. I invited him over. Big sister even said the third Hokage approved it. Back then I didn't know why I needed the Hokage's permission to let him stay at my place. Hey Sasuke. Yuki suddenly turned serious and leaned close to Sasuke. Don't you hate him just because there's a monster sealed inside him, okay? Sasuke clicked his tongue and looked at Yuki with disdain. That's not why I hate him. Hearing this, Yuki smiled and settled back into her chair. Hey. Sasuke and Naruto are going to become good friends. Naruto came out of the bathroom, saw Yuki sitting at the table, and enthusiastically lunged toward her. Go get washed up properly. Do you even act like a big sister? Fine. Whatever Sasuke says. After breakfast, Yuki took Naruto out and headed for the Ninja Academy. They saw Iruka waiting for them at the gate. Iruka-sensei. As soon as he saw the teacher, Naruto waved enthusiastically and greeted Iruka. It's Naruto. Iruka was holding a ninja headband, his expression a little strange as he looked at the Uchiha outfit on Naruto. He composed his face, smiled, and personally placed the headband on Naruto's forehead. Congratulations on graduating, Naruto. And thank you for last night, Yuki. Yuki barely managed to hold back an excited Naruto smiled awkwardly at Iruka and said, No. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found Naruto. Naruto didn't hurt you last night, did he? Iruka shook his head. I'm fine, but Mizuki is now lying in the hospital. Actually, I have to thank Naruto. He saved me at a critical moment. Naruto laughed carelessly. Oh, don't mention it. I'm really strong, you know. If only you hadn't knocked me out at the end. The laughter stopped abruptly. Iruka patted Naruto's head and said with a smile, anyway, congratulations on becoming a true ninja. How about I treat you to Ichiraku ramen today? Really? Awesome. Yuki watched Naruto, who had been gloomy just a moment ago, light up with joy, and she tilted her head with a gentle smile. Naruto truly exists like the sun. Even the stars must be eclipsed by your radiance. Let's go home and change clothes first, Naruto, or else you'll be known as Uchiha Naruto. Yeah. A few days after graduation, the long-awaited class assignment ceremony finally arrived for Naruto and his classmates. Early in the morning, Naruto dressed himself neatly, positioned his headband properly, and hurried to the academy at a speed faster than ever before. In the morning, long before the designated time, the classroom held only a handful of students. Yet when some caught sight of Naruto wearing his headband, astonishment flickered across their faces. Hey, look, isn't that guy supposed to have failed the exam? Are you an idiot? You can retake a test you fail. Besides, failing an exam that easy would be the real oddity. True. Hey, does that mean he's getting assigned to our class too? Who knows? Oh my god, who wants to be paired with him? What bad luck. Keep your voice down. He's coming over. Naruto paid no mind to their whispering. He scanned the classroom for an empty seat, and upon spotting Sasuke, frowned slightly before deliberately choosing a seat one row behind and to the side of him. Sasuke felt the disturbance behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly to sense it, and then closed them again to rest. Naruto remained quiet behind him for only a short while before he grew restless, fidgeting anxiously in his seat and glancing around as though waiting for something or someone. He knew with his eyes closed whom Naruto was waiting for, that pesky pink-haired girl. She wasn't even as pretty as her older sister, yet she caused nothing but trouble, pestering him endlessly from morning to night. A bouncing mass of pink hair appeared at the classroom's back door, followed immediately by that infuriating, perpetually cheerful voice. Yo, good morning, Sakura-chan. Sakura shoved Naruto aside with a sharp move. Good morning, Sasuke-kun, she said brightly. Upon hearing his brief reply, Sakura timidly asked if she might sit beside him. Sasuke didn't even glance her way. Sakura took his silence as permission, but just as she was about to slip into the seat, Naruto suddenly vaulted over from the row behind and settled himself right beside Sasuke. I absolutely cannot let Sakura sit next to that cocky jerk, Naruto thought resentfully, putting on a foolish grin as he dealt with a furiously glaring Sakura. Unfortunately for Sakura, Iruka-sensei walked in at that moment, carrying the class assignment roster, robbing her of the chance to drag Naruto away and toss him somewhere else. She was left with no choice but to take the outermost seat in that row. Wanting to maximize the time for students and their assigned jonin instructors to get to know one another, Iruka-sensei skipped the pleasantries and went straight to business. Class 1, the roster is as follows. Class 7, the roster is as follows. Haruno Sakura. The drowsy Naruto instantly woke up. Uzumaki Naruto. Yay. Sakura gave him a look of distaste. How could she possibly end up in the same class as him? Uchiha Sasuke. Yay. Naruto shot Sasuke an equally discontented glance. How could he end up in the same class as that guy? On the school rooftop after the class assignments, the three of them had already been waiting for their jonin sensei for quite some time. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, deliberately keeping a wide gap between himself and the seated Sakura and Sasuke, idly counting clouds as they drifted across the sky. Sorry, I'm late. Got held up by something. The sudden voice startled Naruto, nearly asleep, jolting him upright. Standing before them was a man with white hair and one half-lidded listless eye. His headband covered his left eye while the rest of his face was concealed beneath a black mask, giving him a thoroughly disheveled and slovenly appearance. He looked utterly unreliable. What a bizarre outfit. All three thought the same thing simultaneously. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't sensed his approach at all. Had he concealed his presence? Well then, let's go around and introduce ourselves. I'll start. Naruto eagerly raised his hand and launched into a self-introduction covering his name, his favorite things, and then, after a stealthy glance at Sakura, his dreams. My dream is to become a Hokage who surpasses all the Hokage who came before me. Next up was Sakura. Compared to Naruto's enthusiasm, she seemed rather restrained, offering only a simple introduction while repeatedly stealing glances at Sasuke. When it was Sasuke's turn, he summed it up in a single sentence. Uchiha Sasuke. Things I like. Things I dislike. Quite a few. My goal is revenge. When he mentioned things he liked, he paused, briefly glanced around at the group, and then skipped past it to his dislikes. He surveyed everyone once more, and when his eyes landed on Naruto, he deliberately emphasized how many things he disliked. Looks like it's my turn. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. That's all. So perfunctory. Meet at training ground 3 tomorrow morning. And don't eat breakfast. Dismissed. In the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving the trio dumbfounded. With that, his figure disappeared, leaving the three of them completely speechless. I'm back. Yuki peeked out from behind the sofa, her hand and mouth still smeared with snack crumbs, staring at him in bewilderment. Welcome back. Yuki swallowed her snack, glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned back to him with a puzzled expression. Why are you home so early? Isn't that strange? Shouldn't it be? Sasuke also wore a puzzled expression, and the two of them stared at each other in silence for a moment. Don't you have a jonin in charge of your class? Yuki suddenly puffed up her cheeks in anger and said displeasedly, I specifically went to the third Hokage to apply to be the jonin instructor for your class, and he told me there was already someone better. Yet your class doesn't even have a jonin leading it. Sasuke fell silent, wanting to explain, but was drowned out by Yuki's rambling. He's just afraid I'll show favoritism. Phh. I've never favored anyone, okay? If I were a teacher, I'd certainly be no worse than anyone else. Sasuke's gaze darkened slightly. Yuki angrily rose from her seat and headed to the sink to wash her hands. I'm going to find him right now. How dare he lie to me and leave your class without a jonin instructor? Seeing Yuki ready to storm into a full-blown argument with the third Hokage, Sasuke couldn't hold back any longer. We do have a jonin instructor. Yuki froze mid-motion as she put on her shoes. Huh. It took some time before Sasuke finally convinced Yuki that their jonin instructor hadn't given them any orientation speech about the class division, hadn't personally invited them out to eat to build teacher-student rapport and comrade bonds, and hadn't shared a single word about his teaching style, precautions, or focal points. He had merely introduced himself in passing and told them to gather the next morning. That was it. Is he really trustworthy, this jonin named Hatake Kakashi? Sasuke picked up his ninja tool pouch and shrugged. I don't know, but I don't care. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have you teach me. I'm heading out for training. I'll be back before dinner. Do you need me to bring anything back? Yuki was still lost in shock over the thought of there being such an unreliable teacher and didn't quite catch what Sasuke had said. What? Do you need me to bring anything back? No need. But why don't you go fetch Naruto? And how about that girl Haruno Sakura? After all, you'll be teammates with them for a long time to come. No. Yuki looked at Sasuke's resolute refusal and sighed. All right, remember to come back early. The next morning, Yuki was still downstairs waiting for him with breakfast ready. Kakashi said he doesn't want breakfast. He's sending you to the training ground so early and not even letting you eat. Didn't I tell you yesterday? No, you didn't. Sasuke pressed a hand to his forehead and said wearily, fine, it's my fault. You made an extra portion. Yuki patted his head. How about I bring lunch and watch you train from the side? Would that bother you? Sasuke hesitated for a moment. It would. Probably. You'd better not come. By the time Naruto arrived at the training ground, Sakura and Sasuke had already been waiting for a while. He quickly ran over to join his comrades, scratching his head and apologizing apologetically. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Hasn't the training started, has it? Sasuke opened his eyes and glanced at him, then slowly said, You're not the last one here. Huh? Is someone else still not here? Weren't we all supposed to be here? Sakura seethed with frustration. It's that Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. He had us gather first thing in the morning, and yet he's the one who's late. What? Kakashi-sensei hasn't shown up yet. The three little ones waited hungrily at the training ground for a long while longer, and finally he appeared. After the three of them fixed their resentful gazes on him and finished their complaints, Kakashi set his alarm, pulled out 2 bells, and announced the day's assessment. Your task today is to snatch these 2 bells from my hands before noon. As for those who fail to get a bell, you won't get to eat lunch. Kakashi pointed to a wooden post not far away. You'll also be tied to that post and forced to watch us eat our bento. The 3 little ones' faces visibly darkened. Then the test begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 on the field instantly vanished, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hiding first. A smart move. Kakashi frowned. Theoretically, this was their first time working together as a team, and something about it felt off. Never mind, they were just 3 fresh graduates. Nothing unusual about it. Kakashi thought for a moment, then pulled a book from his ninja tool pouch and began reading. In the woods, Naruto and Sasuke were hiding behind tree branches. Hey, show off, same plan as always. Keep your voice down. Sasuke stared fixedly at Kakashi, who was leaning against an obviously conspicuous tree reading. Create a shadow clone from a distance. Don't let him spot you, then use the clone to attack and test his responses. I'll look for an opening to use a jutsu from the side. You don't engage until I do. This time I won't hold back. Understood? Naruto scoffed. It's just a jutsu. Isn't my shadow clone just as good? Why not attack together from the start? He's not Yuki. Only an idiot like you wouldn't care about intel on the enemy. Naruto nodded nonchalantly. Oh, doesn't matter. Let's just defeat him the same way we took down Sister Yuki. He was about to turn away when something struck him. Hey, show off, what about Sakura? I don't know. She'll probably make her move when the time is right. Naruto pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He clapped his hands and shouted to Sasuke, hey, if Sakura doesn't get a bell, I'll give mine to her. Then she'll definitely be won over by my generosity. What do you think? Isn't this lord of mine brilliant? Sasuke's face darkened and he kicked him squarely in the rear, urging him to get moving and prepare the jutsu. Under the tree, Kakashi glanced around at the shortening shadows and suspected the 3 brats might have already bailed on him. Just as he was about to activate his sensory abilities, the sound of running footsteps echoed from within the woods ahead. Finally lost their patience. Kakashi remained leaning against the tree and casually glanced at the dozen identical Narutos that appeared before him. Haha, behold my signature shadow clone jutsu. The Narutos at the rear of the pack cried out arrogantly, while the rest charged forward all at once. Kakashi didn't even glance at the onrushing mob. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the one Naru who hadn't moved. The original then, trying to force me to expose myself by drawing my attention with clones. The charging Naruto shouted all manner of battle cries, bragging about how they would defeat him. Take this, Naruto super combo. Kakashi kicked two of the closest clones aside, ducked beneath a leaping clone, then caught one mid-punch, and flung it into the pack, shattering several clones in the process. His eyes never left the book in his hands. He didn't even stop turning the page. The remaining clones surrounded him warily but held back until the original, Naru, let out a furious roar. Don't you underestimate me, you bastard. All at once, hammer him to the ground. Every clone and the original surged forward together. Kakashi absorbed the strikes from the nearest foes, using their bodies like weapons to smash through swathes of clones until only the final, original, stood before him. Kakashi set his book aside, grabbed the boy by the leg, caught his flailing fists, and pinned him to the ground. You came at me all by yourself. Really? Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive sphere of flame hurtled straight toward him. At the same instant, the Naru pinned beneath him dissolved into smoke. What? Another clone? A Genin pulling off a jutsu of this scale? The smoke from the clone briefly stunned Kakashi. He hadn't expected such a scatterbrained boy to actually devise tactics. The fireball closed in fast, and Kakashi instantly vanished, but Sasuke had already relocated nearby and launched an attack. Kakashi raised his arm to block Sasuke's heavy kick, which carried the full momentum of his body. He caught Sasuke's punch as well, and while Kakashi's attention was occupied defending himself, Sasuke targeted the bells at his waist. Kakashi teleported away, rubbing his arm in mild surprise. What a monster. Looks like reading time is over. Before he could piece it together, Naruto's voice rang out behind him. Now it's your turn. Take this. Kakashi was startled and immediately turned to defend himself. How? They're coordinating. This is bad. Flanked. Naruto gave him no breathing room, surging forward with a horde of clones, while Sasuke closed in from the other side. After shoving away several clones, Kakashi found his limbs seized by a swarm of them, leaving him immobilized. Sasuke. I know. Sasuke launched himself upward and swung a fist downward with full force. There was the unmistakable feeling of flesh meeting bone, but it was Naruto flying outward instead. With the original struck, Naruto could no longer maintain the shadow clone jutsu. The remaining clones on the field dissipated one by one, leaving a stunned Sasuke and a hand-clutching, yelping Naru behind. Gone. Where did he go? A burst of applause rang out, accompanied by Kakashi's voice. Impressive cooperative spirit, well done. Kakashi leaped down from a nearby tree, gazing with approval at the prone Naruto and the vigilant Sasuke. This isn't your first time working together, is it? Naruto sprang up, clutching his swollen cheek. Damn it, Sasuke. Can't you aim better next time? Sasuke drew a kunai, analyzing the situation. So he used the substitute technique to swap with Naruto's real body, and with my attack, he dispelled Naruto's shadow clones. Sasuke assumed a fighting stance, a single tomo emerging in his eye. This is troublesome. There won't be another chance. Wait. Is that Sakura? As expected of an Uchiha prodigy, to have awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. The previously boisterous Naruto suddenly fell silent, then began loudly discussing tactics with Sasuke. Sasuke, you harass him with projectiles here, and I'll use shadow clones for a frontal assault. Got it. Sasuke glanced at him and offered his opinion slowly. I think I should charge head-on while you support me with clones. The odds of success would be higher. Naruto didn't argue with Sasuke. Instead, he stared anxiously at Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled. A sound arose behind him, and he swiftly seized Sakura's arms, binding her to a tree trunk with steel wire. The entire motion was so fast that Sakura, even as she was tied up, failed to react. Sakura! Naruto roared and charged at him. Without hesitation, Sasuke joined him in the assault. Kakashi casually cast a genjutsu on Naruto, then immediately used the earth release inner decapitation technique to drag Sasuke into the ground. Unfortunately, you've already failed. By the time Naruto came to, he was tied to a stump with Sakura and Sasuke on either side. Kakashi was summarizing the battle. Overall, you performed quite admirably. Hey, why am I tied up here? But Naruto, you were the biggest flaw. Using shadow clones to confuse me during the first wave of attacks was a successful tactic. Since I wasn't sure you had a history of cooperation, I couldn't determine if the clone was the real body. In other words, if I were to leave, I'd have to take you with me, and you'd slow me down. But you chose to prematurely dispel the clones, removing that burden. Kakashi folded his arms, the two bells jingling in his hand. I told you before, use every advantage to defeat me. In your second attack, you planned to trap me with both clones and your real body to create an opening for Sasuke. But your shout of Sasuke revealed your real body's location, allowing a simple substitution technique to neutralize the attack. The third time was your closest to success. While I was focused on you two, Sakura intended to ambush me from behind. Although I deliberately shut off my perception, your extremely suspicious behavior made me wary. Discussing tactics right in front of the enemy and failing to mask your expression practically screamed that danger was imminent. Sakura's surprise attack was excellent, but your performance cost you that sole opportunity, because all three of you had already revealed your positions. Finally, you recklessly attacked me, without concern, dragging Sasuke into failure when there was no hope. Given how long it took you to wake up, you can't even dispel basic genjutsu, yet you acted so carelessly. Kakashi dissected his mistakes one by one, looking at them with contempt. You've already killed yourself and your teammates 3 times, even against a mere chunin. Naruto glared at him resentfully, but he couldn't deny the logic. Then Sasuke, Sakura, you may eat your bento, but you are not allowed to give any to Naruto. This is punishment for his recklessness. If I catch you, you'll be disqualified immediately. The afternoon will feature a more difficult bell-stealing test. Discuss your tactics with your new teammate properly. With that, Kakashi vanished in a body flicker, leaving the 3 youngsters staring at each other. Hey, what are you doing here? You was startled by the sudden voice from behind, nearly falling from the tree. She covered her mouth to stifle a scream. When she regained her composure, she saw a lazy-eyed figure watching her from a nearby branch. You quickly waved her hands to show she meant no harm, stammering nervously. I'm not an enemy. I'm not wearing a ninja vest or carrying a tool pouch. Panic made her forget that these details proved nothing about her identity or intent. However, the Uchiha crest on her casual kimono already revealed her affiliation. Kakashi continued to stare at her with that same lazy gaze. Yuki's mind nearly short-circuited, while Kakashi showed no reaction whatsoever. I came to watch Sasuke and the others train. I'm not disturbing you. I'm sorry. Yuki bowed hastily to Kakashi, who steadied her. A member of the Uchiha clan. Are you Uchiha Yuki? Yes, I am. I really just came to watch them. Alright, I understand. Kakashi interrupted, glancing at the several lunchboxes in her hands. Are these lunchboxes for them? Yuki nodded repeatedly. Yes. Could you please help me give? Kakashi cut her off again. No need. Take them back. Kakashi looked at the 3 young ones not far away who were hesitating over whether to give Naruto the lunchbox. This is a lesson they must learn. They must understand that comrades are more important than rules. He took a deep breath. I don't want them to become a second me. Yuki was a bit bewildered. Her own team placement exam had never been this complicated. But she knew this must be crucial for them. Can I watch? Kakashi glanced at her. If they pass, you can give them the lunchboxes. Remember, no matter what happens, don't reveal yourself, understand? Yuki nodded vigorously. I know. With that, Kakashi vanished beside her. So fast. Is this the speed of a genuine jonin? Yuki muttered, clutching the lunchboxes as she found a new tree branch to sit on, silently watching the 3 young ones in the distance. If I use my Sharingan, could I see his movements? On the other side, Naruto's stomach was growling. So hungry. Sasuke warily glanced around and handed his lunchbox to the bound Naruto. Here, eat quickly. Sakura was startled. Wait, Sasuke. We'll be working together this afternoon. I don't want you dragging us down because you're hungry, got it dead last. Sakura was silent for a moment, then handed her lunchbox to Naruto. Take mine. I'm on a diet. No. I have a small appetite. Naruto was so moved, he nearly cried. Just eat, you idiot. Don't get caught. Sasuke noticed Naruto showed no interest in his own lunch, so he withdrew it. Hurry up. That guy might come back any time. Sakura nodded and pushed the lunchbox closer to Naruto. It's not that I don't want to eat, Sakura-chan. Look. Naruto wiggled his bound hands and feet, indicating he couldn't feed himself and needed someone else to do it. What? You? Her voice rose a bit. Sasuke coughed. Fine. Just this once. Got it. Yuki sat bored on the tree branch, swinging her legs, muttering in dissatisfaction. What kind of situation is this? Those lunchboxes aren't even as good as mine. It's just 3 people sharing 2 portions. Making such a big deal about sharing, really. Since she was too far away to hear the conversation between Kakashi and the 3, she assumed it was a test of whether they would share. Yuki touched the 3 lunchboxes that had gone cold and felt a bit displeased. Suddenly, a fierce wind appeared before the 3, and Kakashi materialized in front of them. You 3. His voice was so loud, even Yuki could hear. Yuki watched in bewilderment as Kakashi formed a hand seal. The 3 panicked. Sasuke assumed a fighting stance, Naruto struggled frantically, and Sakura collapsed to the ground in fear. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, lightning flickering within them. Yuki began to panic. She stood up from the tree branch, intending to use the body flicker technique to reach them. What was going on? Why were they about to fight? A ninjutsu of this scale, wouldn't it hurt them? Yuki struggled over whether to step out and stop Kakashi, but then remembered his words to her. Forget it, I'll trust him. If he hurts them, I'll take them away and not let him teach. Yuki murmured anxiously, starting to twist the hem of her clothes. The thunderclouds suddenly dissipated, and Kakashi's hostility vanished entirely. This time not only the three young ones, but Yuki was also bewildered. Whatever Kakashi said to them, Sasuke and Sakura followed him looking quite happy. And Naruto. Yuki looked at the bound Naruto, shouting loudly, and the departing teacher-student trio, hesitating whether to release him. Forget it. He must have his reasons. I'll leave for now and ask Sasuke later. Making up her mind, Yuki looked at the departing three and used the body flicker technique to head home. I can't let Sasuke find out I sneaked over. I'm back. Yuki poked her head out from beside the sofa, glancing toward Sasuke, who had just returned, and pointed one finger at the table. Welcome back, Sasuke. There's a bag on the table with 3 lunchboxes inside. Just heat them up and take them to your companions. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. I see. Sasuke picked up the bag from the table. The handle was damp to the touch. Sasuke quietly took out the 3 lunchboxes and shared with Yuki the results of their training that day. Our supervising Jonin said we can start missions tomorrow. He mentioned our assessment performance was excellent. What do you think of how we did in the end? Yuki had been happily listening to Sasuke's update when he suddenly asked for her opinion. She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, only to realize with frustration that she had no idea what happened at the end. I don't know what you were training for in the end. But you both passed, so it must have gone well. Sasuke looked at Yuki, who was seriously evaluating, and realized she hadn't fallen into his trap. Had she gotten smarter? Sasuke sighed, took the bento boxes from the microwave, and as if suddenly remembering something, deliberately spoke loudly. By the way, neither Kakashi-sensei nor I know where Naruto went after the assessment. He probably just went home to eat. Yuki jumped up from the sofa. What? You all forgot about Naruto. What's wrong? Yuki hurried to put on her shoes and began scolding Sasuke. How could you forget Naruto? He didn't eat breakfast like you did, and he barely touched his lunch bento. And he's still over there while you. Were you watching our training, Yuki? Sasuke abruptly interrupted her, throwing out the question. Yuki froze, instantly regretting it. Her hands never stopped tying her shoes. The rope binding Naruto was already untied by us. He went home. Yuki awkwardly took off her shoes at a loss for how to explain, and turned her back to avoid Sasuke's gaze, looking like a guilty child. An awkward silence fell over the room. Sasuke pressed his palm to his forehead. Fine, I just didn't want you there, because I was afraid you'd accidentally interrupt our training. Since you didn't ruin anything, it's fine. Yuki turned around again, teeth clenched, and grabbed the back of Sasuke's collar. Oh, you little brat. You secretly set a trap to trick your own sister. Let me teach you a lesson. She gently pinched Sasuke's cheek, then released him, and shared her upcoming mission schedule. I'm going on a long-term covert mission. I might be away for a very long time. Sasuke, take good care of yourself. Another mission? Where? Yuki shook her head. I can't say. Last time I told you the mission details, the 3rd Hokage reprimanded me. He said doing so would put you in danger. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You can't tell me anything at all. Sorry, I really can't. The lunch boxes on the table continued to steam, fogging up the nearby window. All right, hurry and deliver the bento to them. They'll get cold otherwise. Yuki put the lunch boxes back into the bag and handed it to Sasuke. Hurry back, or they'll all be home already. Sasuke wasn't particularly eager to take the bag, but Yuki shoved it into his hands and gently pushed him out the door. Bye-bye, Sasuke. Have fun with them. The door behind him closed softly, yet Sasuke heard a thunderous slam, deafeningly loud. Naruto rubbed his numb arms, yawning as he searched through the cupboard for today's ramen. Original flavor ramen. I'm kinda hungry, alright. Let's have this limited edition supersized special ramen. Naruto dug through the ramen boxes and found one noticeably larger than the others, cheerfully carrying it to the kitchen. I've been craving this one for ages, and today, I finally have an excuse. Lighting the stove, boiling water, all done in one smooth motion. Just as he was about to tear open the ramen, the doorbell rang. Ding ding ding, ringing urgently, as if something important had come up. Who would come looking for me? I'm coming. Naruto opened the door in confusion to find Sasuke standing outside holding a bag. Sasuke. Sasuke quickly pulled out one lunchbox from the bag and shoved it into Naruto's hands. Made by Yuki for you. I'm leaving. With that, Sasuke disappeared, leaving Naruto standing at the doorway, completely bewildered, holding the bento box. Closing the door, Naruto examined the lunchbox and recalled Sasuke's words. Made by Sister Yuki. Alright. Naruto turned off the boiling stove and spoke to the unopened ramen box. Too bad, Mr. Ramen. Today isn't your day to be eaten. He picked up the ramen, opened the cupboard, and shoved it inside, all in one smooth motion. The bento looked beautifully prepared and smelled wonderful. Clearly Yuki had put a lot of effort into it. It looked far more appetizing than his ramen. Naruto happily opened the bento box and raised his chopsticks in celebration. Alright, let's eat. Dodging Sakura's enthusiastic invitation, Sasuke didn't head straight home, but sat on a rooftop not far from his house. From this angle, he could clearly see Yuki organizing her belongings at her bedroom desk. Having lived together for so long, Sasuke knew her little habits. Inside the window, Yuki was counting her newly packed ninja tool pouch. For example, she was forgetful. Yuki hurriedly left the desk and brought back several shuriken, placing them on the table. Sasuke held the bento Yuki made watching her pack, while taking small bites. This was a soldier pill. Where's the kunai? Did she forget it? Sasuke took a bite of Yuki's fried egg. Her cooking has improved, much better than before. If she opened a restaurant, customers would surely keep coming. Inside, Yuki did another inventory check. When she reached for the kunai, she realized she hadn't packed it. A few minutes later, she returned with the kunai, placed it in her pouch, and strapped it on. Sasuke glanced at the shuriken on the desk, the one she had brought over at the very beginning. She had clearly forgotten them again. How could someone like her be a proper ninja? He didn't want her to go on this mission at all, because even Uzumaki wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Sasuke sighed, closed the empty bento box, and jumped down from the roof. I'm back. Welcome back. Shue departed on the morning of the second day. Sasuke knew he could not stop her, or perhaps he could, if only he possessed sufficient power. Sasuke stood at the doorway watching Shue leave, and once again recalled Itachi's words. Come find me when you have eyes like mine, my foolish younger brother. Sasuke clenched his fists, sensing his chakra. Still too weak. Too weak. He must gain power. He must kill Uchiha Itachi. There is no other choice. Once Shue's figure disappeared from view, he made his way toward the meeting point Kakashi had designated. Power, I will obtain it by any means necessary. For the following days, Kakashi had them take on numerous D-rank missions which in Sasuke's own words were utterly pointless and a waste of time. Kakashi could see his frustration, especially when he and his two teammates returned filthy from catching a cat. His expression grew terrifyingly grim, and in a flash he appeared beside the cat, grabbed it by the neck, and threw it toward his teammates. The frightened cat struggled desperately in Naruto's arms, scratching several bloody lines across his forearms. Naruto paid it no mind, hugged the cat close, and cheerfully went to turn in the mission. When Sasuke reached for the cat's neck a second time, Kakashi instantly appeared and seized his arm. Calm down, Sasuke. It's only a cat. Sasuke struggled against Kakashi's grip, but his arm felt as though clamped in an iron vise, completely immobilized. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, seized the cat by the scruff of its neck with his other hand, and glared at Kakashi. Kakashi released his arm. Sasuke leaped down from the tree, handed the cat to Naruto, and vanished in an instant. Sasuke, aren't you coming with us to submit the mission? Naruto called after him. Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. You two go ahead. I'll find him. Naruto and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances and nodded before heading toward the mission hall with the cat. Sasuke came to a halt at a nearby training ground and shouted over his shoulder. Enough. Stop following me. Kakashi appeared instantly in the open space nearby. Talk to me. What's going on? I said I've had enough. This has nothing to do with you. Kakashi shrugged. As your Jonin instructor, I feel it's my duty to help my students with their everyday troubles. Sasuke roared at him in anger. What do you know? What can you possibly do to help? Repeat these boring missions day after day. Clean floors. Catch cats and dogs. Are you kidding me? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. To be honest, I never expected you to be the first to complain. I always thought it would be Naruto. Huh? And what good is any of this? Helping Konoha prosper. What was Konoha doing while I was suffering? Kakashi stepped closer. Well, it seems you have serious objections to my teaching methods. Didn't you hear me? I said enough. Stay away from me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and took another step forward. And what if I don't? Before the words had even left his mouth, Sasuke's attack came hurtling toward him. Kakashi raised his hand to block the kick and seized his fist. He sensed the increase in Sasuke's speed and reflexes, perceived the kunai already in his hand, aimed at his head, and swiftly pushed Sasuke away, retreating rapidly. Sasuke stabilized his stance, coldly preparing for a second strike. A single tomo rotated in his Sharingan. Don't get too full of yourself, Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled mischievously. Well, looks like you prefer this kind of training, don't you? His response was a great fireball jutsu. Gone. Where did he go? Sasuke's great fireball dissipated, and he was stunned to find Kakashi no longer in the spot where he had been. Behind you. Before Kakashi could finish, Sasuke had already launched an attack from behind. Kakashi kept his hands clasped behind his back, dodging one assault after another. Too slow. Kakashi seized the moment when Sasuke's fist was still extended and couldn't be retracted, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Sasuke crashed into a tree trunk, his stomach churning violently. Since I started leading your class on missions, your condition has only worsened day by day. I want to know, what exactly happened? Sasuke steadied his breathing, gripped his kunai tightly, and attacked again. Shut up. You have no right to know. Kakashi's expression darkened. He struck Sasuke's right wrist, knocking the kunai from his hand, then seized his arm and threw him back against the tree. With his other hand, he pulled a thin wire from his ninja tool pouch and bound Sasuke to the trunk. Kakashi clapped his hands together, a smile playing on his lips. Well, now you can talk, can't you? Sasuke could hold back no longer and screamed at him. You arrogant bastard. What do you know about me anyway? How about I kill everyone you hold dear? Still thinking about revenge, Sasuke? Sasuke scoffed and glared at him with contempt. Do you even realize how absurd that sounds? Actually, I'm rather envious of you, Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned a vicious glare toward Kakashi. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? No, I mean it literally. Kakashi shook his head, still smiling. As for the people I hold dear, well, I'm sorry, but you'll never get the chance to kill them. They're all already dead. Kakashi looked down at Sasuke. That's why I said I envy you, Sasuke. At least you still have someone worth treasuring. So forget about revenge and all that. Instead of wallowing in the sadness and anger of the past, why not look up at the sun above you? For once, Sasuke offered no rebuttal. Kakashi-sensei, over here, Naruto shouted loudly, waving his arms vigorously to beckon the returning Kakashi over. When Kakashi approached, Sakura and Naruto moved around him, peering behind. Hey sensei, where is Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, turning to Kakashi with a puzzled look after finding no trace. Naruto took out the mission reward, divided it according to their agreed proportions, handed Kakashi his share, and posed the same question. Huh, where's that Sasuke? Kakashi scratched his head. Well, he said he had some business at home, and went ahead. Sakura's disappointment was evident. Went home. So early. Kakashi shrugged. Couldn't be helped. He seemed in a hurry. I was hoping to invite Sasuke-kun over to my place. Naruto immediately squeezed next to Sakura. Hee Sakura-chan, since that guy Sasuke isn't coming, you could invite me instead. She punched him on the head, sending him flying several meters. Don't get too full of yourself. Jerk. Kakashi walked over to Naruto with a smile. Alright. Since Sasuke isn't here, the team's mission for today is done. I declare you all dismissed. Naruto sprang up from the ground, raising his hands and yelling, alright. Suddenly remembering something, he grabbed Kakashi, holding out Sasuke's share of the reward. Hey Kakashi-sensei, what about Sasuke's portion? Kakashi wished he had successfully convinced Sasuke to stop his quest for revenge, but from the look in Sasuke's eyes, as he left, he had no intention of giving up. Instead, his future actions would likely become more covert out of consideration for Shue. Kakashi pressed his forehead in frustration, knowing that showing up before Sasuke now would only make things worse. Just go deliver it to his house. What? I have to go to his house myself. No way. Naruto refused indignantly. I'm not going to be an errand boy for that smug jerk. Kakashi's headache worsened. Then give it to him tomorrow. I have something to attend to. Remember, don't secretly pocket it, got it? Naruto grinned. Hee, I know. Kakashi eyed his scheming expression suspiciously, and added, I'll ask Sasuke tomorrow. Don't you dare keep it you here. Yeah. Bye, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto waved impatiently, bid farewell, and ran off. Kakashi headed to the third Hokage's office. He needed to report about Sasuke. Naruto counted the money in his wallet, debating whether to deliver it to Sasuke or keep it. Catching sight of a wildflower by the roadside, he plucked it. Alright, then you shall decide. Quickly naming the flower after its color, he said, I'll call you Yellow Peach. Now, Yellow Peach, you shall help me decide this incredibly important matter. Here I go. Return keep. The wildflower he had picked had quite a few petals. Halfway through, Naruto began to regret his choice. Return keep. Why so many petals? Return keep. After some time, a thin trail of yellow petals stretched behind him. Return keep. The voice cut off abruptly. Naruto frowned and tossed the Yellow Peach away. Damn it. I can't believe you wanted me to become a faithless scumbag. I won't be swayed by your temptation. Take that. With that, Naruto cheerfully dashed toward Sasuke's house. Meanwhile, in the third Hokage's office. Kakashi, don't worry. Sasuke won't fall. Why? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smiled and took a puff from his pipe. As long as Shue remains in Konoha, Sasuke won't sink into darkness. They are each other's pillars, neither can leave the other. And since Konoha is the vessel of this bond, neither of them will willingly depart. Is that so? Kakashi fell into thought. Thank you. I understand. In that case, since Sasuke finds the missions too easy, I have a task here. A simple C-rank escort mission. The destination is, let me see, the Land of Waves. Take them out of the village for some relaxation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took the mission scroll, glanced at it, tucked it into his robe, bowed to Hiruzen, and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, he couldn't help asking, Hokage-sama, may I ask why you sent Shue on a mission? You mean Shue's reconnaissance mission? That's merely compensation for her to receive the treatment of a Jonin. After all, Konoha owes the Uchiha clan far too much. Granting her the rank of Jonin is a response to them. Kakashi found it odd. I see. Then what was the purpose of sending her out this time? Hiruzen paused his pipe. Mission? What mission? Don't you remember? Shue said it was an important confidential mission you assigned to her, and she has already departed. Hiruzen's pipe trembled slightly. That's right, I remember now. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him there was something fishy about this. I just didn't expect her to be so efficient. You may leave now. Yes. After Kakashi left, Hiruzen took out a crystal ball and used the telescope technique to observe Sasuke's house. Naruto was chatting with Sasuke at the doorway. Sasuke blocked the door, leaving only a crack. After Sasuke said a few words to Naruto, Naruto cheerfully left. Sasuke closed the door tightly again and returned to the room. Hiruzen had already finished scanning the entire house and found no trace of Shue. He then used the telescope technique at several locations in the village where Shue often appeared, but still found nothing. Deactivating the telescope technique, Hiruzen's face darkened as he put away the crystal ball. Go summon Elder Danzo to see me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Also send someone to bring me a copy of Uchiha Shue's mission report. Yes. An Umbu member immediately responded. Hiruzen tapped the table, his heart full of anger with no outlet. At the root base. Elder Danzo, the Lord Hokage requests your presence. Danzo glanced at the root member who came to report and replied casually. Tell him I'll be there shortly. Yes. At the Hokage's office. Lord Third Elder Danzo said he needs some time. Hiruzen slammed the table and roared. Need some time? Go and tell him to come see me immediately. Don't play these games with me. Does he think what he did is clever? Sarutobi, I am already here. The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open by Danzo. Sarutobi, still burning with rage, naturally did not sense his chakra. Seeing his old friend, Sarutobi threw a mission document in front of him and said, suppressing his anger, "You'd better have a reasonable explanation." Danzo glanced at the mission document on the floor. It was precisely the forged mission he had personally fabricated as if issued by the Hokage. Calm down, Hiruzen. Uchiha Shue's intentions are unfathomable. She is no longer a successor of the will of fire. Her existence will only harm Konoha. Eliminating her is necessary. Eliminate her. Do you know how much she means to Sasuke? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The strongest ninja village in the entire shinobi world can't even protect the last 2 Uchiha clansmen. If this gets out, what will the Fire Daimyo think of us? What about our budget next year? Are you going to pay? Danzo bent down to pick up the scroll on the floor, then took out another mission report from his sleeve and tossed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen instinctively caught it and opened it. This is the intelligence report from my root operative in the Land of Water. Take a good look yourself. Hiruzen looked up at Danzo, his tone slightly less tense than before. Withdraw your people. Don't you know what time it is? If they're discovered, it'll be another war. Danzo let out a cold laugh. You'd better take a good look. Without this, you would never know about this matter in your lifetime. Hiruzen calmed down and read the contents of the scroll. It was an investigation of the battlefield in the Land of Water and information leaked by the Mizukage, including on-site inspections and intelligence gathering by operatives. The scroll contained statistics and analysis of the scene traces and casualties, identifying the identities of the intruders. It integrated abnormal intelligence gathered by operatives and concluded that Shue was likely involved or implicated in this operation. According to the Mizukage's intelligence, the intruders were Uchiha Itachi and the rogue ninja Juzo Biwa, among whom Juzo Biwa died and Uchiha Itachi escaped. According to the on-site Umbu's reconstruction, traces of battle between non-Mizukage personnel and the intruders were found. Based on the intelligence known to the operatives, it was deduced that this person was most likely Uchiha Shue. Currently, the Mizukage Umbu is investigating personnel within the country, and their identity is not yet known. Uchiha Shue has not been exposed. After finishing the scroll, Hiruzen lowered his hands and fell into deep thought. This intelligence gave him too much information. He didn't know whether Shue had defeated Uchiha Itachi, nor whether she had a contingency plan. He recalled the strange expression and uneasy movements Shue had when reporting her mission. One thing was certain: Shue did not want to tell him about this matter. She deliberately concealed it. That meant the mission report currently stored in the mission hall was unreliable. Danzo coughed, drawing Hiruzen's attention back. Just based on the fact that she didn't report the truth to you, she has already made her stance clear. According to the intelligence reported by my operatives and the fragmentary memories found inside Juzo Biwa's brain, they saw a Mangekyo that did not belong to Itachi. You and I both know whose Mangekyo that is. Danzo spoke calmly, looking confident. When Uchiha Shue reported to you, she said it was a 3-tomo, didn't she? Hiruzen, does Konoha need a Mangekyo that cannot be controlled? Danzo had already walked up to Hiruzen, arranged the mission documents, placed them in his hands, and patted his shoulder. Moreover, it's a Mangekyo that has been with the Jinchuriki for so long. Can Konoha withstand a second Nine-Tails incident? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently took the mission documents handed over by Danzo. He knew that everything Danzo said made sense, but he also understood that if this matter were not handled properly, the trouble Sasuke would stir up would be extremely troublesome. So you sent Uchiha Shue to secretly investigate Orochimaru's base. You know full well that Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja of Konohagakure. If something happens to Shue, what about Sasuke? Are you still shielding that traitor Hiruzen? Danzo, your vision is too short-sighted. Danzo tapped his cane and said in a stern voice, my vision is short-sighted. It is you who are too indecisive. What do you think caused the downfall of the Uchiha clan? Now you let the Uchiha clan possess a second pair of Mangekyo. Can you guarantee that the second Nine-Tails incident will not occur? I am thinking only of Konoha's safety. What about you? Sarutobi retorted with equal force, for Konoha's safety. The complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan has already dealt a heavy blow to Konoha's strength, yet you are still concerned about not wiping them out entirely. Danzo, I command you as the Hokage. Bring Uchiha Shweb back immediately. Direct Umbu members under the Hokage will directly participate in this operation. Keep your root members in line. Don't think I don't know about the dirty deeds you've done. Danzo furiously wanted to retort, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already turned his back, issuing an order to leave. The Umbu member beside him opened the door and gestured for him to depart. Danzo gave a cold snort. Hiruzen, you will regret what you have done today. The third Hokage did not look at him, merely signaling to the Umbu member beside him. Enough. I have hands and feet. I can walk on my own. Danzo angrily brushed aside the approaching Umbu member and slammed the door of the Hokage's office shut. The third Hokage looked at the sun outside the window and sighed. How many secrets are you still hiding from me? Uchiha, Shwe. At the root headquarters. My lord, do we need to respond to the Hokage's summons and participate in this operation? Danzo let out a cold chuckle, fiddling with the single Tomo Sharingan stored in a jar behind him. Of course we will participate to let Hiruzen see our sincerity. Have you contacted Orochimaru? We have contacted him. He said he can bring his partner Uchiha Itachi to the base marked on the mission, but he has one condition. Danzo's hand trembled, almost dropping the jar in his hand. He dares to make demands. What a joke. Haven't we given him enough benefits over the years? The reporting root member lowered his head and emphasized, My lord, he said if this condition is not met, he will not participate in this operation. Danzo laughed in extreme anger. Fine. Fine. This is forcing me to agree. My lord, then we. What is the condition? The root member paused, seemingly surprised that Danzo would compromise. He said he wants one of Shwe's Mangekyo Sharingan and Shwe's body. He added that he will specifically convey your intentions to Itachi, and he can serve as a messenger between you and Itachi, as long as you agree to these conditions. One Mangekyo and a body. Fine, fine, fine. Well done, Orochimaru. Danzo angrily smashed the jar in his hand and stomped on the single Tomo Sharingan that fell to the ground. After calming down for a moment, Danzo said in a low voice, Tell him we agree. Tell Itachi not to let me see Shwe again, otherwise I cannot guarantee Sasuke's safety. Yes. Call someone to clean up. Find a few ordinary root members to go to the third Hokage. You may leave. Yes. Danzo sat down again, took another jar from the wall of jars behind him to admire, and unraveled the bandages around his right eye. One a Mangekyo and her body. Huh. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and the Sharingan in his right eye glowed with a crimson light. Then you'll have to see if Itachi agrees. Her Sharingan is not something you can just take, Orochimaru. What I cannot obtain, no one else shall obtain. At Orochimaru's base, Orochimaru, clad in a black robe with red clouds, sensed a different chakra aura as soon as he entered. Come out. What do you want with me? A root member emerged from the shadows. Mr. Orochimaru, Lord Danzo has agreed to your conditions. Orochimaru excitedly extended his tongue and licked his face. Is that so? Is there anything you want me to convey to Itachi? Lord Danzo instructs you to tell Itachi not to let him see Shwe again, otherwise he cannot guarantee Sasuke's safety. Is that so? I understand. Orochimaru struck suddenly, using the hidden shadow snake hands to restrain the root member, and used wind release to seal off his escape route. Before the root member could react, a kunai had already drawn a bloody gash across his neck. A pair of golden vertical pupils stared at him, exuding a thick, killing intent. Show some respect. Tell Danzo, I have received his message. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. The shadow of death enveloped the root member. He felt as if he were locked onto by a giant python, and in the next second he would be devoured. Yes, I understand. The snake hands released. Orochimaru walked deeper into the base, leaving the root member whose legs had turned to jelly kneeling on the ground, unable to stand for a long time. Let me see. First go through the forest ahead, cross 2 rivers in it, and I should be almost there. As night fell, Shwe took out the map and confirmed her current location and her target's location. Shwe put down the map and poured out a soldier pill. And so terrible. After lamenting the taste of the soldier pill once more, Shwe extinguished the campfire, jumped onto a tree branch, and found a comfortable angle to lie down. Deshiwan's base. There should be many strange things there. I wonder if there will be danger. Shwe recalled the intelligence on the mission scroll. Deshiwan had already left this base, and it was currently idle. Why build it underground? Wouldn't a big hole on the ground be strange? Shwe turned over and lay on her side, lost in random thoughts. No. Perhaps there is some powerful seal protecting it. There should be a Jinjutsu barrier set up around the entrance. Shwe thought of her Sharingan, and suddenly had a sudden realization. So that's it. No wonder they sent me. My Sharingan can easily see through Jinjutsu, so my mission efficiency will be greatly improved. Shwe was pleased with her own cleverness, unaware that the Jinjutsu experts of Mu Yi were not limited to the Yuzhibo clan. In the morning, Yu went to meet his new partner, Deshiwan. Deshiwan stood at the bottom of the stairs, sensing Yu's chakra. Yu glanced at Deshiwan below. The killing intent under the stairs was thick. Deshiwan walked towards Yu, licking his face. And Yu took out a kunai from his sleeve and activated his Sharingan in advance. And the crisp sound of footsteps echoed as Deshiwan walked towards you with a cold smile. Yu tightened his grip on the kunai, and the Sharingan in his left eye transformed into the shape of a shuriken. And he no need to be so wary Yuzibo you. Deshiwan walked up to you and stopped. And we haven't seen each other for a long time ever since we both became rogue ninjas. But now is not the time for reminiscing. I have something to tell you. And you replied coldly, what is it? And truly calm Yuzibo you. Before discussing business, I invite you to join me Yuzibo you. Shiwan looked greedily into his eyes, his whole body exuding an uncontrollable killing intent. You, do you want eternal life? Your body, your eye power. Join me, and I will grant you new life. And I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense to Shiwan. And it doesn't matter. Shiwan took out a kunai and licked its sharp edge. And someone just asks you to complete an unfinished task. And you narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. And what don't you remember? Shiwan laughed lowly. Tuanzong asked me to tell you tomorrow Yuzibo Shui will arrive at my former base. He said he doesn't want to see Shui anymore otherwise. Shiwan didn't finish and continued walking up the stairs. If you agree, you can come to my base tomorrow. If you don't come, I will truthfully inform Tuanzong of the situation. Shiwan said with a low cold laugh, but soon he realized in horror that Yuzibo Yu's figure had suddenly appeared before him. He had already fallen into a jinjutsu early on. Wah! What jinjutsu? When in the world before him turned a blood-red hue. Deshiwan found himself pinned by thick pillars, unable to move. Deshiwan, all your movements will be seen through by these eyes. And you revealed the kunai in his hand. If I kill you here, no one will know your fate. And damn, such terrifying eye power. Shiwan's golden vertical pupils still stared at the other. Kill me. You mean to refuse Tuanzong and become my enemy? And if you kill me here, why don't you guess where we will meet next time? Who do you think I am? Shiwan laughed lowly, emboldened though he was now extremely tense. And you still stared into his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye slowly transformed into a 3-tomo, releasing Tsukuyami. Tomorrow morning, I will arrive on time. Shiwan tried to move his body, took a slight breath, left a remark, and departed. I will be waiting for you Yuzibo you. Endo, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately came forward to Shiwan Samayu. Shiwan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That had been the closest he had ever come to death. I underestimated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. No. I will obtain both Yuzibo Shui's and Yuzibo Yu's bodies. Shiwan took one last look at Yu, who was still standing there, then turned and hurried to the former base with Do. Master, what if he doesn't come tomorrow? Shiwan looked at his most satisfied disciple and smiled sinisterly. He won't. If he doesn't come, I'll tell Tuanzong his attitude. Then regardless of whether Shui escapes or not, Tuanzong will strike at Suizhu. If he comes, but doesn't choose to kill Shui and instead attacks me together with Shui, no matter if I die or not, Tuanzong will still target Suizhu after learning of it. If he comes and kills Shui, the clash between two Mangekyo will leave him severely weakened, and that will be the best time for me to strike him. Shiwan's vertical pupils glinted with a dangerous light. This is a deadlock, and he will have to step into it no matter what. And the secrets of the Sharingan, the immortal Deshiwan, these are about to become reality. And no matter which body, will become material for my research. And ahead, the faint outline of the base they had once stayed in appeared. This is their graveyard. No, this will be the place where they are reborn. Endo took out a Jinjutsu scroll and set up a Jinjutsu barrier for this place anew. Deshiwan excitedly extended his tongue and licked his face. Tomorrow. Just one more day. In the early morning, after waking up by the river, Snow pondered and decided against eating the unpleasant soldier pills. Far from civilization, numerous fish swam in the clear water. Since I'm already at the river, I might as well catch a fish for breakfast. Snow happily decided, rolled up her trousers, took off her shoes, stepped into the water, pulled out a kunai, held her breath, and concentrated on a medium-sized fish. The kunai pierced the water with a sound of breaking through. A fish with a kunai stuck in it floated to the surface. Soon a campfire was lit by the river. Meanwhile, footsteps approached from outside Orochimaru's base. Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped at the entrance. Itachi stood outside the Jinjutsu seal, waiting in silence. A rustling sound came from behind the seal, and soon it was dispelled. From the shadows, Orochimaru's voice came, filled with excitement and killing intent. Welcome. Let us cooperate happily. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, extending his long tongue and licking his face excitedly. He was not surprised by Itachi's arrival. Itachi slightly raised his head to glance at him, then lowered his head and walked past. Orochimaru stepped aside, chuckled coldly, and recast the Jinjutsu seal. The cave fell into darkness again. Snow compared the map and confirmed her location. Roughly around here. She infused chakra into her feet, leaped to the tallest tree, and scanned the vicinity, searching for the hidden base. So they used Jinjutsu to hide it. After scanning, without finding anything unusual, Snow felt secretly pleased that her judgment was correct. 3 Tomo spun in Snow's crimson eyes. Through the Sharingan, she quickly spotted something amiss. Found it. Right there. Underground, Orochimaru sensed the dojutsu of the Sharingan and stood up excitedly. Itachi opened his eyes, coldly staring at the entrance. It seems someone is coming. Orochimaru's vertical pupils reflected a faint light, like a true venomous snake. Snow shined to the entrance, cautiously examined the surroundings, then dispelled the genjutsu used to conceal it. Such a low-level genjutsu scroll. They're too trusting of this place. Snow picked up the scroll, muttered, and stuffed it into her ninja tool pouch. A faint scent of blood emanated from the cave. Snow drew her short sword, activated her Sharingan, and crept inside. Orochimaru's base was a labyrinth. Snow first reached the research area. Snow lit a torch and was shocked by the vast array of experimental equipment. The smell of blood grew stronger. My God, what is all this? Snow observed the various items, including organs and limbs submerged in nutrient fluid. On the central table sat several bottles that appeared to be experimental results. Snow hesitated, then decided that taking these would be more convincing evidence. Without disturbing the experimental apparatus, Snow selectively took some reagents and sealed them in a storage scroll. The blood scent in the air grew heavier, making her feel nauseous. Looking around, she found that the intense smell came from a hole connected to the research area. Snow glanced back at the distant entrance, feeling uneasy. They said no one was here, so why did she sense danger? Snow peered into the hole from which the blood scent emanated, but the darkness was too deep, and she could feel nothing. Was there a monster in there? Snow tightened her grip on the short sword, ready to use the Mangekyo. Such a strong smell of blood. Was Orochimaru conducting human experiments? Making up her mind, Snow decided to venture deeper. If that was where Orochimaru held innocent civilians, she would rescue them while he was away. Of course, if it was a monster Orochimaru had created, she wouldn't mind killing it. Snow raised the torch and advanced cautiously. The smell of blood intensified, as if she were immersed in a pool of blood. This feeling was terrible. Snow recalled the night of the clan massacre. It was the same smell. The same tension. Snow swung the short sword into the air, trying to banish fear and sorrow from her mind. No, I won't. I refuse to become that again. Remembering Sasuke's words, she quickened her pace. The space opened up before her, and Snow entered a vast cavern. Snow raised the torch, trying to dispel the surrounding darkness. The torch illuminated the cavern, and she found the source of the blood scent. The ground was no longer brown dirt, but black-red from bloodstains nearly covering the entire floor. A thick coppery smell assaulted her senses. Snow keenly noticed that the blood marks were not old. In the days after the massacre, she had often wandered aimlessly through the clan compound, and she knew blood well. This was definitely not from months ago, at most 3 days. A great fear spread from her feet to the top of her head. She suddenly realized this was a trap. Behind her, a heavy object fell, sealing the entrance. Snow turned to leave, only to see the path she had taken was blocked. Orochimaru's voice came from behind her, accompanied by footsteps. Welcome, Uchiha Snow. I've been waiting for you. Snow spun around, horrified to see Orochimaru and Itachi clad in Akatsuki robes. Remembering what Itachi had told her, she struggled to steady her trembling hands. The 3 Tomo in her eyes coalesced into the Mangekyo, and the torch fell to the ground. You? What do you want? Why are you here? Orochimaru drew a short sword, sneering as he approached. What a satisfying body. I'll take it. Bansho Tenin. In the instant he neared Snow, Orochimaru's body and sword froze mid-air. Snow used the opportunity to shunshin away, warily watching Itachi, who had yet to act. She dared not gamble that Itachi wouldn't attack. She dared not counterattack Orochimaru. As the Bansho Tenin wore off, Orochimaru's strike missed. He looked in surprise at the spot he had aimed for, then turned to Snow's eyes, his greed no longer concealed. What incredible dojutsu. Your eyes are truly powerful. Orochimaru prompted Itachi. Itachi, it seems I've encountered a problem. Itachi turned, 3 Tomo spinning in his eyes. Orochimaru instinctively avoided his gaze, then remembered the contingency he had placed on Kabuto and stared back fearlessly. Itachi. Itachi looked at the tense Snow and said, You are still so weak, Uchiha Snow. Shue watched the 2 figures before her with mounting tension, desperately searching for an opening to break through. The original passage is blocked. I don't have enough explosive tags. Before Shue could catch her breath, Itachi surged forward and thrust his kunai at her. A sharp metallic clash rang out as Shue barely managed to block Itachi's kunai with her short sword. A fallen torch cast a faint glow upon the ground, illuminating the profiles of both fighters. Itachi seized the moment and kicked Shue hard in the abdomen. She endured the surge of nausea and used the momentum to put distance between herself and her attackers. Orochimaru's attack came instantly from the side, denying Shue any chance to regroup. She had no choice but to leap upward, narrowly dodging Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. Itachi hurled his remaining kunai at her. Shue deflected several, but others carved bloody gashes across her body. Their coordinated assault was far beyond what Shue could withstand, let alone counter. After several rounds of relentless strikes, Shue's right arm was drenched in blood with a kunai embedded within it. Orochimaru withdrew a kunai from the cave wall and ran his tongue along the blade, tasting the blood. Your blood tells me. You will become my most successful experiment. Orochimaru hesitated to summon here. He feared Manda might collapse the cave ceiling and allow Shue to escape. After all, she had stepped firmly into a beast trap, as helpless as a fox with a broken leg, utterly at their mercy. Uchiha Shue, join me, and I will grant you a new life. Your body and your eyes will become the stepping stones to immortality. Orochimaru was growing impatient. He dreaded seeing his own body laid waste by this battle. Join me. I can grant you new power. Shue reached behind her with her left hand and touched her ninja tool pouch. The hollow emptiness within told her time was nearly spent. Shue's heart tightened painfully. So, I'm going to die after all. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I won't be able to bring you any treats this time. Would Sasuke be heartbroken? From now on, he would be the last one remaining of the Uchiha clan. The key to his piggy bank should still be with him, right? Could Sasuke truly take care of himself? I haven't yet. I haven't helped Sasuke make new friends. Can Sasuke make friends on his own? Naruto would have to eat instant noodles every day again. I wonder if Sasuke would invite him over for a meal. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. I won't accept this. No. Wait. I still have chakra. I'll make them pay. Shue tore off the necklace from her neck, emptied all remaining combat supplies from her ninja tool pouch, slipped the bloodstained cat claw into it, and tossed it aside. The three tomo in her eyes converged, transforming into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. No longer holding back chakra for escape, she poured everything into her eyes. The torchlight grew ever fainter. Itachi's voice drifted from the shadows. How far can those eyes of yours truly see? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. What exquisite eyes! Shue's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared before him. He sneered contemptuously and attempted to dodge. Wah! What? The blade pierced his throat as Shue severed Orochimaru's head. Don't treat me like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Bastard. Even if I die here, I'll tear a piece of flesh from you. Shue's ocular power saturated nearly the entire cave, and the enormous drain nearly caused her to collapse. No. There's still one more. At least make Sasuke's path to revenge a little easier. Shue forced her trembling body forward until she reached Itachi. She no longer possessed the strength to lift her sword. Throwing her entire weight onto the blade, she drove it deep into Itachi's abdomen. This is a return gift. You murderer who killed my sister. Shue collapsed to her knees, attempting to destroy her own eyes. I cannot become an enemy to Sasuke. Piercing pain stabbed into her brain, and she felt blood tears streaming down her face. She could not yet release the man's Han. She had not yet killed Itachi. She had to destroy these eyes before her strength abandoned her completely. I can't move. Shue was too weak to control her ocular power, unable to shift even within its range. No. Suddenly Shue was startled to find a flicker of strength returning. Using her last reserves of chakra, she activated the single explosive tag she had left. The man's Han shattered abruptly, and Shue sank into unconsciousness. With any luck, she would blow herself and her eyes to pieces, and perhaps seriously wound Itachi as well. Perfect. Temporary base. A specimen beside Kabuto stirred as Orochimaru began to awaken from his feigned death. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face darkened. Without a single word to Kabuto, he immediately surged toward the site of his supposed death. That Mangekyo ability is terrifying, so completely immobilizing. Is it similar to the heart transfer jutsu? Orochimaru accelerated his pace. That Itachi fellow didn't even bother to tell me about her Mangekyo abilities. By the time Orochimaru reached his base, the boulder sealing the entrance had already been moved aside. Itachi stood calmly within his laboratory, tending to the wound in his abdomen. Where is Uchiha Shue? Itachi gracefully stepped aside. She's right inside. Go find her yourself. I hope your knowledge of human anatomy is quite thorough. Orochimaru roared, his voice trembling with rage. What do you mean by that? The crimson Sharingan reflected Orochimaru's figure. Itachi produced a kunai. My mission is complete. As for killing you, I have no objection to doing it now. Orochimaru snorted dismissively and crawled deeper into the chamber. Upon seeing the corpse that had lost all utility, a barely contained fury threatened to consume Orochimaru entirely. Itachi, you bastard. Orochimaru nearly lost all restraint, desperate to rush forward and kill Itachi to compensate for the loss of a precious experiment in an entire research facility. Damn it. His massive snake tail slammed against the ground with thunderous echoes. Yet Orochimaru ultimately restrained himself from confronting Uchiha Itachi. He had no second chance at resurrection. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi had only sustained minor wounds and employed a few jutsu. There was no guarantee he could defeat the Uchiha. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru picked up the kunai that Shue had extracted from her own right arm. Her blood and tissue remain. Perhaps I can clone a new experiment from them. Itachi, I will remember this favor. By the time Do arrived at the old base of Da Shiwan, the latter was emerging with several vials of collected samples. Noticing Do's presence, Da Shiwan handed him the test tubes. Take these to the new base. Place them in the incubator and ensure they remain viable. Da Shiwan paused, his golden slit-like eyes gazing down at the Reverend Do. Need I tell you what to do? Do accepted the test tubes with both hands. Yes, Lord Da Shiwan. As he left, Do glanced back at the old base. My lord, this base has been compromised. Da Shiwan waved his hand impatiently. Burn it. But my lord, there are still several vials of Hashirama cells inside. Follow my orders. We already have plenty of Hashirama cells. Those are just failed experiments, not worth worrying about. Yes, Lord Da Shiwan. A strange glint flickered beneath Do's glasses. Having tended to his wounds, you cautiously sensed Da Shiwan's location. He noticed that the Tsukuyami's ocular power he had left on Da Shiwan was rapidly depleting. If Da Shiwan realized he had been trapped in a Jinjutsu, you tensed his body ready to strike at any moment. Until Da Shiwan departed, used Tsukuyami remained active. The base behind him erupted in flames, carrying a nauseating stench. You collapsed to the ground, clutching his left eye in agony. Damn it, overuse. The vision in his left eye had deteriorated severely. Now only his right eye could clearly see distant objects. After recovering for a moment, you struggled to his feet and secured Shue, whom he had hidden earlier, onto his back. He needed to find a place to settle her. Shue's hair was tangled with blood and dirt, her once silky locks now matted and filthy. A trail of bloody tears stained her face. Even on the brink of death, you couldn't awaken the power of your left eye. But even the ability of your right eye alone is an incredibly formidable power. The cave was cramped, and Shue's Mangekyo ability could control the entire space at an immense cost. Had I not been farther from Shue than Da Shiwan was, and had Shue not exhausted all her chakra to maintain her ability, allowing me to seize the chance to use Tsukuyami on her, the consequences. Perhaps she had truly resolved to die. The flames behind grew fiercer, illuminating the darkening sky, and even spreading to the forest below. The orange glow cast Shue's profile in light, while the bloody tears were swallowed by the darkness. Shue lay quietly on the ground, as if not weakened to unconsciousness, but merely napping in exhaustion. In a daze, you saw Quan in Shue's form. So, you've reached your sister's age. The scorching wind carrying the scent of fire swept past you, reminding him it was time to leave. Without hesitation, you hoisted Shue onto his back and vanished in an instant. The flames intensified, devouring everything around. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and soon a heavy rain extinguished the fire, erasing all traces on the ground. Captain Dahi, the forest near the mission site, has been completely burned. After the rain, route Umbu members from the Land of Fire arrived at the scene. The Umbu captain, named Dahi, grabbed the reporting member in shock. What? Wasn't Uchiha Shue sent to recon Da Shiwan's base? Dahi suddenly understood something, and immediately turned to command the resting members. Damn it. All members full speed ahead. The Umbu members wearing masks stood up and followed the scout to the scene, while the root members ignored his order. What are you doing? Follow us. Jia, we only take orders from Lord Tuanzong. Don't call me Jia. Our comrades in Konoha may have been harmed, and you're still defying orders. Dahi grabbed one of the root members by the collar and lifted him. The sound of a short sword being unsheathed echoed around him. Dahi angrily put the root member down. Unwilling to waste time, he left with a bitter remark. I will report everything that happened today to Lord Huaying. With that, Dahi turned and left. Captain, found the entrance to Da Shiwan's base. Dahi immediately gathered all Umbu members, dispatched two to search for Shue outside, and led the rest into the base. The fire had destroyed all lighting devices inside the base. They raised homemade torches and entered. The interior was a scene of devastation covered in scorch marks. Captain, this was likely arson. Dahi gritted his teeth. Speed up. Yes. The once complex experimental instruments were now shards of glass scattered on the floor. Broken reagent bottles littered the ground, and a pungent smell filled the air. Captain, 3 forks. What do we do? Search separately. The usually cautious he no longer remained calm, even though he knew the base might still be dangerous. After issuing the command, he and another member dashed toward the nearest area. A familiar scene replayed before his eyes. The room was filled with shattered large cultivation equipment. It was just like his own past, except he couldn't find another version of himself the way Tuanzong had found him. Captain, this. Keep searching. Just then shouts came from the experimental area. Captain, found a clue here. A member handed him an empty ninja tool pouch, which contained a bloodstained cat paw necklace. It's Uchiha Shue's. Where did you find it? Following the member to another underground area, they found the place covered in dried blood and signs of battle. Dahi's sharp eyes spotted a short sword lying on the ground. Captain, based on the battle traces, Uchiha Shue was likely ambushed. The entrance we came through was a cave in a giant boulder. Shue was probably trapped inside. And From her empty ninja tool pouch, she has likely. The member didn't finish. All Umbu members stared at the scene in silence. He clenched the short sword in his hand. Is there anything here we can take back for identification? Captain, the blood has all dried up. Even if we could extract it, it's likely contaminated with other blood. So Uchiha Shue might not be dead, just captured. The Umbu member beside him paused. That possibility cannot be ruled out. One of the Umbu members pointed to the dead snake corpse on the ground. Perhaps she was taken by Shiwan. He looked at the scene and took a deep breath. Collect any useful items. Go ask the outside team if they found any clues. Captain, the fire and rain erased all traces outside. We can't get any information from there. Another comrade lost. He sighed and issued the final order. Mission failed. Prepare to withdraw. Yes. After seeing to Shue's comfort, Itachi received a signal from his ring summoning them back to the organization for a gathering. The moment he entered, he was greeted with news that left him profoundly shaken. Orochimaru has defected. Sasori let out a disdainful snort. I should have known that bastard couldn't be trusted. Pain, the leader of the organization, spoke with an expressionless face. Although I too would prefer not to let Orochimaru escape, our organization is currently severely short on manpower. Me, let me join. A cheerful voice rang out from behind him. Get lost. The man wearing an orange mask retreated with a sorrowful air. Sasori chuckled softly. Leave Orochimaru to me. His subordinates are little different from my own puppets. I'll find him soon enough. Pain replied, not so fast. I've already got someone in mind for your partner. We'll discuss it once he joins. What about me? Should I team up with Itachi? You'll operate alone for now. I've prepared a new partner for Itachi. Itachi, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. I'd like to recommend someone. She could join Akatsuki as well. Pain sounded somewhat surprised. Is that so? Who? Itachi calmly spoke a name. Uchiha Shue. And Uchiha. You went back to Konoha again. No, she came to me of her own volition. Sasori let out a cold laugh, skepticism evident in his tone. Oh really? Coming to surrender herself to the man who massacred her entire clan. Pain cut off Sasori's inquiry. We're short on members as it is. Bring her to me. She's currently recuperating from her injuries. It may take a few more days. Hearing this, Pain found himself puzzled. Recuperating? What happened? Roots agents from Konoha hunted her down. With no other choice and her spirit broken, she decided to join me. Itachi offered a reason he had already prepared. In the corner, the man wearing the peculiar orange mask watched everything in silence. Uchiha Shue. Itachi, just how did you manage to bring her over? After the meeting disbanded, Itachi immediately returned to where he had placed Shue. Regarding how to handle the situation with her, he had agonized over it for a long time. Technically, with Kotoamatsukami at his disposal, he could have easily rewritten Shue's will. But the cooldown period for that particular Kotoamatsukami was far too long, and according to his original plan, it was meant to be reserved for the out-of-control Sasuke. After much deliberation, he ultimately used Itachi's Kotoamatsukami to rewrite Shue's will. Shue no longer harbored hostility toward him. In fact, she would now lean toward trusting him. He deliberately blurred Shue's memories of the two murderers from that night, and also softened her feelings of antagonism toward him. As for Sasuke, he believed that as long as Shue was by his side, she would become his own personal Kotoamatsukami. Opening the door, he found that Shue had been awake for some time. Itachi and I. Upon seeing Itachi appear, Shue's previously vacant eyes lit up. She jumped off the bed and threw herself into his embrace. Itachi paused for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't experienced this kind of warmth in a long time. Itachi awkwardly patted her head. Yes, I'm here. Did Itachi and I save me? I remember Orochimaru nearly killed me. Shue almost died. Yeah. Itachi sensed his clothes growing damp. Shue's voice took on a trembling quality. Where have you been all these years, Itachi and I? I've been searching for the real murderer. You know, Konoha believes I'm the one responsible. Why? Itachi and I didn't do anything wrong. How can they make you bear this burden? The real culprit is still on the loose, yet they shift this blame onto you just to avoid taking responsibility themselves. How outrageous. A look of fury crossed Shue's tear-stained face. She had even filled in all the details for Itachi's sake, leaving him no need to weave any lies. Kotoamatsukami, the strongest genjutsu. Itasu, your power is truly formidable, Itachi thought quietly as he watched Shue's indignation unfold. A pair of hands settled gently on Shue's head. Itachi asked, Shue, would you be willing to search for the killer alongside me? Shue tilted her head in confusion. Of course I would, but aren't we going to find Sasuke first? Sasuke is grown now. He can take care of himself. Right now he's too vulnerable. If I bring him along, I'd only be putting him in danger. Shue accepted his words. I see. That makes sense. She scratched the top of her head and felt the grime, letting out a startled cry. Oh, I'm so dirty. Itachi pointed in a direction. The bath is over there. I've already bought you some clothes. Shue was eager to rush forward and embrace him, but remembering the stains on herself, she ran toward the bathroom instead. Thank you, Itachi and I. I'll give you your hug once I'm out. Itachi acknowledged her with a hum. Once the bathroom door closed behind her, his expression shifted. He opened the door and stepped outside. How fascinating, Uchiha Itachi. To strip away someone's hatred entirely. How intriguing. Outside, the man in the orange mask addressed him in a completely different tone, laced with mockery. None of your concern. Hey, Uchiha Itachi. You'd best pray your little trick doesn't fail. With that, the masked man dissolved into a whirlwind and vanished. Itachi watched silently in the direction where he disappeared. Itachi and I, could you fetch my hair tie for me? I'm coming. Konoha. Hey Sasuke, are you really okay with your injuries? Sasuke pushed Naruto away with a look of disgust. Stay away from me, I'm fine already. Is that so? Naruto suddenly jumped in front of Sasuke and pointed a finger at him. Then let's have a proper duel tomorrow. After training in the land of waves, I'm stronger than you. I definitely won't lose to you this time. Sasuke sneered, walked around him, and headed toward home. Stronger than me? That trash's idea is so naive. What? Don't forget who saved you from Haku. The enemy you couldn't defeat, I can defeat you. Sasuke raised a hand behind his back, waving it slightly. If you hadn't messed up my plans, I would have defeated him long ago. Besides, Sasuke revealed his two-tomo Sharingan and glanced back at Naruto, unable to suppress the mocking smile on his lips. Don't forget who took the attack for you, Naruto. Damn it. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow afternoon if you've got the guts. Did you hear me? You coward. Hey. Sasuke didn't stop walking, leaving Naruto behind in futile rage. Once out of Naruto's sight, Sasuke circulated his chakra, leaped onto the rooftop, and quickly made his way home. The journey that usually took over 10 minutes was shortened to just a few. Before long, Sasuke's home came into view. The lights in the bathroom and living room were both off. I see she hasn't returned yet. Taking the key from his ninja tool bag, he unlocked the front door. I'm home. The overwhelming darkness rushed toward him as if responding to his words. Sasuke's hurried footsteps echoed through the house. Click. The darkness was dispelled, revealing an empty living room. A thin layer of dust lay on the table. Footsteps echoed again inside, moving from the living room to the second floor. Click. Click. Before long, all the lights in the house were turned on. Having failed to find the person he was looking for, Sasuke felt somewhat disheartened. The matter of the two-tomo. It seemed there would be no opportunity today. The lights in the house remained on throughout the night, conspicuous in a neighborhood where all other homes had gone dark. Early the next morning, Sasuke got up and turned off the lights, feeling a slight headache. If Shue found out he'd left all the appliances on throughout the night, she would definitely scold him. Never mind, she's not here anyway, no one knows. Perhaps out of guilt, Sasuke didn't turn on any lights after breakfast. Borrowing the natural light from outside the window, he lay on the sofa examining the kunai in his hand. The Sharingan's power had already improved, and now the question was how to effectively wield it. It would be ideal if he could master it completely before she returned. One side of the kunai reflected his crimson Sharingan eye, and Sasuke silently planned how to enhance his control over this eye. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking sound pulled Sasuke's thoughts back. Sasuke, are you there? Who's there? Sasuke's gaze grew serious. The voice outside the door belonged to someone he hadn't heard before. There are some things I need to give you. They're from Uchiha Shue. Hearing Shue's name, Sasuke jumped up from the sofa and opened the door a crack. The ANBU member outside clearly looked surprised upon seeing the state of his room. Shue's belongings? What do you want them for? The ANBU member handed Sasuke a scroll. There are some matters I can't discuss here. If you have any questions, the Hokage is waiting for you in his office. Sasuke's tone turned cold. What do you mean? I'm leaving now. Without giving Sasuke any time to respond, the ANBU member instantly vanished using the body flicker technique. Closing the door, Sasuke felt somewhat short of breath. Opening the scroll, several simple sealing techniques appeared before his eyes. Sasuke hesitantly untied the first one. As the smoke cleared, a finely crafted short sword came into view. The blade was slightly curled with some damage. A faint scent of blood filled the air, though the sword itself was immaculately clean, clearly having been wiped. He recognized this sword. It was Shue's favorite. The birthday gift Izumi had given her before passing away. Whenever she went on missions, she always carried this short sword close to her body, and it was her most proficient weapon. Sasuke felt the world spinning. He hastily unwrapped the remaining seals. Shue's ninja tool bag and a bloodstained necklace. How is this possible? He knew exactly what this meant. When a ninja's personal belongings were transferred to their family, there was only one possibility. His whole body went cold, and he trembled as he backed away, unwilling to approach the items on the ground. Just like that unforgettable night when he faced his parents' corpses, he roared at Itachi with fear and anger. It was the same now, except what lay before him was Shue's corpse, and he remained powerless, able only to watch helplessly as this happened. In the dim living room, Shue lay quietly upon her belongings, having lost her breath and heartbeat. Impossible, this can't be. Sasuke suddenly walked in front of those things, forcefully rolled up the items on the floor, and threw them into the corner of the living room. This can't be. This can't be. No matter what, he couldn't accept the fact that everyone around him had left him. On the verge of losing control, Sasuke in his confusion suddenly recalled the words of the ANBU member who had just delivered the items. Sasuke drew out Snow's short sword, opened the door, and rushed toward the Hokage's office. Hokage building. Lord 3rd Hokage Uchiha Sasuke is approaching with a weapon. Should we stop him? Sarutobi put down the intelligence scroll. No need. Let him come. Are you afraid he might do something to me? But Lord Hokage bringing a weapon into the Hokage building. Enough, leave. Yes. A voice of acknowledgement came from the shadows, and the Hokage's office fell back into silence. The intelligence spread on the table starkly stated the confirmed death of Snow, a report from Root. In the office, Sarutobi sank into deep thought. Danzo, you really left me a great gift. Sasuke did not notice the fact that he had entered the Hokage building with a weapon without any obstruction. He strode straight into the Hokage's office, facing the 3rd Hokage directly. Before Sasuke could speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi first tossed the intercepted Root intelligence toward him. I know you have many grievances, Sasuke. This is the ANBU's detailed intelligence on Snow's mission, which should answer some of your questions. There are also some classified information. I hope it remains between you and me. Sasuke caught the throne intelligence, his crimson 3-tomo spinning, reflecting the image of the Hokage. Blood flowed from Sasuke's left eye, and the 3-tomo began to connect with each other. Sarutobi released his chakra, his powerful aura, suppressing the nearly broken Sasuke, and also calming the restless ANBU in the shadows. The scroll detailed the battle traces at the scene, including the approximate structure of the entire base and the surrounding environment. Nevertheless, due to severe destruction of the surroundings, the information that could be gathered was still very scarce. The confirmed participants were Uchiha Snow, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Itachi. The lying corpse of Orochimaru proved his presence, while the bloodstains on Snow's short sword and the extensive traces of fire-release ninjutsu in the area confirmed Uchiha Itachi's involvement. Snow's chakra levels were insufficient to support such repeated use of fire release, let alone the fact that she also had to use chakra to defend against the enemy's attacks. Sasuke cut his own thigh with the short sword, trying to maintain his sanity through pain. Two people. Both S-rank missing Nin from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. The Uchiha clan's eyes evolved due to emotional fluctuations. He sensed the violent chakra around Sasuke. Is the village going to gain another high-level combat power? Suddenly, the violent dojutsu around Sasuke completely vanished. Sasuke stepped back a few paces, covering his eyes and leaning against the door. The scroll in his hand fell to the ground, on which was starkly written, "No body found at the scene." Based on analysis of Orochimaru, the possibility that Uchiha Snow is alive and captured cannot be ruled out. Sasuke weakly slid down along the door, sitting on the ground, his emotions much calmer. Where is Orochimaru? I don't know, but the ANBU are investigating. I will go find him. All of his chakra was drawn and absorbed by his eyes. He was now extremely weak, without any strength. It seemed he was only a step away. He knew he was just short of gaining the same eyes as Snow and Itachi. Without a trace of regret, he felt only heartfelt relief. Thank goodness. There's still a chance. That's great. No. Sasuke said nothing. He was waiting for a reason. Sarutobi lit the pipe on the table and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Uchiha Sasuke, the intelligence regarding Snow is completely classified. Do you understand that? No answer. With your current strength, the strength of a Genin, to track down Konoha's S-rank missing Nin and likely engage in battle with them. Sarutobi's tone grew heavy. What makes you think you can? You are a part of Konoha. We must consider your safety. Of course we will do our utmost to track Snow's whereabouts. This is not something you should be doing now. Sasuke looked up, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan glaring fiercely at the 3rd Hokage. Rely on you. You pushed her into that dangerous situation, and now I'm supposed to rely on you to bring her back. Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his seat. The people of Konoha never abandon any comrade, nor do they forget anyone who has contributed to the village. What can you achieve alone? You need to go back and calm down. I will order Kakashi to suspend Team 7's missions. I hope you stabilize your emotions. The Hokage waved his hand, and immediately several ANBU members appeared and took Sasuke away. Thump. Thump. Naruto listlessly threw shurikens at the training ground. I'm so sick of it. What's taking Sasuke so long? When Naruto could no longer retrieve a single shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, he finally lost all patience. He glanced up at the sun, certain it wasn't his own tolerance that was at fault. That guy. He's not still napping at home, is he? No, he can't be messing with me. Suddenly convinced of the truth, Naruto leaped indignantly from the shade of the tree. Damn it. I'm going to teach him a lesson. You'll get what's coming to you this time, you bastard, Sasuke. Pulling the shurikens from the stump, Naruto immediately set off toward Sasuke's place. Using such a cheap trick to waste my training time. Sasuke, you absolute bastard. I'm going to beat you senseless. Running across the rooftops, Naruto let out furious shouts, drawing the attention of passers-by below, who quickly averted their gazes. Naruto knew where Sasuke lived. Snow often brought him here, and over time the route had been etched into his memory. Yet when he actually stood before Sasuke's door, all his earlier bravado evaporated. He had never voluntarily visited Snow's home. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had ever gone to someone else's house on his own. Alone. Nervously eyeing the closed door, Naruto cleared his throat, raised his hand to knock, then lowered it again. Using chakra, he leaped onto a nearby rooftop and peered inside. No lights were on inside. It seemed no one was home. Wasn't there? He jumped back down, mustered his courage, and knocked. "Sasuke, are you there?" "Sasuke? Not home." As if talking to himself, Naruto murmured and turned to leave. Suddenly the sound of the door opening came from behind. "I'm here." "What is it?" "Oh, you're home." "Huh? Startled by the voice, Naruto turned around, awkwardly scratching his head and forcing a smile at Sasuke, who showed only half his face through the gap. "What is it?" You. Why didn't you turn on the lights?" "I thought no one was home." "If there's nothing, I'm closing the door." Naruto quickly grabbed the half-open door. "Hey, wait. I came to ask why you didn't show up at the training ground." Boring. Even with his somewhat thick-headed nature, Naruto was highly sensitive to emotions. "How is it boring? What's wrong with you? Wouldn't it be great if we both got stronger? Yesterday, Kakashi-sensei." "Enough." Sasuke pulled Naruto's hands off the door, ready to close it, his tone icy. "Don't lump me in with you dead last. Training with you? Playing house?" Already slightly concerned, Naruto grew irritated. "What do you mean by that? Aren't we both genin? Right? You." "Humph." The door opened a little wider, allowing Naruto to see him standing in the darkness. A pair of three-tomo Sharingan emitted a faint crimson glow, casting a murderous glare that reflected Sasuke's full aura of malice. "We're no longer the same, dead last. The power of the Uchiha. These eyes are proof. You will never defeat me. As for your training, laughable." Sasuke held a short sword, sneering at Naruto. "With these eyes I have already merged with the darkness. And with these eyes I will devour the darkness." The door slammed shut with a mournful groan, Sasuke's voice echoing from behind it. "As for you, maybe you'll still be of some use." Sasuke recalled the content of the stone tablet. Killing one's closest friend. Would that truly grant the more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan? The damaged blade side reflected one of Sasuke's eyes, a faint crimson glow like blood in the darkness. "No, I will rely on my own strength." Naruto's voice came from outside the door. "Hey Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei said the Chunin exam is in 3 days. Are you still going? Tell him I will defeat everyone." "Got it." Hasty footsteps sounded outside, gradually fading away. Darkness enveloped Sasuke once more. He sat down and continued wiping the blade. Perhaps he should go see the cat grandma. This sword needed sharpening. After that it would be ready to taste blood. The afternoon sun had lost its morning clarity and was no longer as scorching as at noon. It burned calmly, reminding Naruto of the stove with a small flame when Shue had just started learning cooking. She put her hands on her hips and proudly declared that porridge tastes better the longer it cooks, vowing that this was her learning achievement and would never be wrong. So for a bowl of delicious porridge, Sasuke, and he waited an entire afternoon. Naruto threw a shuriken, never expecting that one day he would understand the feeling of the porridge in the pot. He touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist. It was completely empty. He stared blankly at the wooden stump nearby that was stuck full of shuriken, then suddenly jumped up in anger and shouted into the distance. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You bastard, Sasuke, you coward!" Birds flew up from the forest. There was no response. Fuming, Naruto immediately decided to go to his house and drag him out. He casually pulled out a few shuriken, zipped up his ninja tool pouch, took a few steps of running start, jumped onto the roof, and headed towards Sasuke's house from memory. "Leaving me alone in the training ground. Damn you, Sasuke, I'm going to beat you into a pig's head." The training ground wasn't far from Sasuke's house, but when Naruto stood at Shue's doorstep, the arrogant arrogance that had just been clamoring to barge in and drag Sasuke out had vanished. He cautiously raised his hand, hesitating whether to knock. He had never proactively visited Sister Shue, or rather this was the first time he had ever proactively visited someone. What if she was resting? Would it disturb her? If they were all resting, would this be too rash? Naruto stepped back 2 steps, jumped onto the nearby roof, and tried to see inside through the window, but the house was pitch black. Even squinting his eyes, he couldn't make out anything inside. Was no one home? Naruto looked up at the sun in the sky, confirming that even if they were taking a nap, it should be time to get up. He raised his hand and carefully knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? Is anyone home?" No one answered. Then it's not my fault, Naruto thought. But where did Sasuke go? He turned to leave, but suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. What is it? The sudden sound startled Naruto. He turned around and stepped back 2 steps. Only after he clearly heard that the voice coming from behind the door crack was Sasuke did he speak angrily. "You scared me. Are you trying to be a ghost in broad daylight?" "Sister Shue." Sasuke interrupted his grumbling and asked coldly. "What is it?" Naruto choked for a moment before recovering. He sensitively detected the coldness in Sasuke's tone. He was in a very bad mood. "You? Why didn't you come this afternoon?" "Sister Shue." The darkness behind the door seemed to seep out a little from the cracks. Naruto's tone softened considerably, but Sasuke interrupted him again. I don't do meaningless things. Naruto quickly stepped forward and grabbed the door that was about to close, asking him unhappily, what do you mean by meaningless things? Didn't you already promise me? Besides, Sister Schwerizan. Shut up. The door was flung open and a short sword was pressed against Naruto's neck. The cold blade and the strong smell of blood emanating from the knife made Naruto shut his mouth. Sasuke pressed him against the wall with his elbow, a pair of blood-red three-tomo staring at him angrily. The darkness behind the door was spreading outward uncontrollably. What do you know? Do you know what I am? You fool who only talks about being Hokage all day long. Sasuke's right hand holding the sword trembled slightly with anger, and the cloth wiping the sword in his left hand was already stained red with blood seeping from his hand. You? Naruto couldn't help but step back 2 paces. He didn't know what he had done to make Sasuke so angry, but he knew he had stepped on Sasuke's minefield. You always want to make me like you treat me as a fool like you, and play some boring house games with your equally stupid companions. Do you know what I carry? I am an avenger. I have only one goal. That is to kill Uchiha Itachi with my own hands. The sooner the better. Not to have a pathetic sparring match with you here like arguing about who is the strongest in a card game. Blood seeped from Naruto's neck. Sasuke abruptly withdrew the sword and turned to walk back into the house. I'm sorry. What happened? Sasuke's figure paused. This is Shue's sword. What are you? You. What? Naruto suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Sasuke's arm. Sasuke tried to break free, but found that Naruto's strength had suddenly increased. The Sharingan told him that the chakra of the guy in front of him had suddenly become agitated, mixed with a berserk aura. Let go. Naruto's pupils contracted. What do you mean this is Shue's sword? Let go. Naruto released his grip and stepped back. Sorry. Sasuke shook his numb arm. She's a member of the Uchiha clan. I'll avenge her. That's all there is to it. Unwilling to reveal the truth to Naruto, Sasuke coldly left those words and turned to head back inside for the second time. What do you mean by avenging her? Sasuke grabbed the door handle, feeling the sharp pain in his left hand. What do you mean by avenging her? A hand gripped the door panel. Sasuke turned back, impatiently shocked to find that Naruto's blue eyes had turned crimson with vertical pupils like those of a beast. Interesting. I've changed my mind. Sasuke leaped onto the roof and headed for the training ground. Naruto followed close behind. As they rounded a corner, Sasuke noticed that Naruto's center of gravity had lowered and his speed was increasing. Sasuke clicked his tongue and accelerated. Upon reaching the training ground, he turned and sneered at the arriving Naruto. You want to know what I meant? Fine. Beat me. I'll show you the gap in strength. Only the strong deserve to know the truth. The weak don't. Sasuke placed the bloodstained sword-cleaning cloth beneath his blade, set it aside, and said, use all your strength. Only then will you understand what impotence feels like. Only then will you realize the despair that comes from the disparity in power. Against you I don't even need to use my Sharingan. Before he could finish, Naruto instantly appeared before him and threw a powerful punch. So fast. Sasuke blocked with his arm, but was sent flying backward by the force. How is this possible? Before Sasuke could recover from his shock, Naruto's next attack came immediately. Sasuke dodged Naruto's low kick and counterattacked, aiming a punch at his chest. Naruto grabbed his fist and hurled him into the forest. Such quick reflexes. Struggling to regain his balance, Sasuke stood up, and 3 tomo began to spin in his eyes. Excellent. I acknowledge your strength. But now you'll see my true power. Naruto watched him warily, seeking another opening. This time Sasuke launched the attack. With the 3 tomo Sharingan, his speed and reaction time had increased, and he even felt a notable boost in physical strength. Naruto failed to dodge in time. Sasuke's roundhouse kick struck his shoulder and sent him flying. But before he hit the ground, a thick cloud of smoke erupted around him. Using a jutsu, Sasuke eyed the smoke warily, on guard against any potential attack. As the smoke cleared, dozens of Naruto stood before him. Huh, you think outnumbering me can defeat me? You're still hopelessly naive. Sasuke moved, instantly kicking away 2 clones that rushed forward, punching one that tried to ambush him from behind, and then provocatively scanned all the Narutos. Enraged, the clones launched a coordinated assault. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive wave of flames spread, instantly destroying a large number of clones charging from the front. With his heightened dynamic vision, he spotted a shuriken hurtling toward him, dodged it, and simultaneously flung a wire to entangle the Naruto who had thrown it. Pulling the wire taut, he bound that Naruto to a tree. You know, if I wanted you dead, it would be just a thought away. Like now. Sasuke drove a kunai into the tree, anchoring the other end of the wire to keep it taut, then leaped onto the tree where the bound Naruto hung, and said, for instance, if I used fire-style dragon fire jutsu, you'd be burned to death right here. Naruto's vertical pupils had not faded, and a twisted smile of pleasure spread across his face. Hey Sasuke. What? Still not giving up? Last time in the Land of Waves, I learned a very important battle technique. A swarm tactic. What a useless tactic. A bunch of trash together is still just trash. You and your tactics. Remember the puddles on the road? What I learned. Suddenly, a massive number of Naruto's clones erupted from the trees on both sides, while the bound Naruto vanished in a puff of white smoke. Don't let your guard down, bastard. Fire-style dragon fire jutsu. The high-temperature flames spread instantly along the surrounding wires. The kunai he had just driven into the tree had already been connected to countless wires set around the area. The fire destroyed the clones that had come to ambush him and forced back the real Naruto behind them. Damn it. When did he? I never forgot dead last. Sasuke stood not far away sneering at him. No tactic can escape these eyes. Not you and not your tactics. Struggling is the stupidest thing to do in front of the Sharingan. Multiple shadow clone technique. Another swarm tactic. You. Sasuke suddenly stopped his taunt, his expression turning serious as he raised his weapon. The smoke cleared to reveal a sea of Narutos filling almost the entire forest. Too many. What kind of monster is this guy? I am not the trash you speak of. I will prove it to you. I will shatter every obstacle that stands in my path. This is my promise to Shue. Countless clones surged towards Sasuke. Even if he destroyed some with large-scale jutsu, new ones would quickly replenish them. To accelerate his reaction speed, Sasuke ensured each strike shattered one clone at a time, allowing him to swiftly counter the next. But occasionally Naruto's true body would slip through the ranks, absorbing a punch, without vanishing and retaliating immediately. Sasuke's pressure mounted as he began to notice Naruto's transformation. His vertical pupils grew more pronounced, his whisker marks deepened, his nails lengthened, and his attacks became increasingly aggressive, clearly distinguishing him from the clones. Meanwhile, the number of replenishing clones diminished, and at times, he could hear the low growls emanating from Naruto's throat. Sasuke recalled Shue's words, that within Naruto's body resided a sealed monster. He could not allow him to lose control. When Naruto's true form launched another assault, Sasuke chose not to simply repel him. Instead, he seized his wrist, executed a shoulder throw, and pinned him to the ground, roaring at him despite the chaos of attacking clones. Release your jutsu. Something's wrong with your condition. Naruto didn't respond, only letting out a primal growl. Enough. Do you want to become a monster that killed her father? Sasuke's shout seemed to awaken Naruto. His entire body shuddered, and the raging chakra around him began to subside. One by one, the clones dissolved. Sasuke dismounted and sat nearby, catching his breath. Naruto lay on the ground, motionless, gazing at the sky. As time passed, Naruto's vertical pupils and bestial traits gradually faded, and the sky began to darken. The sun that had burned silently overhead disappeared, much like how Shue would turn off the stove and happily emerge from the kitchen. Naruto remembered that afternoon's porridge and how Shue had earnestly promised them. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After simmering on low heat all afternoon, nearly half the rice had scorched to the pot's bottom, with the remaining water evaporated into an unpalatable mush. He recalled she hadn't had the heart to serve them a bowl to taste, instead taking them out for grilled meat. Hours of anticipation for that delicate porridge gave way to quickly cooked meat. Whether he felt joy or sorrow remained unclear. The sound of Sasuke's footsteps approached from nearby, followed by the click of him picking up his blade. Sasuke. His steps halted. Speak. Who? Silence filled the air. That's not something you should concern yourself with. Sasuke. Naruto's voice cracked with suppressed tears. Who? Sasuke's footsteps resumed. Orochimaru. Thank you. The words came through a choked thankfulness. Sasuke retrieved his sword-cleaning cloth, ignoring the scratches on his hands as he wiped the blade while walking. The edge showed minor curling and damage. It was no longer fit for combat. Perhaps he should find time to visit Granny Cat and have her repair the sword so it might see renewal. Naruto remained lying on the ground until Sasuke's footsteps faded as the moon began to replace the sun in illuminating the earth. It was at this moment that Naruto slipped into the kitchen while everyone was distracted, lifting the lid of Shue's cooking to taste it. The charred rice was bitterly unpleasant, and the overcooking seemed to have damaged the cookware, infusing the dish with a metallic taste. Truthfully, it was terrible, yet Naruto took another bite anyway. He couldn't cook, so every meal consisted of ramen, either from the shop or instant packets at home, with occasional visits to restaurants for tempura or grilled meats. Very few establishments in Konoha welcomed him, but Shue was the only one who would prepare food for him. Naruto never expected that bitter taste from that evening would be secretly preserved until now, bitter enough to bring tears. But going forward, there would be no such bitterness, nor would anyone tend a stove for him all afternoon. The sobs grew louder. Enough. Just as suddenly as Sasuke had opened the door, his voice pierced through the forest once more. She's not dead. The crying stopped abruptly. Has the intelligence been delivered to Sarutobi? Yes, Danzo-sama. We deliberately exposed our operational route and the intelligence content to the Umbu. The information has already been intercepted by Umbu members, and unless anything unexpected occurs, the third Hokage should have received it by now. Were there any flaws in the operation? You will need to personally request the intelligence from Lord Hokage to prove its authenticity. In the root office, Danzo held the intelligence report delivered by Orochimaru, listening to a root member's briefing. You did well. It seems Orochimaru truly taught you something rather than sending a complete waste to me. So it appears I haven't rescued a useless one after all. Humph. Your life-saving grace shall never be forgotten. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. In light of your excellent performance in this operation, I hereby appoint you as the leader of the 4th squad. However, if you wish to repay me, you must abandon all your former identities, experiences, and memories, and devote yourself entirely to fighting for me. Beneath the bandages, his crimson right eye suddenly transformed into a Fuma shuriken pattern. Kotoamatsukami was silently activated. All of this is for the development of Konoha and the prosperity of the shinobi world. As the roots of Konoha, I, and we, all must sacrifice everything for this cause. No obstacle, no matter what form it takes, and no emotion can become a stumbling block on our path forward. Serve me, Gamaru. As Orochimaru's masterpiece, one of only 2 would release users still existing in this world. Your abilities will be Konoha's miracle. Lord Danzo, I will fight for the root, no matter the cost. Huh, excellent. Danzo laughed, the dim candlelight revealing the half of his face that remained free of bandages, the very half he had deliberately left exposed. From now on, your codename shall be Kuchi. You will walk the path of the reborn, though bearing the body of the dead. Yes, my lord. Danzo waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Kuchi's figure instantly vanished from the office, and Danzo turned his gaze back to the intelligence report in his hand. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words, Uchiha Yuki confirmed deceased. Bodily remains severely damaged. Organ cultivation is underway. A large volume of materials urgently required. Danzo narrowed his eyes and tapped the table twice. Atsu, present. A voice immediately rose from the darkness. Deliver a shipment of merchandise to Orochimaru. Ensure the goods survive intact. My lord, our merchandise has already been. Then procure another batch. Do I need to teach you this as well? Yes, my lord. Common rabble. To become experimental subjects is their honor. This is the opportunity one grant them. Understood. Go. The voice from the darkness immediately disappeared. Danzo held the intelligence report over the candle flame, watching the fire slowly consume it from one corner. Yuki's death was now a settled fact. Within Konoha, there would no longer exist any potential forces capable of threatening him. As for the old monkey, the intelligence Sarutobi received indicated that Yuki was still alive. Combined with the fabricated reports, the 3rd Hokage's only solution would be to dispatch Umbu personnel outside the village for search operations. A reduction in Umbu manpower meant a weakening of the monkey's strength, and Konoha would effectively fall under his control. Furthermore, he now possessed a would-release user controlled by Kotoamatsukami. Once the Chunin exams arrived, once the monkey revealed even the slightest opening, he could cast him from the Hokage throne. The flames grew fiercer. Danzo released his grip and watched them crumble into ash upon the floor. Kawatsu, present. Follow me to the Hokage's office. We will go to request the intelligence. Yes, my lord. Danzo sneered and rose to his feet. Weakness. Once again, it is your weakness. Precisely because of your weakness, so many have perished, and Konoha has lost so much strength. The position of Hokage cannot be held by one so feeble. The fire, that fire. It must consume all obstacles. Burn away every rotting obstacle in its path. Even if filth becomes its fuel. Even if darkness becomes its flame. Where you are incapable, I shall act in your stead. I will reduce all that is not of myself to ashes. Sakura sometimes felt that she was the only normal one in Team 7. Her 2 teammates had not stopped talking since they arrived at the Chunin exam venue. Naruto, as if he had suddenly honed his rhetoric, began to insinuate and mock Sasuke in every word. What astonished her even more was that facing Naruto's sarcasm, Sasuke seemed in a good mood, bluntly and curtly retorting to Naruto. Besides the usual dead last and trash, there seemed to be an added crybaby. Oh, how handsome you are, Sasuke. You saw through the genjutsu at a glance. Truly worthy of the genius title. If you're right. I never thought someone like me, a dead last, could be in the same class as an elite like Sasuke. Sasuke-kun being so strong must have become a jonin long ago, right? No, but still better than a crybaby like you. The effect was impeccable. Naruto's face flushed red. Sakura pressed her forehead, feeling Sasuke's image slightly shattered. All right. There are only 35 minutes left before registration closes. Let's go in quickly. Sakura grabbed both of their shoulders and pushed them toward the registration site. Please wait. Sakura felt as if she had been electrocuted, every hair on her body standing on end, and she pushed the 2 with even greater force. A green figure instantly appeared before them, raising a hand to block their path. No. Such thick eyebrows. So weird. I am Rock Lee. Lee looked at Sasuke with a resolute gaze. You said you should state your name before asking someone else, right? Sasuke lifted his head and glanced, recalling that this was the person who had been knocked down by the 2 Chunin instructors using the transformation technique just before they arrived. Aren't you already aware? Sasuke's tone turned cold again. I want to duel with you. Lee did not waste time directly stating his intention. With the last descendant of the clan, known as the Genius Ninja, I want to see how far my techniques can take me against you. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Sasuke's gaze had already turned cold. Of course, and also. Lee looked towards Sakura beside him. What? No. You know I'm from the Uchiha clan and still challenge me. That only means one thing. Sasuke interrupted Sakura's refusal and also cut off Lee's confession. You are utterly foolish. Lee's expression turned serious, raising his hands in a fighting stance. Is that so? Then let me witness it. Sakura hurriedly reached for Sasuke's hand. Only 30 minutes left. Sasuke, we've already. Sasuke dodged her outstretched hand, casting a displeased glance at her. It won't take that long. Naruto cheered from the side, grinning. Yeah, don't worry, Sakura-chan. If it comes to it, we can just carry him to register later. Ignoring Naruto's provocation, Sasuke charged at Lee first. Lee's eyes darkened, focusing intently on observing Sasuke's movements. Dodging Sasuke's kick to the side, he seized the moment when Sasuke's momentum had not yet stabilized and immediately kicked toward Sasuke's rear. Leveraging the inertia from the kick, Sasuke allowed himself to fall toward the ground, causing Lee's counterattack to miss, then used his hands to push off and twist his body to strike at Lee. Unexpectedly, Lee blocked Sasuke's counterattack and grabbed Sasuke's right leg. Sasuke kicked backward using Lee's hand to lift his body, attempting to land a punch on Lee while he was off balance. Lee immediately released Sasuke's right foot and vanished in an instant. Disappeared. How? Sensing something amiss, Sasuke quickly realized the danger and raised both hands to block the fist Lee threw from his right. The fist's force was immense. Sasuke's defense only served as a slight buffer, and he was sent hurtling backward by the impact. Such formidable strength and physical prowess. This person is strong. Sasuke shook his numbed arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Unbelievable. He reacted in time. Truly worthy of being the most powerful rookie after all. Lee's fighting spirit burned even brighter. I didn't want to use this, but I acknowledge you. You are strong. 3 Tomo emerged in Sasuke's scarlet eyes. The Sharingan. And 3 Tomo. Sakura was startled. Naruto, who had been sitting by the pillar, stood up. He knew this was a sign that Sasuke was getting serious. I don't care if you use ninjutsu or jinjutsu to appear on my right. Under these eyes, all tricks are futile. This time it was Lee who struck first. Sasuke sidestepped Lee's fist and swung a punch at Lee's face. Lee immediately retreated, but his own punch was slightly delayed, allowing Sasuke to grab his arm and attempt a shoulder throw. Lee twisted in midair, using Sasuke's strength to regain his footing on the ground, while simultaneously grabbing Sasuke's hand and pulling him closer. Lee released his grip and kicked at Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke leaped, dodging the kick, but found himself in the air, unable to evade Lee's second attack. He could only raise his arms to block another kick. This time he failed to steady himself and crashed into the wall. The Sharingan told him that Lee was rapidly closing in, but his body simply could not react in time. Damn it. Then I win. Leaf Whirlwind. Sasuke raised his hand to block the strike, but he knew he couldn't stop it. Lee? The attack that was about to materialize immediately stopped, a gust of wind cutting past Sasuke's chest. A turtle suddenly appeared, stopping Lee's attack. Lee's figure vanished in an instant, and he knelt before the turtle on one knee. Did you see everything? I am very sorry. Another man with thick eyebrows, who introduced himself as Lee's teacher, severely reprimanded Lee and took him away under an awkward atmosphere that left all 3 members of Team 7 bewildered. Before leaving, Lee warned Sasuke that the genin of this year were extremely troublesome. They needed to be careful with ninjas from any village, especially since they had no information about their opponents. Of course, I also look forward to fighting you again on the Chunin exam stage. I will defeat you honorably and prove that even without talent, miracles can be created through hard work. Lee gave them a thumbs up, then disappeared from sight, leaving the 3 members of Team 7 utterly confused. Am I the only normal person in the whole world? Sakura suddenly felt worried about her situation. Regardless, the 3 of them entered the Chunin exam venue. The proctor was a man named Marino Ibiki with a scar on his face. This exam uses a deduction system. Each of you starts with 10 points. If caught cheating once, 2 points will be deducted. Once you are discovered 5 times, you and your teammates will be kicked out. There are 10 questions in total. The final question will be announced after 45 minutes. Now the first stage of the exam officially begins. The written exam was extremely difficult, deliberately making things hard for them. Code, translation. I don't know. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. Maximum range of shuriken. Enemy ninja characteristics. What is this? Is it English? I can't understand it. Dissolve certain aromatic hydrocarbons. Ether first, add dilute hydrochloric acid. Then add. What is this stuff? Did our school really teach these things? Number 59. Eliminated. A sudden voice appeared in the classroom. What about his partner? Go out with him. What? The sudden elimination shocked the entire exam hall, reminding Naruto that cheating would truly result in elimination. Damn it, I can't understand a single question. Naruto thought bitterly. I can only wait for the last question. After the long 45 minutes passed, Marino Ibiki scanned the room and smiled lightly. Now I will announce the 10th question. Before announcing the 10th question, you all must make a choice whether to answer this final question. What do you mean? What happens if we don't choose? Someone immediately asked. If you don't choose, it counts as giving up the exam and the entire team is immediately eliminated. But if you choose and answer incorrectly, you will be permanently banned from taking the Chunin exam. The audience immediately erupted, with many expressing their anger and dissatisfaction. What? How is this possible? There has never been such a precedent in previous exams. Marino Ibiki slapped the table and shouted loudly. That's because you weren't lucky enough. Here I am the rule. Raise your hand if you choose to give up. Stay if you want to answer. That's it. I'll give you only 5 minutes. I give up. Someone raised their hand, choosing to abandon the exam. The price for answering wrong is too high. Can I only be a genin for the rest of my life? Sakura couldn't help but worry about Naruto. If I take the exam for myself and cause Naruto to lose his chance of becoming a Chunin, I would be too selfish. That guy Naruto would definitely not raise his hand. Sakura raised her hand, ready to give up. You can't bring yourself to do it. Forget it, idiot. Naruto suddenly raised his hand. The raised hand slammed onto the desk with a loud bang. Are you threatening us? Using such tactics? Are you kidding me? Even if I have to be a genin for the rest of my life, I will absolutely not run away. Naruto's voice stunned all the examinees, and many who were about to raise their hands lowered them. Is that so? There are quite a few people staying this year. Marino Ibiki glanced at the number of people remaining in the exam hall and thought silently to himself. Time's up. Then I announce everyone who stayed passes. Tsunai Ibiki explained the reason for doing so was to weed out those ninjas who would abandon missions and dangerous tasks. Before he could finish explaining, the window on the side was suddenly smashed open. I am the proctor of the second exam, Hongdo. All of you remaining, follow me. The second stage of the Chunin exam was held in a place called the Forest of Death. The rule was that each team had either a heaven or earth scroll. They had to snatch the opposite type of scroll from another team and reach the central tower within the time limit to pass. They were not allowed to open the scrolls during the journey. If opened, they would be immediately disqualified. A heaven scroll, huh? It seems we need an earth scroll. Xiaoying examined the scroll in her hand, pondering how to obtain an earth scroll to pass the exam. What's so hard about that? Just go and snatch one. Shut up, idiot. Do you think everyone here is as weak as you? What, you want to fight? Ignoring Ming Ren's provocations, Zhu returned the scroll to Xiaoying's hand. You keep the scroll, or we'll cover you. Xiaoying's eyes dimmed. Okay. The three immediately set off toward the tower. Zhu analyzed silently in his mind. There's no need to look for traces of other teams right at the start. Our main task now is to reach the destination. Since everyone's destination is the same, we can just wait for them there. Ming Ren seemed extremely excited. Leave the lookout to me. I'll clear the way for you. Hey, Ming Ren. Xiaoying shouted anxiously, but Ming Ren didn't look back. Zhu-kun, we need to catch up quickly. We can't let Ming Ren go alone. Don't worry about him. He'll be back soon. What? But... Zhu gestured for her to be quiet. Alright, let's go. That guy, he's also sensed it, hasn't he? Why haven't you caught up? I've been waiting here for a long time. Not far away, Ming Ren was standing on a tree looking at them with some dissatisfaction. Zhu stepped forward and kicked him away while drawing a kunai to pursue. What? What are you doing? Ming Ren drew a kunai to block his attack, then immediately retreated, shouting at him angrily. Do you really think he's an idiot? How could he suddenly decide to go solo in a place like this? Ming Ren, coming. A figure in orange suddenly leaped out from nearby and attacked the other Ming Ren together with Zhu. What? I've been found out. The ninja from the Rain Village immediately cancelled his transformation and tried to escape. Illusion, the sudden illusion technique, disrupted his steps. By the time he unraveled Xiaoying's illusion, Ming Ren and Zhu's attacks were already upon him. Unable to defend, he had to take the attack. The powerful force sent him flying into a tree trunk, spitting out blood. Seeing a kunai flying toward him, he pulled out a smoke bomb and immediately crushed it. Thick smoke spread, forcing Zhu and Ming Ren to retreat. Damn! He got away. Ming Ren pouted irritably, saying with some resentment. Stay alert. We need to speed up to reach the destination. That's where our real battlefield is. Conserve our strength. Yeah. You're the smartest. In the afternoon, after eating some dry rations and taking a short rest, the three decided to continue. Tread lightly, and don't make too much noise. Here, whoever reveals their position first will be targeted. Zhu was about to say something else when he suddenly looked at Ming Ren. Ming Ren instantly understood what he meant. You're right. How about this, Xiaoying-chan, you go first, and we'll follow you. Zhu's expression suddenly changed drastically. Run! A strong gust of wind blew, scattering the three of them. What sharp perception, Yujibwa? Zhu, is it? The newcomer was a female-looking ninja with a strange expression, licking her lips. Intuition told Zhu that this person was extremely dangerous. Who are you? Why do you know my name? As for that question, it depends on whether you are worthy of the answer. The newcomer's eyes suddenly locked onto Zhu, releasing undisguised killing intent. Zhu noticed the woman's gaze and felt somewhat breathless. She's looking at my heart and my neck. This person. Really wants to kill me. The intense killing intent made the three of them step back involuntarily, and Xiaoing even fell to the ground. Damn. Three Tomo suddenly appeared in his eyes, and Zhuizhu became a bit more clear-headed. No, I must calm down immediately, I cannot be intimidated. Sasuke raised his kunai while also kicking the stunned Naruto. The battle hasn't even started yet. Oh, Free Tomo. It seems you've experienced some interesting things. Haven't you? Shut up. What do you want? Nothing. Just want to kill you. That's all. Kicked awake Naruto suddenly grew angry. Kill us. Kill us, why is everyone like you such detestable people? He leaped into the air, forming the hand seal for the shadow clone technique. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instantly a multitude of Naruto's clones appeared, shouting as they charged at the woman before them. Hey, Naruto, come back. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust blew away all of Naruto's clones, sending the real Naruto flying as well. The woman before them brushed a strand of hair from her cheek, glancing casually at the furious Sasuke. Oh, the game is missing one person, but it doesn't matter. I wasn't here for him anyway. The woman suddenly laughed as if she had found something amusing. Sasuke jerked his head aside, a kunai thrown so swiftly it grazed his cheek. So fast. Just a hair's breadth. Sasuke suddenly realized something and spun around, seeing a blurred afterimage rushing toward him. He sidestepped to dodge her attack, but the woman immediately kicked him away. She changed the direction of her attack mid-air. How is that possible? Before Sasuke could react, the woman was already upon him, launching another assault. Blocking her fist, Sasuke attempted a counterattack, only for the woman to grab his fist and slam him hard to the ground. He quickly rolled aside to avoid a stomp, then leaped backward to maintain a safe distance. Sasuke-kun. Sakura wanted to help, but found she couldn't even follow their movements. Get away. Who told you to stay here? Sasuke had no time to check on Sakura, only shouting, and the woman seized the opportunity, punching him in the chest and sending him flying. His body slammed into a tree trunk, and Sasuke spat out a mouthful of water, barely managing to stay conscious. Damn it. Sasuke-kun. Sakura ran toward him, trying to pull him up and drag him away. Why are you still here? Are you crazy? Get out of here. What about you? Are you out of your mind? Can't you tell the difference between one death and two? Sasuke shoved Sakura aside, dodging a shuriken thrown at them. Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you first. Get lost. Sakura got up from the ground, staring at Sasuke in disbelief. Then, what about you? Get lost. Sakura could do nothing. Her genjutsu was useless against the woman before them. I can't help him. No. I need to find help. I can't. I absolutely can't. Sakura stood up and began running toward the depths of the forest. Sasuke once again gripped the kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Given Sakura's speed and the woman's pace, if she didn't use detection jutsu or track trails, it would take Sakura at least 5 minutes to escape. 5 minutes. Sasuke took a deep breath, staring at the woman before him. Almost an impossible time. I can only hold her off for about a minute, or maybe even be defeated at any moment. Letting your companion go first. The woman glanced mockingly at Sakura's retreating figure, showing no intention of pursuing. Fire release, great fireball. The woman leaped upward, easily dodging the fireball that was only as big as a person. In terms of ninjutsu power, you're unqualified. Shut up. Your opponent is me. The woman seemed not to hear him, continuing to mutter to herself. No. Or rather, you're conserving chakra. She suddenly laughed, sticking out her tongue to lick her face. How interesting. Reminds me of a previous battle. But this time no one will interfere. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman immediately attacked Sasuke. Sasuke blocked her incoming fist while retreating in the opposite direction from Sakura's escape, trying to lure her away. After repeating this 3 times, the woman finally showed signs of impatience. Only defending and not attacking. That's not a good habit. Let me see your true strength. Sasuke suddenly swung his fist backward, repelling the woman who had tried to attack him from behind. She licked her face excitedly, the power of the Sharingan. Truly an admirable perception ability. Who are you? Did you come to steal? No. With your strength, you can't be a genin. What is your purpose? Sasuke tried to stall for time, buying Sakura more chance to escape. My purpose? Heh. No purpose at all, just to kill you. You? Who exactly are you? Sneaking into the Chunin exam, what do you want? Hunting down genin. That's definitely not your goal. The woman before him no longer answered his questions, but instead drew a kunai with a mocking smile. I told you from the start, Uchiha Sasuke. If you want the answer, it depends on whether you have the strength to obtain it. As for now, if you don't attack me soon, I can't guarantee the girl's safety. Damn it. Sasuke gritted his teeth and immediately lunged at the woman. The woman blocked Sasuke's fist with her left hand, then tried to grab his leg with her right. Sasuke used her arm as a springboard to leap away, then spat out a great fireball to try to pin her down. Without waiting for the flames to die, Sasuke regained his footing and charged toward the silhouette within the blaze. No, it's a substitution. His Sharingan told him that the figure before him no longer had any chakra fluctuation. He immediately realized she had used the substitution jutsu to escape. Where? Where did she go? The figure in the flames crumbled into mud. Sasuke frantically tried to locate her with his Sharingan when a fierce gust of wind slammed him into a nearby tree trunk. Damn! Before he could even stand, the enemy's attack was already coming for him. At the last moment, a volley of shuriken and kunai blocked the woman's advance, embedding themselves in her path. Seizing this brief opportunity, Sasuke leaped away, stabilized himself, and warily surveyed the surroundings and the woman's condition. What kind of monster is this? The woman's lower body suddenly became as supple as a serpent coiling around the branch where he had just been. She now looked at another figure with some displeasure. Hey Sasuke, I'm here to help. Naruto. Idiot. Why did you come back? Sasuke then noticed the figure standing not far away. The one in the conspicuous orange outfit, Naruto, who was now folding his arms and looking down at them. Hey, I came back to help you, and you're yelling at me, eh? Do you have any idea what's going on? Even the two of us together can't beat her. Why did you come back? To die? Are you telling me to abandon my comrades and run away alone? Naruto dropped his arms, his eyes blazing with anger at Sasuke. You know I'm not that kind of person. How could I abandon my comrades and sneak away to survive? Sasuke shouted back in fury. So you came back to die? Do you not value your own life? If you were like Sakura, you'd both have escaped already. Sasuke-kun. Suddenly Sakura's voice rang out from behind Naruto. Her heavy breathing showed that she had used almost all her chakra just to get here. Who do you think brought me here? You idiots. Absolute idiots. Sasuke was so frustrated, he could have spat blood. He had completely wasted all the time he bought for them to escape, only for them to instead find Naruto and come back to support him. It was supposed to be just him dying. Originally, Naruto suddenly sunshined in front of him and punched him flying. The biggest idiot is you. Our lives matter, but doesn't yours? Naruto clenched his teeth, grabbing Sasuke's collar, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared into those Sharingan. His own pupils had turned into a pair of crimson vertical slits. That pain. I've already experienced it. Do you want me to go through it again? You? Sasuke broke free from his grip, kicked him away, and at the same time leaped to another spot, dodging the woman's attack. Sentimental scenes are nice. But let's deal with the current problem first. After all, dying words are more moving, aren't they? Sasuke stood up, pulled out a fresh kunai, and fixed a determined gaze on the contorted figure of the woman. Hopeless. Fine, might as well die. At least I'll take a chunk out of her. Naruto rose from another tree and spat. That's more like it. Now it's my turn. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. White smoke billowed and a horde of Narutos filled the forest. I'm going in, Sasuke. A large group of Narutos shouted as they charged toward the woman in the center, once more, while Naruto's original body used the clones as cover to leap beside Sasuke. As expected, the clones were dispersed by the wind release again, sending up clouds of white smoke. I'll use fire, then you go in. I'll follow. Understood. Yeah. Time was short, so they could only communicate with such simple exchange. Fire release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A massive barrage of fireballs erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Naruto formed the shadow clone sign and followed the fireballs into attack. Several Narutos appeared, hurling kunai toward their opponent. Wind release Vacuum waved. A colossal wind technique scattered the assault of fireballs and warped the trajectory of the kunai midair. Naruto was blown back to his original position by the tree trunk. Hey, Sasuke, are you done yet? Fire release Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Several dragon-shaped flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, each far larger than any fire technique he had previously deployed. The dragons locked onto their target's location, homing in to strike. Sasuke fell to one knee, gasping for breath. Damn it. Even I'm pushing myself a bit. Hey, Naruto. Oh. Hundreds of shadow clones threw kunai in the likely direction of the woman's evasion, sealing off her escape routes. Heh, you've quite surprised me. The woman calmly rolled up her sleeves, revealing the cursed seal markings on her arms. She bit her finger and drew a thin line of blood across the seal. Summoning Jutsu. A colossal snake materialized in the forest instantaneously. Standing atop its head, the woman casually caught the incoming kunai and tossed them toward the dragon fires bearing down on her. The fire dragons were shattered in an instant, erupting in brilliant flashes and explosions. Ninetales. Uchiha. It seems you qualify to be my vessel. But before that, I'll need to deal with these annoying pests. To Naruto and Sasuke's astonishment, an extraordinarily long tongue shot from her mouth and coiled around Naruto. Naruto. Sakura suddenly launched a sharply angled kunai from the shadows, slicing across the woman's neck. Blood erupted from the wound. The woman nonchalantly raised a hand to her throat. Within moments, the wound had vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. How? How is this possible? Facing such a monster, Sakura dropped her weapon in shock from the shadows. Genjutsu. The woman formed a hand seal with casual ease, and all three members of the squad immediately felt their chakra flow restricted, their consciousness clouded, and their reactions sluggish. So that's how it is. The boy who sealed away the Ninetales. I never expected him to have survived this long. When his emotions run high, a portion of the Ninetales' power leaks out. He's grown quite fast, hasn't he? Damn it. Let me go. The woman tore open Naruto's shirt, revealing the spiraling seal markings etched upon his abdomen. As I thought, even the sealing barrier has been exposed. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. 5 brilliant chakra marks materialized upon the woman's fingertips as she pressed them against the sealing formation on Naruto's stomach. Naruto's consciousness immediately sank into darkness, his slit-pupiled eyes reverting to their natural blue. Quiet now, aren't we? The unconscious Naruto was discarded carelessly to the side. Sakura, having formally studied Genjutsu, managed to break the illusion first. Naruto. She immediately launched a kunai that pierced through the rapidly falling Naruto's clothing, pinning him precisely to the tree. Unfortunately, this also exposed her position. The woman glanced at her casually before turning back toward Sasuke. An overwhelming killing intent warned Sakura. Take one more step forward and she and Sasuke would both die right there on the spot. Damn it. Sasuke's chakra had been completely depleted. He had only just managed to struggle free from the Genjutsu. Uchiha. Sasuke. Excellent. You have proven your strength and worth to me. As a reward, I'll give you a little present. What? What are you planning to do? To have such mastery over the Sharingan at so young an age. You are truly exceptional. Suddenly the woman's neck elongated, her sharp teeth sinking into the back of Sasuke's neck, leaving a bloody wound. A torrent of chaotic and violent chakra surged into his body, searing pain radiating from his neck to every limb. Ugh. Aya. As expected of an Uchiha, truly outstanding. Your eyes hold power even greater than Itachi's. I still desire you. Hearing the name Itachi, Sasuke suppressed the agony that racked his body and stared at the woman in shock. You? Who are you? My name is Orochimaru. The woman tore off her own face, revealing a pallid complexion and serpentine-slitted pupils. You? This little gift will grant you power, hee. You will certainly need me, for you crave strength. Her figure gradually dissolved into the forest. Hee, I look forward to our next meeting. Wait. The forest offered no reply. Pain surged into his consciousness, slowly engulfing him. Sasuke-kun. Before losing consciousness, he saw Sakura rushing toward him with Naruto on her back, bathed in the setting sun. Before he could think further, his awareness plunged into darkness. In a daze, he returned to that night once more. Again, he stood before the door that had opened his nightmare. No, don't open it. Yet his body was beyond his control. His hand reached out and pushed the door open again. The gruesome sight of his parents' corpses reappeared before him, and the sinuous river of blood flaunted the despair of the moment. He felt his body sink to its knees, hands clutching his eyes in anguish. Itachi kicked him aside against the doorframe, using his Mangekyo to show him the entire process of slaughtering the clan. From the village entrance to his own home, it finished. He clearly saw the short blade in Itachi's hand slice through each clansman's body, saw blood freely gushing from their wounds. He saw the pained expressions of every clansman, and more clearly the fear and disbelief in their eyes as they gazed at Itachi. There was anger, doubt, terror, and bewilderment, but above all a burning desire for life, and a blazing flame of vengeance for their families. Every clansman, every emotion lashed at him, telling him he must never forget. He was the seed of Uchiha's revenge, the blade destined to pierce Itachi's heart. Without power. That's why they were killed. Precisely because you watch from the sidelines. Obtain it by any means. Sasuke. Snow's voice roused his consciousness. Who? Sasuke. Truly my finest gift. Was that a voice from memory? Humph. Not just power. I must take back something as well. The dim interior shattered abruptly, and Sasuke opened his eyes. Sasuke, are you awake? Sakura's disheveled appearance, along with 3 other genin from different teams, were confronting 3 sound ninja, revealing the situation. Violent chakra churned within him, ready to strike at any moment. You? Who did this? It was me. So what? Immediately one sound ninja stepped forward, sneering arrogantly at Sasuke. Just a dying man. What can you do? Sasuke, get back. Decapitating airwaves. A massive blast carved a trench into the ground, but Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura had already vanished. Idiot, didn't you see his state? The curse mark was spreading across Sasuke's body, black markings emerging on his face and arms. In an instant he appeared beside Zaku, and struck him flying with a single punch. What? So fast? Sasuke grabbed Zaku's arm, and snapped it in one motion. Next you. Dosu shouted, wait. I can tell you who sent the assassin. Sasuke halted. Speak. Dosu placed the earth scroll on the ground first. You're strong, we can't defeat. A kunai instantly slashed across his neck, leaving a trail of blood. I have no time to waste on you. It was Orochimaru who ordered us to kill you. As for where he is now, we don't know. But it's clear. He told us to kill you, yet he confronted you himself beforehand. Sasuke frowned. What is his goal, eh? I don't know. Humph. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If I learn anything, I'll inform you immediately. Hearing this, Sasuke kicked Zaku toward Dosu. Get lost. Today was an exceptionally fine day in the land of rain, with not a single cloud dotting the vast blue sky and the sun shining brilliantly overhead. Despite being named the Land of Rain, it did not rain every single day, otherwise no one would have chosen to make it their home. Was it Sunday today? Itachi's residence was hardly secluded, yet it was far removed from any bustle. That was exactly how he had requested it to be. Steering clear of several puddles, Itachi arrived at the door and came to a halt. Today was the day Shui would report to the organization. According to its rules, he was to accompany her, and the leader would determine her assignment. Itachi took a deep breath and pushed open the door. If he requested that he and Shui join the clan, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly exploit his influence to separate them and assign a new member to keep watch over Itachi. Cheerful footsteps echoed nearby. "Brother Itachi, you're back." Itachi reached out and gently poked the rushing Shui, preventing her from throwing herself into his embrace. He had no idea what to do. He knew that man in the mask was the true shadow ruler behind the organization, or rather he was the one who could sway the leader's decisions. Ouch! Shui clutched her forehead and stepped back. "Be careful, don't run so fast." Itachi still could not grow accustomed to such an affectionate dynamic. Shui rubbed her reddened forehead and pouted. I know. She was still far too young. Despite possessing one exceedingly powerful Manjikyu Sharingan and another of unknown ability, she simply did not have enough chakra to fight. If paired with others within Akatsuki, the organization ranked first in mission success. If Shui, who lacked combat experience, undertook their missions, she would very likely perish. "Get ready. I'm taking you to meet the leader," Itachi said, looking down at the somewhat discontented Shui. "I'll wait for you at the door." Right now." Shui sounded nervous. "What do I need to prepare?" "Change your clothes, bring your forehead protector, and just follow me." I'll be there in a moment." The sound of Shui's brisk footsteps rang out inside the house, clicking steadily toward the innermost room. That was Shui's room. She was still a young girl, and her Manjikyu had awakened even earlier than his. He did not know whether she would suffer from the same bloodline curse as him. Itachi clenched his hand into a fist, a disease that would gradually weaken him after reaching adulthood, driving him toward death. He could hear Shui softly humming inside her room. What if she died because of this? How could he ever cure her? Itachi's gaze darkened. Certain memories seemed to surface in his mind. No, there was something he needed to verify. Cheerful footsteps broke through his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Shui walking toward him. She was still dressed in the traditional Uchiha style, conservative and understated. However, the Uchiha clan crest was no longer embroidered on her clothes. "It's a bit tight, but it doesn't matter." Shui touched Itachi's Akatsuki robe, her tone brimming with anticipation and delight. "Will I get one too?" "Don't you like it?" "No. The black fabric with red clouds feels both mysterious and striking. It shines as brilliantly as the dawn before sunrise, full of hope. The leader surely has excellent taste, doesn't he? It could also be the afterglow before sunset. Does that make us messengers of the moon?" Shui's optimistic attitude silenced Itachi, and he decided to sidestep the topic. "My mother loved painting. Actually, my older sister did too. Her notebooks were all filled with her own hand-drawn illustrations." Shui suddenly thought of something and fell silent mid-sentence. "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Shui kept her head lowered, and Itachi could not read her expression. "Let's go." Itachi opened the door first and waited for Shui to step out before locking up. He gestured for her to follow, then vanished in a flash of body flicker. Itachi brushed his hand against his right eye. He would try it once he returned this time, otherwise he might run out of time. Soon after, he noticed that Shui was falling further behind him. Wait for me." Itachi stopped and glanced back with mild confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Had she already run out of stamina after such a short distance? Had she not fully recovered yet? Shui panted heavily as she hopped beside Itachi, struggling to catch her breath. "The clothes are a bit too tight. I can't breathe very well." Itachi sized her up and replied somewhat awkwardly, "We'll go buy you some new clothes after we return. You're still growing up. You'll stop getting shorter later on." "I'm not short." Shui took a somewhat resentful deep breath and pressed forward ahead of him. "Let's go, keep moving." Itachi caught up with Shui again, and this time he deliberately slowed his pace. Zhao's goal is the true peace of the ninja world. Zhao will dominate the world in place of the 5 great nations. Yuki stood behind you, looking timidly at the orange-haired leader with purple eyes. "As a newcomer recommended by Uchiha, I must inform you of our organization's purpose. We gather outstanding ninjas for this cause regardless of their background or experience." The leader of Zhao extended a hand toward her. "Uchiha Shui of Konoha, welcome to our organization." You grabbed her arm, which was clutching his sleeve, and pushed her toward the leader. Uchiha Shui nervously twisted her hands together. Do I need to take some oath?" "Extend your hand." The leader's expression remained deathly still, as if not displeased by her behavior. All right." A ring fell into her palm. Shui curiously examined it. "When the organization needs to contact you, the ring will vibrate. All you need to do is inject chakra into it, and you can communicate with others." "Amazing. So amazing." Right. What did you mean earlier about bringing true peace to the ninja world?" The ring was engraved with the character Zhu, and it was entirely snow white. Shui tried to put it on her right little finger, but her fingers were too thin, so she had to wear it on her left middle finger. Her right hand was her dominant hand, so this way it wouldn't affect her daily combat and life. At least the impact would be smaller until she got used to its presence. We will replace the 5 great nations, and we will manage the ninja world to achieve true peace. You? Are we going to start a war? Shui quietly stepped back toward you. The leader's face finally showed a rare expression of displeasure. You can think of it that way, but our true goal is to collect the tailed beasts. As for the reason behind it, you don't need to know for now. As someone who was once a part of Konohagakure, your understanding of war is indeed too shallow, Uchiha Shui. The leader looked at Uchiha Yu as if questioning how he could bring someone who couldn't understand their actions or recognize the nature of war into the organization. The dark purple eyes once again turned to the uneasy Shui. Your age? 14. Why? The leader looked silently at you, then turned back to Shui. I thought the Uchiha clan were all like you, or perhaps a bit later in understanding the world. But you at 13 still think all wars are evil and useless. The Shao organization is not a daycare. Undoubtedly, this dismissive tone angered her. Do you think I'm still a child who knows nothing? I grew up in Konohagakure, so what? There is death even within Konoha. I am also a victim of war. You. It is precisely because war brings too much death. It is precisely because there are countless victims like you in this world. The leader's tone suddenly intensified, cutting off Shui's words. The purpose of Shao is to eliminate war. Peaceful methods, peaceful negotiations, they won't work. They will only bring more death. Pan, the blue-haired woman beside him, suddenly spoke. So we decided to use war to eliminate war. It's that simple. Having said that, the leader gave a final glance at the stunned Shui, gestured to the purple-haired woman standing beside him, and turned to leave. The blue-haired woman stepped forward amiably and took Shui's hand. Uchiha Shui, right? I'm Shao Nan. Sorry, the leader tends to get a bit emotional whenever this topic comes up. Shui hung her head, letting Shao Nan hold her hand. Did you bring your headband? No. I lost it. Shao Nan crouched down to look into Shui's eyes. It's okay. Come with me first. I'll take you to get a custom uniform for our organization. Will you come with me? In the end, Shao Nan's brown eyes still calmed her down. She took her hand and led her into the organization. Before leaving, Shui turned back to look at you, smiled, and waved at him. I'll be right back. Shao Nan led her by the hand to the depths of the Shao organization. It was a rainless day, and Shui looked around curiously. Shao Nan soon noticed that Shui seemed to be hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Do you have a question? What should I call you? Shao Nan laughed. You've been thinking about this the whole way. Shui scratched her head sheepishly. But wouldn't it be rude to ask your age directly? Shao Nan tapped Shui on the head. Just call me sister. You can call me Sister Nan. But, what? Are you bothered that I'm older? I'm not much older than you. Shao Nan squinted, showing a hint of displeasure, but she still held her hand. It's not that. It's just, my sister is already dead. If only. Shao Nan suddenly recalled that Uchiha Itachi, standing beside Shui, was the one who slaughtered her entire clan. Now this child had set aside all hatred to follow this person who bore a blood feud with her. She dared not imagine what the My Village had done to her. It's okay. Shao Nan felt Shui's grip on her hand tighten. Then, you. Don't worry about that. Big sister is very strong. As if by magic, a folded paper crane appeared in Shao Nan's other hand. Here, it's for you. Is it pretty? Shui took the paper crane with her other hand, and her eyes almost sparkled with stars. So, amazing. With one hand. The paper crane gently fluttered its wings, slowly rose from Shui's palms, circled around her up and down, and then landed back in her hand. This is my ninjutsu, Shao Nan said with a smile. Her purple eyeshadow shimmered with flowing fragments under the morning sun. So, beautiful. Shui didn't say it out loud, but when she looked up and saw Shao Nan smiling, she secretly recorded this scene in her heart. Big sister will never. No. Don't say it. Shui suddenly hugged her and urgently raised her hand to cover her mouth. Can't say. I'm sorry. Shao Nan looked at Shui's determined eyes with confusion, then nodded. Shui then let go. Shao Nan took her hand again and asked nothing. Ahead is my residence. I'll take your measurements shortly. Your Shao robe will be ready in at most 2 days. The Yu country also has its own commercial street. Although it's small, Shui can mostly get what she needs there. Shao Nan walked ahead and opened the door to her residence. Come in. Shao Nan's room was very tidy, filled with a faint, elusive floral scent. Sorry, it rains here all year round, so there's rarely sunlight. There might be some strange smells. Shao Nan opened all the windows, and the rare sunlight of the Yu country joyfully streamed into the room. No, not at all. There's no strange smell here. Shui surveyed Nan's room, which was adorned with exquisite paper decorations resembling a pale garden strip of color. Shao Nan took out the measuring tools from the drawer and beckoned Shui to come into the inner room. Passing through the living room, they opened the door to Nan's bedroom. The first thing that caught the eye was a simple bed and a wooden brown wardrobe. On the bedside table were many paper crafts. Beside the wardrobe was a simple full-length mirror, and next to it was a table with many unfinished paper crafts and some simple cosmetics. Does big sister like origami? Xiaonan pulled her close and spread out the soft measuring tape. Does Shui like it? The measuring tape wrapped around her waist, and Shui raised her arms. I like it a lot. But, Shui showed a hesitant expression again. Xiaonan frowned and tugged at her clothes. Why is your clothes so tight? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? It's a bit hard to breathe, but brother, you said he would take me to the commercial street today. Xiaonan was startled. You bought you clothes? You're living with him now. Shui tilted her head in confusion, looking at the shocked Xiaonan. Yeah, what's wrong? Xiaonan grabbed Shui's arm with a serious expression. You? No. Why don't you move in with me? Did he threaten you? This startled Shui. No. How could you think that, big sister? You willingly live with him? Yes. The matter-of-fact reply stopped Xiaonan's questioning, but she still insisted that Shui move in with her. Shui politely declined and tried to convince Xiaonan that you was a good person. Xiaonan gave her a worried look and sighed. If you don't come, I won't insist. But if you have trouble, you must come to me. In our organization, there are only 2 girls, you and me. Shui smiled. Xiaonan rubbed her cheek. I will. All right. What were you about to say just now? The conversation returned to the matter of clothing as Conan picked up the soft measuring tape once more. Your home is filled with white paper creations. They're truly beautiful, but, you find the color too monotonous, Shui? Shui nodded, unaware that Conan had already placed her hands on her waistband. White flowers, white butterflies, white birds, white branches. Don't you enjoy using colored paper, sister Conan? Conan untied her waistband and replied, the rain country's climate is humid. The paper I use is specially treated waterproof paper infused with my own chakra, so that this fragile little garden can remain in a relatively dry environment and resist dampness for longer. Even so, the rain country's weather still affects these creations. If I were to dye them in color within 2 weeks, they would all fade into an unsightly patchwork. Conan stood up and gestured for her to remove her outer garment. Ah, I see. What's wrong? Wait. Only then did Shui realize that her waistband had already been taken into Conan's hands. Take it off. Let me measure your bust. Shui's face flushed crimson instantly. Can't we measure it while wearing clothes? Conan reached out and loosened the collar of Shui's garment. The Akatsuki robe doesn't require bust measurements. But since a man is buying you clothes, I might as well take you to buy a set yourself. You're wearing something far too tight. At least take off your inner garment, so I can take proper measurements. Shui recoiled in refusal, hugging her arms tightly and backing away to the edge of the bed. Her earlobes blushed crimson, standing out vividly against the pale white surroundings. No need. I'm fine. Conan stepped forward and grasped her arm. It's hardly anything unusual. Don't you find it uncomfortable, But, Shui still clutched her clothes tightly. The redness on her ears slowly spread inward as she lowered her head, attempting to conceal her burning cheeks. No buts about it. It'll be over in a moment. Conan smiled and pulled her up from the bed, leading her toward the floor-to-ceiling mirror. If you enjoy origami, I'd be more than happy to be your teacher. When Itachi brought Shui back from Conan, she was wearing another brand new set of pale gray clothes. Shui's clothes were bought in the wrong size. The girl had developed quite nicely before. I took her to buy a new set. The previous ones were far too tight. Her Akatsuki robe will be ready tomorrow. Conan's gaze suddenly turned cold as she looked at Itachi. Akatsuki does not concern itself with private grudges among members. But Akatsuki's members must remain loyal to the organization, not to individuals. Itachi bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you. I still need to take her to buy a few more sets of clothes. I've already told her measurements. Please don't presume to buy her clothes on your own anymore. Shui suddenly grabbed Itachi's hand and interrupted Conan. All right, thank you, Sister Conan. We're leaving. See you tomorrow. Conan opened her mouth as if to say more, but watching the 2 figures growing distant, she finally sighed and turned to leave. Itachi glanced back at the departing Conan and asked, What's wrong? You don't like Akatsuki? He failed to notice Shui's ears flushing red once again. Not exactly. But why do the leader's eyes have such a strange shape? It may be a special Kekkei Jinkai. Itachi concealed the truth about the Rinnegan. Does this Kekkei Jinkai drain one's vitality? Every time he stands before me, I feel as though I'm facing a corpse that is somehow still alive. He always seems so lifeless, and those black rods piercing his body. It's rather unsettling. Itachi remained silent. He gently extricated his hand from Shui's grip and led her back toward the commercial district. The following day, Shui and Itachi arrived at the organization as agreed. Conan handed her Akatsuki robe to her, and then led her away. Pain turned to the remaining Itachi. Your new partner has arrived. She will come for you shortly. What if I wish to pair with Shui? Do as you please. Her strength is so weak that she would drag any team down wherever she goes. As for Shui's partner, I will temporarily assign her to Team Erasure. These 2 will not have fixed missions. Which team she follows is her own choice. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Madara. Understood. By the way, Sister Nan, which team am I on? Shui had already donned her Akatsuki robe and now stood before the mirror admiring her new appearance. You'll be paired with someone named Fei. However, you won't be dispatched on missions. Why, oi? Hearing this, Shui leaned over towards Sister Nan, who was seated by the desk, and asked curiously. It's not that you won't be sent on missions at all. Your assignments will simply differ somewhat from those of other members in the organization. I don't understand. What do you mean differ somewhat? Sister Nan set down the half-folded white paper butterfly in her hands, turned to face Shui, and said seriously, your missions will be simpler, safer, and less frequent than others. Huh, does the leader think I'm weak? Shui wanted to vent her frustrations about the orange-haired leader, but remembering how close Sister Nan was to him, she ultimately swallowed her words. Although she trusted that Sister Nan would never tattle, Shui still couldn't bring herself to badmouth someone close to her in front of her. This is for long-term consideration. Sister Nan picked up the half-folded paper butterfly again. Akatsuki once suffered a devastating catastrophe. Nearly everyone in the organization who was not yet strong enough, but had significant room for growth, perished that day. That time, Akatsuki came within a hair's breadth of disbandment. It's not that you're considered weak. Rather, we believe you need more time to develop before you can become fully capable formal members of Akatsuki. Shui dragged over another chair and pointed to the stack of white paper on the desk, looking at Sister Nan questioningly. Upon receiving a nod, she picked up a sheet and attempted to fold a paper butterfly herself. What about this Fei person? Is he also someone the organization considers as needing more time to grow? No, I'm not entirely sure either. Sister Nan turned her face away, avoiding Shui's gaze. Would you like to meet him? I don't know. But since we'll be partners moving forward, it would be better to get to know each other. Sister Nan stopped Shui from pressing down on the paper in her hands. Unfold the small pouch you folded, then tuck this edge inside. Shui glanced at the half-finished product in her hands, then at the completed one in Sister Nan's. What small pouch? Huh, you haven't folded it yet. Sister Nan, surprised, took the half-finished piece from her hands and examined it carefully. You missed a step. You need to press this part flat to align with the other side. Shui took back her half-finished creation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I remember Sister Nan never did this step when teaching me. That's because I concealed that step within the previous one. Watch, when you fold this half over, your right hand can complete it underneath the paper. Sister Nan's instruction grew more meticulous. She broke down the steps she usually performed subconsciously and skipped over laying each one out carefully for Shui to observe. After demonstrating each step, she would unfold the completed portion and guide Shui to replicate it. Only when Shui finished the final fold and spread open the butterfly's wings did a new paper butterfly come to rest upon her palm. Wow, I did it. Shui excitedly admired her handiwork, momentarily convinced that paper folding was quite simple. But glancing between her own butterfly and the one Sister Nan had made, she felt a touch of disappointment toward her creation. The repeatedly folded and unfolded white paper had lost its crispness. Some areas were even dampened by the sweat from Shui's palms, drooping listlessly. The wings bore numerous, unsightly crease marks. Compared to Sister Nan's, it resembled a common white cabbage butterfly with rain-dampened wings, encountering a proud, elegant jewel butterfly dancing in the night. One proud and graceful, the other common and bedraggled. You did it. Congratulations. Sister Nan smiled, noticing Shui's disappointed expression. What's wrong? Don't you like the paper butterfly? Shui fiddled listlessly with her paper butterfly, her tone somewhat dejected. Mine looks so much worse than yours. I guess I just don't have a talent for this. It's only your first time. No one produces their best work on the first attempt. Suddenly Shui seemed to have thought of something. She pushed her paper butterfly aside, drew out 2 more sheets of paper from the desk, handed one to Sister Nan, and spread the other out before herself. Let's do it again, sister. This time I believe I can make one just as good as yours. Huh. The sudden shift in mood left Xiao Nan somewhat unprepared. Just moments ago she was brimming with disappointment, and now how had she become so filled with confidence? Sister, do you know the basic abilities of the Sharingan? A glint of cunning shone in Shui's eyes as 3 Tomo gradually emerged within them. I recall its insight and Jinjutsu right. Shui urged Xiao Nan to fold another butterfly, her excitement undisguised, as if she had found some shortcut to success. Lost in confusion, Xiao Nan picked up the paper in front of her, pondering the purpose of her mention of the Sharingan. For someone intimately familiar with the process of crafting paper butterflies, folding a complex one took no more than 10 minutes. It's done. Your Sharingan must have captured every detail right. Of course. But it's not just that. Shui picked up the paper from her own desk, beginning to fold while explaining to Xiao Nan. The Sharingan has another important ability: copying. Every movement recorded by the Sharingan can be perfectly reproduced. Bending over her folding, Shui did not notice the darkening expression on Xiao Nan's face. Before long, Shui pulled the paper butterfly's wings from the small pouch that bound them, deactivated her Sharingan, and another butterfly identical to the one Sister Nan had folded landed on the table. Tada! How about it? I did a good job, didn't I? Xiaonan took out another sheet of paper and began working on a different paper craft. Does Shui like listening to stories? Immersed in the joy of success, Shui felt a pleasant surprise at these words. Sister, Nen can tell stories too. Xiaonan did not stop her work, but began speaking on her own. Her voice was soft like a butterfly fluttering its wings. The butterfly I taught you to fold is the most widespread species in the ninja world. Its name is the broad-tailed swallowtail. As its name suggests, it has exceptionally broad wings with a maximum wingspan as large as your palm. Xiaonan pointed at her hand, emphasizing, your hand, you know, it's slightly smaller than mine. It wasn't originally white. On the contrary, it comes in many different colors. If you encounter it in a forest elsewhere, it would be a stroke of great fortune. You can vaguely see from these origami that this butterfly is exceptionally beautiful. Whenever it spreads its wings and sunlight falls upon them, the scales reflect a rich array of colors. If you look from different angles, the light reflected from their backs changes as well. Generally speaking, this butterfly does not prefer to live in groups. However, I know someone who has witnessed their spectacle during mating season. Gathering in swarms, the colorful butterflies resembled a brilliant multicolored cloud congregating deep within the lush forests of the valley. The warm afternoon sunlight gently cascaded upon their light wings, which continuously opened and slowly closed, as if draping this serene world in a dreamlike radiance. Even standing still, one could clearly feel the dazzling light projecting from all directions, inexhaustibly pouring toward oneself. Though knowing in one's heart that these resplendent beams were not shining specifically for you, witnessing such a grand, yet silent miracle, the joy that surged from deep within was still overwhelming. Immersed in a rushing river formed by countless rays of light, as if unintentionally stumbling into the legendary birthplace of rainbows intoxicating the soul. That surging river of light raised waves upon waves, ceaselessly rushing toward you. Here not a single beam of light was identical. Each ray seemed to be endowed with a unique name, and every dancing butterfly was like a meticulously crafted work of art, by nature possessing its own distinctive charm and individuality. Perhaps that is why they are called swallowtail butterflies. Xiaonan smiled, and turned to look at the mesmerized Shui. Do you know who that person was, the one who stumbled into the rainbow's birthplace, Shui? Shui. Is that you? Conan lowered her head again, using a pair of scissors to cut the paper creation in her hands into two halves, one slightly larger, the other slightly smaller. That's right. But what I want to tell you is not about that. Perhaps everyone is selfish in some way. When they see something beautiful, they always wish for it to belong to themselves. So am I, Yuki. This kind of butterfly is widely distributed across the ninja world, with different varieties of swallowtails found in various regions. Among them, the swallowtails from the Land of Fire are the most exquisite. I once encountered such a spectacle in a valley within the Land of Fire. While filled with delight, I also harbored the hope of bringing this beauty back to the Land of Rain. Yes, just as you imagined, I took several butterflies with me. Yuki gazed blankly at the paper butterflies on the table, not quite understanding Conan's meaning. The Land of Rain actually has its own butterflies as well, but those that live here mostly possess short wings and drab colors. In terms of beauty, they cannot compare to the swallowtails at all. I chose to release them on a clear morning, dreaming that they could multiply and flourish here, creating another spectacle uniquely belonging to the Land of Rain. At that time I was about your age, Yuki. You must be wondering why I'm telling you this story. Yuki nodded blankly. 3 days after releasing them, I spotted one of them in a puddle in the Land of Rain. That butterfly was nearly dying. The rain had damaged its wings, its scales had fallen off, and the glory of its past had vanished completely, leaving only its battered and filthy form. Just as I was about to rush over and take it away, a toad leaped out from the nearby grass. The larger paper creation in Conan's hands was now complete, taking the shape of a paper frog. She pressed down on the frog's hind legs, aiming at the butterfly on the table, just like this, and devoured it in one bite. When her fingers released, the paper butterfly perched on the table was immediately pounced upon by the appearing toad, losing its proud posture. The Land of Rain is not suitable for this kind of butterfly to survive. The abundant rainfall can easily destroy their proud wings and claim their lives. Neisan's meaning. Is she telling me not to become a second Land of Rain? Yuki, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. She seemed to understand what her senior meant. No. What I mean is, don't become a second me. Conan picked up the smaller piece and began folding it again. The Land of Rain has its own unique butterflies. These butterflies peculiar to the Land of Rain can adapt to this land's unique climate and thus survive here. I'm not telling you not to pursue making beautiful things. What I want to tell you is, if you rely on copying through the Sharingan rather than learning through your own efforts, you can only fold my butterflies. Conan's paper butterflies, not Yuki's butterflies. A new butterfly fluttered from Conan's palm and settled on the tabletop. Compared to the other butterflies on the table, it resembled more of an underdeveloped moth. Most of the butterflies in the Land of Rain look like this. But thanks to their compact size, they are able to thrive and reproduce here. Perhaps this too is a kind of miracle, a miracle of life. After that failure, I devised my own method for folding swallowtails, which are the butterflies you see before you now. Even if they cannot survive here, even if they are miracles that do not belong to the land of rain, I still wish to leave them here in another form. Conan picked up the butterfly Yuki had folded at the beginning. Perhaps this butterfly isn't particularly beautiful, but that cannot be a reason for you to imitate me entirely. Rather than simply teaching you all my techniques, I hope you can grow new branches and bloom new flowers from these techniques rather than becoming another tree identical to mine. I don't want to become a constraint on your growth. Do you truly enjoy origami? Yuki nodded vigorously. You possess advantages even greater than mine, such as your Sharingan. What it grants you should be the advantage of insight, enabling you to innovate in unexpected ways. It should not be used solely for copying. Even if you were to replicate all my techniques, you could only fold my butterflies, my paper cranes, my paper creations. Not just in origami, Yuki. Where are your butterflies? Hearing footsteps approaching from not far away, you raised his head. Back. Shuei lowered her head, her mood seeming less than cheerful. Let's go. I promised to teach you something today. Shuei lifted her head and met Yu's eyes. The power of the Uchiha legend. But I already have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu turned around and gestured for Shuei to follow him. I know, but you underestimate this legendary power. Come with me. After a long journey, the two of them went straight out of the land of rain's border. Brother Yu, where are we going exactly? Looking for a place where I can safely unleash this power. You stopped on a cliff and Shuei landed beside him. You glanced around, then, without a moment's hesitation, leaped off the cliff. Hey, brother. Shuei hadn't expected this to happen. The sudden shock left her panicked and disoriented. From the bottom of the cliff came Yu's voice, come down. Shuei attached chakra to the soles of her feet and carefully descended bit by bit to the bottom. Once there, she angrily grabbed Yu's collar, ready to give him a proper scolding. Yuki, that was terrifying. I almost thought you were going to die. After holding back for a long time, Shuei gave up on the idea of punching him on the head since she couldn't pull his collar. Yu calmly watched her angry expression and commented on her way down. Your chakra control is still too weak, Shuei. You shouldn't have taken so long for this height. Shuei angrily punched Yu's shoulder. Why are you still like this? I've already done well. You were the same when you taught me shuriken the last time. You dodged her attack and stepped back to a relatively safe distance. Alright, next I'm going to show you an ability that only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan can use. Shuei muttered discontentedly, always bringing up serious matters when I'm angry, leaving me unsure whether to be mad or serious. I really don't understand how sister fell for you. Shuei. Yes, I'm listening. The shape in Yu's pupils began to change. 3 tomo emerged within them. The basic form of the Sharingan, from 1 tomo to 3, its power continuously increases. You must already know this. The 3 tomo connected, gradually forming the shape of a windmill. Seeing Yu's Mangekyo, Shuei suddenly felt a palpitation and instinctively looked around. Mangekyo Sharingan evolved from the 3 tomo Sharingan. Generally, each eye will possess its own ability. As for you, your left eye's ability hasn't awakened yet. Has it? What's wrong? Shuei looked puzzled. Are you really unaware? Or have you truly not awakened it? Yu pressed, his expression stern. Shuei activated her own Mangekyo Sharingan and attempted to channel chakra into her left eye. It hurts. You stopped her. Alright, I understand. I'm sorry. My eye seems to be rejecting me. Shuei lowered her eyes. It feels like I've forgotten something. No, it's fine. Yu turned and walked a bit farther away. Shuei felt his chakra beginning to leak out. The surrounding environment trembled from the disturbance, raising wind that stirred up dust from the ground. Those who awaken the Mangekyo usually have 2 different dojutsu housed in their left and right eyes. This type of Sharingan is called the Kusha crooked Sharingan. Of course, there are special cases called the Jakusha straight Sharingan. The dojutsu of the Jakusha Sharingan is simpler and more powerful in attack compared to the Kusha. The Kusha may not be as strong offensively, but each has its own unique ability. In other words, the Kusha Sharingan focuses more on creating a unique combat style for its owner. The left and right eye abilities of the Kusha Sharingan are called the first and second abilities respectively. Thus, the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses 2 abilities. An orange chakra suddenly enveloped Yu's entire body, beginning to condense into a special shape. But what I'm going to tell you is not about how to use the first 2 abilities. Rather, it's the ability beyond these 2, the third power. The orange chakra solidified into the shape of ribs surrounding him. Its name, Susanoo. Shuei stared in shock at Itachi standing within the Susanoo, feeling that he had now reached a realm of power beyond her reach. Try to attack me, Shuei. What? Don't hesitate, the Susanoo consumes a great deal of energy. Shuei drew a kunai and hurled it at the Susanoo surrounding Itachi. The kunai sparked brilliantly and snapped in 2. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Shuei formed hand seals and spat out several fireballs. They exploded against Itachi's Susanoo, raising clouds of dust. Itachi, I'm fine. As the dust cleared, Itachi stood unscathed. The orange ribs dissipated and Itachi continued to explain to Shuei. As you can see, when in the Susanoo state, I can defend against any of your attacks. In many situations, it serves as an extremely powerful means of both defense and offense. Itachi extended his hand, and an orange skeletal arm of Susanoo materialized, effortlessly shattering a distant boulder. Amazing. The arm dissolved, and Itachi turned to look at Shui, who was running excitedly to examine the spot he had just struck. The Susanoo has 4 forms. From lowest to highest, the first form, I just used the second form, where flesh and muscle grow, the third form, which is armored, also called the Crow Tengu armor form, and the final form, the complete Susanoo. Teach me, teach me. Shui ignored his explanation and grabbed his sleeve excitedly. Itachi sighed. Try to channel your chakra into your eyes, and then release it through them. The dust floating around Shui began to slow, and she activated Omniverse. I didn't tell you to use a dojutsu. The effect of Omniverse faded, and she tried again to release the Susanoo. Unfortunately, against her wishes, the range of Omniverse began to expand once more. Stop. Itachi halted her pointless use of the dojutsu. Release your chakra through your eyes rather than consuming it in a dojutsu. Itachi pointed out her problem. Don't treat the Mangekyo as a weapon. I try to imagine it as a tool. Simply let the chakra flow outward through it. Shui nodded somewhat bewilderedly and released her chakra again. The wind it stirred lifted her hair. Pale yellow chakra gradually appeared on her right side, attempting to coalesce into the shape of ribs. Sensing the shadow of success, Shui began to release more chakra. The pale yellow slowly extended to her left side, gradually enveloping her entire body, and finally began to condense into the form of ribs. Almost there. Blood trickled from Shui's right eye, and at last the ribcage took shape, encasing her within. Suck. Stop. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed her mind. The skeletal frame around her instantly crumbled and dissipated, and Shui collapsed backward. I succeeded. When she awoke again, Shui found herself lying beside a river. Awake. Brother Itachi. Did you see? I did it. Shui waved her arms excitedly at Itachi, who was grilling fish nearby, proclaiming her triumph. From now on, never use this power again. Ah, what? Shui froze, then asked cautiously, is it because I'm not good enough? No, quite the opposite. Itachi handed her a grilled fish. Did you use your left eye? But can any chakra be channeled into it? Shui lowered her eyes, looking downcast. It's my own eye, yet I can't use it. My right eye feels as if it has lost connection with me. I can only see through it, but I can't channel even a trace of chakra through it. It seems to reject me as if frozen solid. But I vaguely remember using it before. I must have used it somewhere. Itachi smiled. Shui's talent is remarkable. Shui looked up in surprise. Huh. Generally speaking, the Susanoo is formed when the user externalizes their chakra through their Mangekyo, causing it to materialize. Both eyes release equal amounts of chakra in balance, forming a stable Susanoo. Itachi sat down beside Shui. He seemed to be in a very good mood. That Shui could externalize chakra through only one eye and still stabilize it into a Susanoo. This kind of talent is rare, even among the entire Uchiha clan. I just said treat the Mangekyo as a tool, not a weapon, right? What does that have to do with it? Regardless, her efforts had been acknowledged and praised, so Shui temporarily set aside her recent sorrow. Susanoo is the result of an Uchiha releasing chakra in a special way, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is the tool to achieve that special method. Tools always wear out. That's why I said activating Susanoo causes great harm to the Sharingan. Itachi picked up a pebble from the ground and tossed it into the river. Shui's gaze followed the ripples spreading outward across the water's surface. But Shui, without a riverbed, can the river still flow? Brother, that's impossible. Shui replied hesitantly, already understanding Itachi's meaning. Once you become familiar with how to release chakra in that special way, you won't need the eyes. You could even achieve Susanoo without them. Of course, that's nearly impossible for us. Itachi stood up again and extended a hand towards Shui. During the practice, our Mangekyo Sharingan would also wear down and approach blindness, which would not be worth the loss. Especially for you, Shui. So don't be obsessed with this power. Shui pouted, then why tell me? Seriously, you won't even let me use it? As a last resort for you, and to let me verify something. Shui could see that Itachi was in a truly good mood. What is it? Can't say. Furious, Shui lunged to catch and beat him, but with her chakra depleted, she couldn't even touch him. You? Sulking, Shui sat on the ground with her back to Itachi, deciding to ignore this riddle-teller for the entire day. Eat up. Try my cooking. Shui bit into the grilled fish. In the wild, there were no special seasonings. Only the small salt shaker that ninjas carried with them. Shui was an exception. It's terrible. She deliberately gagged, then pulled out other seasonings from her ninja tool pouch. Tastes much better with seasoning. Perhaps also including her deceased sister. Itachi sat under the tree watching Shui deliberately make retching sounds, and thought of another pair of Mangekyo. He touched his right eye. No, it's not time yet. To Shui, who was sprinkling seasonings, he said, I have a mission tomorrow. I'll take you to the border of the land of rain, then you can go back on your own. We'll visit Grandma Cat another time for your weapon. Shui ignored him. That evening they parted ways, and Shui headed home. It was still raining in the land of rain. Shui could never get used to the perpetual rain there. Oh my, is that Miss Shui? The sudden voice startled Shui, causing her to slip and nearly fall into a roadside puddle. What are you doing? Don't just pop out and scare people. Shui shouted angrily at the man in a spiral mask standing on a nearby tree. The man with the whirlpool mask scratched his head apologetically. Sorry. I'm a fae. I didn't ask your name. Honestly. Huh? Why so cold? Aren't we teammates? Only then did Shui remember she had a teammate. A fae who like her hadn't officially joined the Akatsuki yet. You're a fae. Yeah, you're Shui, right? Nice to meet you. Take care of me. Hey, don't go. A fae suddenly jumped beside her. Why so cold? Aren't we teammates? You don't seem very bright. What? A fae lost all color. Not that stupid though. So I'm smart. Awesome. He instantly brightened up again. Right. Almost forgot. I have a gift for you. He started rummaging through his clothes frantically. A gift? Uh-huh. Let me find where it is. After a while he finally pulled out a sealing scroll. Found it. Shui watched in bewilderment as he searched his clothes for ages, then suddenly produced a scroll. What? Magic? Before she could react, the scroll was already in her hand. What is this? He open it and see. It's something really cool. Unrolling the scroll, an item sealing jutsu formula appeared before her eyes. Unlike the usual item sealing techniques, this one was noticeably more complex and far more intricate. Just inject your chakra into it, and it will open, a fae said with a grin. Somewhat puzzled, Shui infused her chakra into the scroll. A puff of white smoke erupted and a scythe materialized in her hand. A scythe? Shui's face immediately darkened. This is not the kind of scythe farmers use to cut grass. You can wield it as a weapon, he quickly added, sensing her simmering anger. What would I do with a scythe, eh? A fae extended his hand, motioning for her to hand it over. Still half annoyed and half curious, Shui passed it to him. Do you see that massive boulder? A fae pointed to a huge rock standing amidst the forest. Yes, what about it? A flash of cold light swept past, and the boulder was instantly cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Shui's jaw dropped in shock. The cut surface was smooth and clean while the scythe's blade remained as sharp as new. It's yours. How about it? This. Can I buy it from you? A fae tilted his head. No need. I have another powerful weapon like this one. This scythe doesn't suit me, so I've decided to give it to you. I'd rather purchase it. How much do you want? Shui stubbornly refused to accept the gift. You mean you don't want it? A hint of hurt crept into a fae's voice. No. I really want it. That's why. If you want it, take it. Didn't I say I'm giving it to you? A fae thought for a moment, then added, if you insist on paying me, I'll take it, as you not wanting to be my teammate. And I won't sell it to you either. Such a high-quality weapon was indeed rare. Shui deeply desired to own it, even though she had no idea how to use it. Then let me owe you a favor, how about that? Fine. Take it. As long as you like it. Farewell. A fae cheerfully handed her the scythe, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. Wait. A fae turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Once I give something away, I never take it back. Does it have a name? A fae pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. No. You can name it whatever you like. Bye. As if afraid Shui would change her mind, a fae vanished in a few quick body flickers. Honestly, Shui stored the sealing scroll away and excitedly began testing the scythe. The handle of the scythe seemed to be deliberately lengthened, increasing its attack range and improving its versatility. At the base of the handle was a special mechanism apparently designed for attaching a chain. Upon closer inspection, the weapon was not only sharp, but also incredibly stylish. Shui clicked her tongue in regret. Unfortunately, she had trained with short blades and was not particularly skilled with this kind of weapon. If she had to use it, she would probably just swing it around wildly. Perhaps learning to wield a second weapon wasn't a bad idea. Making up her mind, she decided to ask a fae tomorrow if he could teach her some techniques. Shui picked up a kunai and tested how it would fare against the scythe. Unsurprisingly, the kunai snapped after only a brief clash. Sealing the scythe back into the scroll, Shui happily resumed her journey home. Not far away, a crimson Sharingan silently observed her every move. What did they do today? A voice completely different from a fae's original tone rang out from beneath the mask, as if speaking to himself. No idea. Itachi deliberately avoided all our white Zetsu. We lost track of them. A white creature emerged from underground, responding to his question. Why did you give her Madara-sama's scythe? Doesn't her ability pose a threat to you? Wouldn't it have been better to kill her just now? She is a double-edged sword. The forest fell silent once more.